Chapter 390. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the fear scale world. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the fear scale world. The fear scale world martial artists mostly relied on their own talent and hard work to cultivate. Their reliance on medicinal pills was not as great as the endless world. Of course, this was only comparatively speaking. Those large families, as well as the forces under the Wind Emperor's command, would naturally enjoy more resources. Their cultivation would naturally be faster too. But to them, medicinal pills were just adding flowers to embroidery and not delivering fuel in the snow. Actually, Yi Yuan could tell that while the fear scale world was deficient in resources, the environment itself was actually their most valuable resource. Fear scale world martial artists could be said to have a natural affinity with the concept of wind. Their cultivation along this path would also be quicker. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, there were no shortage of martial artists who comprehended true intent in the fear scale world. The moment Yi Yuan entered the city, he came into contact with the alchemy world influences. He still did not have a direct understanding of the other forces. Looking at it now, the two Xiao and Tong families actually had a good deal of things that they had no control over. Like that, huh? Since you aren't willing to marry, find a guy to beat those two fellows down, and wouldn't it be settled? Yi Yuan said. Xiao Ruyan smiled bitterly and said, "Where's the Xiao family going to find such a character? The Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Xue family's Xue Zaihe are the number 2 experts among the capital's junior generation. Their strength is on par with each other. Wanting to find someone stronger than them, and still have to meet the age requirement? Easier said than done." "Oh, number 2 experts? Then who's the number 1 expert?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. The number 1 expert is similarly 2 people. They are His Highness, the 7th Prince, and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingyun. When she spoke of these 2 people, Xiao Rian's face also revealed solemnness. "Oh, so impressive, huh? Then that's a little hard to deal with. Why not I help you beat them off, and then you promise me one thing? How about that?" Yi Yuan said with a grin. Xiao Rian's eyes lit up but immediately dimmed again. "I know that you're incredibly powerful in the alchemy path, but in terms of martial strength, you can't possibly beat those 2 people. Furthermore, if you need me to do anything, Father also had said earlier, you just have to speak freely." Yi Yuan snickered and said, "Really? Even wanting you is okay too?" Xiao Rian was already completely numbed. She said, "Of course you can. The prerequisite is that you can take me away." However, these words made Yi Yuan jump in fright. He gave a perfunctory laugh and said, "Just making a joke. I don't want to be hunted down by the Huang and Xue, 2 great first-rate families." In truth, Yi Yuan really wanted to ask about the matter of the slaves, but he was unable to fully trust Xiao Rian, so he forcefully swallowed his words back down. The matter of endless world slaves was too sensitive. He just had to open his mouth, and it would draw people's suspicions. Xiao Rian was extremely intelligent. It was impossible to not have any notions at all. Even if he helped out the Xiao family tremendously this time, on a matter involving the war between the 2 worlds, which side Xiao Rian would ultimately choose to stand on was really hard to say. As for Xiao Changfeng, Yi Yuan was even less hopeful of him. That old fox would definitely take him down immediately and deliver him in front of the Wind Emperor to claim credit. At this time, a youth walked into the hall slowly, heading straight for Yi Yuan. "Junior apprentice brother G, I'm Master's first disciple, S.H.I. plus Howren. Master asks you to go see him with me after you've finished settling the stuff over here," said the youth to Yi Yuan. This S.H.I. plus Howren was shockingly an alchemy king expert. This person looked young, but his age was probably no longer that young. The aging of martial artists' appearance would gradually slow down following the continuous increase in strength. This S.H.I. plus Howren was at most 100 years old, but had already stepped into the Soul Sea realm and advanced to Alchemy King. In the lower realms, this was absolutely a prodigious talent. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that S.H.I. Plus Howard's gaze was restrained and had quite the air of someone broad-minded. He was totally different from Tong Wenchang. It was such a contrast. Tong Wenchang's Tlea of quasi-alchemy king sounded scary, but actually his foundation was superficial. It was entirely in order to race against time that he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm. To alchemists, the greatest taboo was this point. Unstable foundation. The further back, the harder to break through. In spite of Tong Wenchang breaking through to quasi-alchemy king very early, if he wanted to break through to alchemy king realm, without 100 or 200 years of ACCU emulation, it simply could not be attained. But this plus Howard's soul force was pure. It was clearly tempered out through severe training. Only by experiencing countless times of pill refinement could one refine their soul force to this sort of degree. This point, others could not tell, but Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was why did Star Abyss send his first disciple over to fetch him? Even if it was taking in a new disciple, wasn't this too solemn? At Star Abyss's place, he was but a newcomer, making his first disciple fetch him. How great of a face was that? I've seen Alchemy King S.H.I. plus. Xiao Rian gave a bow to S.H.I. plus Howren, and then she said to Yi Yuan, Rian dare not delay Lord Star Abyss's affairs, and will take my leave here. Today's matter, Rian thanks Mr. G on behalf of the Xiao family. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Rian don't need to mind. Take care. Looking at Xiao Rian's supple back view S.H.I. plus Howren smiled and said, Miss Rian and the Shangwan family Shangwan Lingxua are named the capital's two beauties together. Till today, body can capture their hearts. To think that junior apprentice brother G has only entered the Xiao family for a few days, and Miss Rian's heart is already secretly pledged. Indeed, formidable. Yi Yuan was stunned. Originally, he thought that this S.H.I. plus Howren was someone who was serious in speech and manner. Who knew that he would crack this sort of joke at first sight? Haha, eldest senior apprentice brother is overthinking. Miss Ruyan just has feelings of grat. 1, 2 towards me. How could a proud person like her take fancy upon an inexperienced greenhorn like me? Yi Yuan said self-mockingly. But S.H.I. plus Howren thought otherwise and said with a smile, I'm somebody who has been through this. I won't misjudge. What you said is right. Miss Rian is indeed a proud person, but that's because she hasn't encountered a man deserving of her to fall in love with. And today, junior apprentice brother G's performance has already thoroughly subjugated her arrogance. Moreover, junior apprentice brother G is already under master's tutelage. How can you call yourself an inexperienced greenhorn? As long as junior apprentice brother is willing, ask master to come out and intercede for you. How can the Huang and Shui families dare to say a single word of objection? When Yi Yuan listened, he thought to himself, S.H.I. plus T. This S.H.I. plus Howren did not seem to be joking. Could it be that Xiao Ruyan really fell for him? But he and Xiao Ruyan are people from two different worlds and would surely become foes in the future. When the time came, how should they face each other? Cough, cough, thinking too much. Now is not the time to be thinking about this matter. Rescuing his fellow apprentices was the first order in this matter. Yi Yuan laughed perfunctorily and said, Eldest senior apprentice brother, don't make fun of this junior. Aren't I still young? I haven't considered this matter yet, so I won't trouble master to grace his presence. S.H.I. plus Howren burst into laughter and said, Junior apprentice brother is really a strange person. In the capital, which man doesn't wish to hold these two beauties in their embrace? Yet, you have this strength and opportunity, but make excuses to decline. Fine as well. As long as Miss Rian has yet to wed, you have plenty of chances. Even if the spouse finding martial compat. 1. Tie and determine her spouse. As long as she is still of a chaste body, you can still marry her over. This is where the confidence of those under sovereign Star Abyss lies. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This plus Howren was to his liking. Chapter 391, The Dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Qixia Mountain. The Dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Qixia Mountain. Yi Yuan and plus Howren were walking side by side. Master Star Abyss took in a total of 7 disciples. You're the 8th person, but you're the one with the greatest talent, plus Howren said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior's tone when saying this is like 2 different people from earlier, without that sort of aura that disdained all beneath the heaven. Along the way, Yi Yuan and plus Howren chatted until now, and felt that this person quite matched his disposition. Different from the seriousness in speech and manner, and solemn and mature eldest senior apprentice brother in his impression. Plus Howren was with some hint of being quick to settle grudges and favor. Plus Howren laughed and said, Inferior means inferior. That has nothing to do with disdaining the world. Legendary realm, forget about me. Even master, he can't do it either. Just based on this point, I'm inferior to you. Just luck. But plus Howren did not think so. Luck is also a part of strength. Swap any middle-rank alchemy grandmaster over. They can't win Tong Wenchang. At least, when I was at your level, I can't do it. As they were talking, the 2 people already arrived at the summit of the mountain. A magnificent great hall entered their sights. Go in then. Master is already waiting for us. plus Howren said. Following plus Howren into the main hall, Star Abyss was already waiting for him. Howren, you take your leave first. I'll talk alone with Ji Qing, Star Abyss said. Plus Howren bowed and withdrew. Star Abyss slowly opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up. But Yi Yuan also measured Star Abyss with his eyes without any care. Legendary realm. Pretty good. To be able to reach such a realm at this young age, you're bound to Serpa. Me on the alchemy path in the future, Star Abyss suddenly said. Yi Yuan was a little perplexed and did not know what these words from Star Abyss meant. He could only say, Lord Star Abyss is too kind. Ji Qing is Embara. Said by undeserved praises. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, You don't have to be humble. Actually, I know that I can't teach you anything at all. The reason why I called you over in the name of master and disciple is because of another reason. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. Could it be that this old man discovered his ident? Want I? That was not very likely. Yi Yuan's heart was palpitating, but he said with a straight face this, I wonder what Lord Star Abyss is looking for me for? Star Abyss did not answer, but retorted with a question instead. Where did you come from? Yi Yuan's heart palpitated again and secretly raised his guard, quietly revolving his essence energy. This child is somebody from the wilderness. Lord Star Abyss won't know even if I said it, Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss chuckled and said, You aren't a fierce Gale world native, right? Allegedly, an endless world spy might have infiltrated the capital. If my conjectures are right, that person is you, yes? This time, Yi Yuan no longer had any thoughts of being lucky in his heart and already made the preparations to fight for his life. But right then, Star Abyss's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, Heart like still water. What a fine lad. You really give people continuous surprises. Turned out that Yi Yuan already quietly entered heart like still water realm. But this point was actually seen through by Star Abyss. Yi Yuan was really depressed. He did not know where he revealed a flaw. With this old man's strength, he was able to see past his divine soul mystic art. It was true that Star Abyss's strength was very formidable, but Yi Yuan similarly had great confidence in his own divine soul mystic art. Sovereign Star Abyss should not be able to see through him. Could it be during the Grand Pill Assembly? Even though he made a showy display of his abilities, he did not divulge any flaws. Yi Yuan initially wanted to use Star Abyss as a backing. To think that he actually directly exposed the skeleton in his closet. At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had the need to cover up. There was only the path of risking his life that he could take. Yi Yuan already silently completed the ACCU, mutilation of essence energy, and secretly mobilized heaven and earth essence energy. Evidently, Star Abyss had long discovered Yi Yuan's little actions. But he did not stop Yi Yuan, letting him carry it out free. This was absolute confidence. He believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not escape his five-finger mountain. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Essence energy erupted abruptly. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode for me. Yi Yuan roared. Innumerable flower petals appeared out of thin air, enveloping Star Abyss thickly. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus exploding sounds constantly rang without pause, wanting to erode Star Abyss's protective essence energy. But it was all futile. The 1,000 flowing petals, which had never failed him in previous battles, was utterly useless this time. The flower petals which filled the skies vanished completely. Star Abyss still waited there perfectly unscathed. Not even a hair was hurt. But Star Abyss's gaze right now was likewise filled with astonishment. Such an impressive youngster. I originally thought that since you have such unmatched talent in the alchemy path, your martial path must surely be average. To think that your talent in the martial path is not at all inferior to your alchemy path. To actually be able to maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the crystal formation realm and cast such a powerful move. Star Abyss said with amazement written all over his face. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. And, body was clearer than him about the strength of divine traversing realm powerhouses. In the lower realms, soul sea realms were common, but divine traversing realms were uncommon. Each sovereign-level powerhouse was a peak existence in the lower realms, a D-like existence. One could say that all were ants beneath divine traversing. But Yi Yuan was only a crystal formation realm expert now. No matter how monstrous he was, it was also not possible to cross two major realms to defeat Star Abyss. However, since it was death either way, Yi Yuan naturally would not submit to arrest without putting up resistance. Sanghua's sword swept horizontally. 1,000 flowing petals was used once more. But this time, Star Abyss did not take a beating paw as Sively. It was only to see the corner of his mouth give a wee smile. With a flick of his sleeves, the myriad falling flowers dissipated. But right at this time, another Yi Yuan appeared behind him. Wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. Yi Yuan cried out. An enormous fire dragon coiled toward Star Abyss. Rumble. An intense explosion sounded out. Except that this explosion did not spread out as Yi Yuan imagined. Instead, it became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller, and finally turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath. This Star Abyss was too powerful. The firelight vanished entirely, revealing that aged body of Star Abyss. Only that this time, he was no longer sitting, but standing up. His eyes showed immense astoundment. Two kinds of moves. It actually contained 3 kinds of true intent. Fine lad, you really let this old man broaden his horizons. Star Abyss praised with a sigh. Star Abyss was only sighing with admiration, but Yi Yuan was already in despair. The wind-fire violent blaze, transforming dragon, was already his strongest move. It actually only forced Star Abyss to stand up. He could only fold his arms and wait for death. If it were not under this sort of life and death crisis, Yi Yuan's battle result was ample to be proud of. Divine traversing versus crystal formation. Why would he need to get up to make a move? Standing there to let you hit. Even if you exhausted your essence energy fully, you could not harm a single hair of his too. But now, if he was captured by Star Abyss, he only had a road that led to death. Flee? Even if he comprehended the wind flow concept, he also could not possibly escape Star Abyss's hands. Yi Yuan unwittingly gave an agonized smile. Sanghua's sword moved. 1,000 flowing petals fluttered once again. Only that this time, the attack target of the 1,000 flowing petals was himself. Chapter 392. This was the thousand flowing petals behead character formula. This was the thousand flowing petals behead character formula. When Yi Yuan created this move, he never thought that he would one day use this move on himself. He also did not think that the originally seamless infiltration would actually be seen through unexpectedly. But if Yi Yuan were made to choose one more time, he would still infiltrate the fierce gale world without hesitation to rescue his fellow apprentices. Where justice lie, advance even if you face millions obstructing you. Watching himself being enveloped by the myriad flying petals, Yi Yuan unwittingly gave a bitter smile. To think that merely a year after reincarnation, he would have to die again. In his previous life, he was only fortunate enough to escape because he had his father, Ji Xingyang, protecting him. Just as Yi Yuan closed his eyes to await death, a blast of wind blew over and actually scattered his thousand flowing petals fully. Yi Yuan's expression could not help hardening as he said coldly, "What's the meaning of this, Lord Star Abyss?" Star Abyss sat back down again at this time and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. The other reason that I'm talking about is not to expose your ident. One tie. Now, can we sit down properly to have a chat?" Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. He did not quite get Star Abyss's thoughts. Not to expose his ident. One tie. Then what was all that C-R-A-P earlier about? Yi Yuan had many doubts. He nodded flatly and sat down opposite of Star Abyss. Right at this moment, S-H-I plus Howren's voice came from outside the door. "Master, disciple sensed intense essence energy undulations from here just now. Are you all right?" Star Abyss replied nonchalantly, "I was giving Ji Qing some pointers earlier. That's why a small commotion was caused. You all don't have to be alarmed over nothing. Without my permission, body is allowed to approach this place." "Yes, master." A moment later, there was indeed no more activity outside. Star Abyss looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "A crystal formation realm martial artist actually caused such a civ commotion in my place. Truly terrifying. In my opinion, your talent can no longer be described using monstrous." Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape and simply calmed his heart down, saying coolly, "Geniuses are nothing. Experts are the terrifying ones. If you can't beat someone, you'll still be a clump of yellow dirt in the end." Star Abyss nodded and said, That's right. Neither arrogant nor rash. Being able to face difficult predicaments calmly. Decisive and daring. Resolute in killing. You're a dragon among men and will surely soar above the skies in the future." Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. What did this zealous flattering mean as well? What does Lord Star Abyss wish to say? Star Abyss chuckled and said, "Legendary realm. This old man has seen it twice in my life. Today is the second time. But to be able to cultivate the Triorigins Samara art to the legendary realm, I've never seen that before in my life." Yi Yuan's brows knitted. Could it be that he revealed flaws due to this Triorigins Samsara art? This made no sense, right? Lord Star Abyss suspected me because of this? Yi Yuan asked gloomily. Star Abyss had a smile as he nodded and said, "That's right." "Why so?" "Although the Triorigins Samsara art is rare, it's not really some impressive inheritance, right?" Getting a definite answer, Yi Yuan was even more depressed. "Ha! If the Triorigins Samara art doesn't even count as an impressive inheritance, then what kind of ability is considered an impressive inheritance? Looks like your origins are even more incredible than I imagined. This Triorigins Samara art is my Dao Yin lineage's unpropagated secret. Within the fierce gale world, apart from Howren and me, body cultivated it before. But you were able to cultivate the Triorigins Samsara art to such a level. Clearly, you aren't my fierce gale world's aboriginal," Star Abyss said with a profound significance. "The fierce gale world is so large. How can Lord Star Abyss come to a conclusion that there are no other people who know the Triorigins Samsara art?" Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. Although the fierce gale world is huge, its accomplishments and alchemy skills aren't much. If my conjectures are correct, my standards when placed in the endless world probably can't even enter the top 5, right? So, how many inheritances this Tri-Origins Samsara art has in the fear scale world? This old man is still well aware. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and declined to comment on Star Abyss's conjectures. Yi Yuan was not too familiar with the endless world. But according to his estimations, the northern domain should have several sovereign-level powerhouses. Star Abyss's strength might really not even rank in the top 5 when placed in the endless world. It was precisely because the fear scale world was too weak in the alchemy path. The inheritances were naturally pitiably scarce. Star Abyss, saying that he had a good idea about the Tri-Origins Samsara art inheritance, was not false. It was just that Yi Yuan revealing a flaw because of such a matter was seriously something he had not expected. Just based on this, you determined that I'm not a fear scale world native? Yi Yuan countered with a question. Star Abyss suddenly burst into laughter and said, This old man originally only suspected, so I tricked you. To think that you're really that endless world spy. This junior, is truly impressive. To actually be able to use divine soul mystic arts to change the characteristics of the divine soul. Even I can't see through it with my realm. This round of exchange truly astonished me over again and again. Yi Yuan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Ever since he reincarnated, it had always been him plotting against others. To think that today, he was actually schemed by someone. But this honestly could not be blamed on Yi Yuan either. After all, in a different world like this, him entering deep inside alone, his mind was actually in a tightly wound-up state all this while. Star Abyss, this old fox, was BRIMMING with confidence all the way and directly exposed Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. How could Yi Yuan doubt this? If it were some other person, they might really harbor hope in their hearts and insist that they are not someone from the endless world. But with Yi Yuan's temperament, how could he willingly place his life in the hands of others? Therefore, his ident. 1. Tai being exposed was also within reason. You're so sly, old man. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said, This is called all's fair in war. But you, this young man, is somebody with affection and faith. For the sake of your fellow apprentices, you actually risked your own life to enter deep inside the capital alone. I, this old man, have lived for many years and have only yielded to one person. But today there's one more. Oh, I wonder who the other person is. Yi Yuan asked curiously. The other person is naturally my master, Sage Dao Yin. He affirmed his Dao with alchemy under such an environment like the fear scale world and ascended to the divine realm. The first person since time immemorial in the fear scale world. This Tri-Origins Samsara art was set down to me by his elderly self, and my lifetime aspiration is to follow in his footsteps and ascend to the divine realm. Speaking of his own master, Star Abyss also had a look of admiration and fixation. This was the second time Yi Yuan heard of Dao Yin, this name, and could not help being stirred. This Yi is unworthy of Lord Star Abyss's admiration. Now, since I've already fallen into your hands, I wonder how you plan on dealing with me? Yi Yuan asked. So, your real name is surnamed Yi. If you were just a mere body, just based on your ties of camaraderie, this old man could let you off. But with the talent that you just displayed, if I let you grow unchecked, you might be a catastrophic calamity to my fear scale world. Although this old man is the association head of the Alchemist Association, I grew up in the fear scale world after all. Therefore, sorry, said Star Abyss. Talking up to here, Star Abyss also had a regrettable look. Chapter 393, A Prodigious Talent Like Yi Yuan. Anyone who met him with their talent shares the H.I. Plus Ing heart stirred. A prodigious talent like Yi Yuan. Anyone who met him with their talent shares. H.I. Plus Ing heart stirred. But if such a genius was the enemy, that would be too scary. Undoubtedly, those few moves from Yi Yuan earlier already made Star Abyss sense immense threat. Yi Yuan's potential was too great. As part of the fear scale world, he could not let Yi Yuan mature. But Yi Yuan did not have any nervousness right now. Instead, he said coolly, "I can give you a reason not to kill me." Star Abyss was stunned, but he shook his head and said, "It's futile. Just based on those few moves that you displayed just now, you can't be kept alive. Or else, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, might not even be your match in the future." Yi Yuan smiled and asked, "The sage Dao Yin that you mentioned earlier, was his name called Li Daohang?" Star Abyss's entire body shuddered, his eyes full of astoundment. He asked tremblingly, "How do you know Master's name?" The number of people in the entire fear scale world who knows his name can be counted on one's fingers. Furthermore, with your age, how is it possible? Seeing Star Abyss's reaction, Yi Yuan finally set his mind at ease. Star Abyss's master, Sage Dao Yin, was really that Li Daohang that he knew. "Ha, it's really Li Daohang, huh?" Yi Yuan said with a laugh. A divine, traversing realm powerhouse was quivering like an ordinary old man currently. Li Daohang was the master that influenced Star Abyss's entire life. His status in his heart was akin to that of a G.O.D. Hearing news of him once again, how could Star Abyss not be agitated? You know my master? But how is this possible?" Star Abyss said in disbelief. Yi Yuan was merely 16 years of age. When he was born, Li Daohang had ascended to the divine realm long ago. It was simply impossible for the two of them to have any interaction. Boo! Yi Yuan truly said Li Daohang this name. This left Star Abyss racking his brain for answers. Star Abyss's mind was currently flooded with countless question marks. He urgently wanted to know Li Daohang's present situation, but Yi Yuan just refused to say it. This involuntarily made him have an impulse to scratch his ears and face in anxiety. "I naturally know him, but if you want to know his recent developments, you need to swear a heavenly Dao oath. The matter I speak of today will be said by me. Enter your ears, and not a third person is permitted to know. Don't you think about using some method like soul search to find what you want? Since I can hide from you when it comes to the divine soul, you should know my means," Yi Yuan said with an icy look. Star Abyss was secretly shocked. He really had that thought just now. But being reminded like this by Yi Yuan, he knew that he definitely had no chance of succeeding anymore. Yi Yuan could hide from his divine, traversing realm detection with crystal formation realm cultivation. How powerful his divine, soul mystic art was could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan was not his match, him wanting to search the soul was something impossible. After struggling repeatedly, Star Abyss finally could not resist Yi Yuan's temptation and swore the heavenly Dao oath. "Now you can tell me, right? Master, is he well right now?" Star Abyss asked somewhat uneasily. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan also had a rather complicated expression. He only spoke after musing for a moment. "Whether he's well or not, I don't know either. Maybe he's okay. Maybe he's not okay." Star Abyss was stupefied and could not being saying furiously, "You made me swear a heavenly Dao oath just to give me such an answer?" Yi Yuan looked at him and gave a long sigh, saying, "How do you think a 16-year-old youth like me can have such incredible alchemy skills? Although the Tri-Origin's Samsara art isn't considered some pinnacle ability, wanting to reach the legendary realm isn't something easy either. Do you think that it can be executed by a 16-year-old youth?" Star Abyss was secretly alarmed and said in surprise, "Is it possible that you? But your body and divine soul is very compatible. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan naturally would not tell him that this was due to those golden characters. He just said indifferently, "The means of the divine realm is unimaginable to you. This isn't considered much to me." This is indeed so. I suspected previously, but after using my divine soul to investigate for a long time, I didn't discover any traces at all either. So I dispelled this sort of thought too. "To think that," Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Actually, before I took over, I was an alchemy emperor." "What?" How did Star Abyss have any demeanor of an expert right now? He nearly jumped up. Alchemy emperor. Why, you're actually an alchemy emperor. Oh my God. Star Abyss stammered. To an alchemist, their lifelong aspiration was not to reach the Divine King realm, but the legendary Alchemy Emperor realm. And, to Star Abyss, forget about Alchemy Emperor. Even Alchemy Ancestor was a realm that was far from his reach. Alchemy Emperor. The weight of these two words was too heavy. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected Star Abyss's reaction and said coolly, "That's right. Li Daoying, that boy, still has some abilities. At that time, he wanted to enter my tutelage. I didn't accept him, but he brazenly refused to leave and follow behind me to do a considerable period of CHORS. Later on, he became an alchemy venerable too. That boy." Star Abyss's face twitched. His master was that boy. Then what was he? That grandson, F*CK me. A little kid scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry. How to tolerate it? Star Abyss could not resist cursing in his heart. Yi Yuan clearly saw through his reaction and said nonchalantly, "You don't have to feel unwilling to submit. You're also aware that in the martial artist world, the strong reign supreme. The alchemist world is likewise so. With your present accomplishments, you've just barely learned the rudiments. Li Daohang is also just barely considered to have gained a higher level of mastery later on. In front of me, if he isn't a boy, then what?" Star Abyss said displeasedly, "Why don't you talk about what traits and characteristics the Li Daohang has? Maybe it's the same surname and same name." Star Abyss was an old fox. He naturally would not be ushered in by Yi Yuan so easily. Just as he said, there were many people with the same surname and name. Also, Yi Yuan might be deliberately duping him. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "That boy doesn't have any other abilities. That shamelessly bold and hard-to-shake-off ability is powerful enough. He spent a full 3 years in the main hall pestering before I grudgingly agreed to take him in. If you have to say what characteristics he has." As he spoke, Yi Yuan casually struck out several seals. Star Abyss's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation. Wandering seal. Yi Yuan made a move again. Star Abyss was shocked once more. Green lotus seal. 7 evils kindred seal. Each seal that Yi Yuan struck out, Star Abyss's throat would raise an octave. At the back, he was practically about to use the lion's roar. "I wonder if these can prove that the Li Daohang I know is your master?" Yi Yuan asked with an amused look. Star Abyss nodded like a chicken pecking for rice. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. This 16-year-old youth before his eyes was really an alchemy emperor powerhouse that took over a body to rebirth. These are all the seals that Master used to rise to fame. That person is really Master. Star Abyss no longer doubted. Yi Yuan said scornfully, relying on these lousy things and also being able to become famous. No wonder his level was so tros. H. Plus it means veiled insults. Chapter 394 You. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. You. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. Yi Yuan repeatedly belittled Li Daohang over and over again. Finally, it made Star Abyss unable to bear it and explode. But how could Yi Yuan bother with his feelings? How did Li Daohang, that boy, teach you? Don't you have any consciousness of honoring and respecting your teachers? Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss crumbled and said, "Of course I respect and honor my teachers, but what has this got to do with you? Although I didn't take Li Daohang in as my disciple, no matter what, he followed me for nearly 100 years too. It's not too much for me to say that I'm half a teacher to him. If you being impolite to me is not disrespecting your teacher, then what is it? This. And now, I'm a tiger that landed in the plains. If you still wish to kill me, do as you please. But if you ascend to the divine realm in the future, be sure not to go and find Li Daohang. If he knows that you killed me, he'll smack you to death in one palm without hesitation at all. Of course, with your talent, ascending to the divine realm is probably also something very challenging." Star Abyss ruminated over it. Clearly, he fell into a dilemma. The person that he respected the most in this life was Li Daohang, while this young man before his eyes actually said that he was Li Daohang's half a teacher. Wouldn't that mean that he was his grand teacher? If Yi Yuan really died in his hands, wouldn't he really become someone who betrayed his master and forefathers? But this person was an alchemy emperor who took over a body to rebirth. How powerful an alchemy emperor was, Star Abyss completely had no notion at all. But he knew that it was very, very powerful. Powerful until he was simply unable to imagine it. The present Yi Yuan in front of him was akin to an ant, while if he was in front of an alchemy emperor, he did not even count as an ant. Insignificant like a speck of dust. Such a figure was way more terrifying than any genius character. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not formidable, his various kinds of means were inconceivable. Before long, he would become an extremely terrifying opponent of His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. To kill or not to kill? Yi Yuan just looked at Star Abyss like this and was not in a hurry to press him. He was not very clear about this Star Abyss's disposition, but he was still very clear about Li Daohang's moral character. Li Daohang was a very talented and very hardworking person. While he did not take in him as his disciple, Li Daohang treated him as his master all along, silently following by his side for close to 100 years. Of course, in this 100 years, his harvest was also tremendous, growing from an alchemy ancestor to an alchemy venerable expert. As for Star Abyss, Yi Yuan actually still had some confidence. Previously, when he mentioned Li Daohang, that sort of revering and respectful expression did not seem to be fake. Indeed, after Star Abyss mused for quite a while, he sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, "I can let you off too. But you have to guarantee not to let my fierce Gale world's people plunge into misery and suffering." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. This sort of thing like a war between two worlds is a matter as big as the heavens to you all. But to me, it essentially counts for nothing. My horizons have never been on this plane. After you ascend to the divine realm, you'll naturally understand the meaning of these words of mine." Star Abyss was dazed. Thinking about it, that was true too. To an alchemy emperor, the matters of the lower realms were too inconsequential. That will be good. Star Abyss heaved a sigh in relief. If the war between two worlds can't be avoided, I most likely won't be able to detach myself from it. They're my present kin and friends over there. I have no way of watching them all become fierce Gale world slaves. However, I can assure you that I won't help the endless world invade the fierce Gale world. Honestly speaking, if you have the capabilities, you can persuade the Wind Emperor not to invade the endless world. This way, we can all be happy." Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss gave a bitter laugh. Easier said than done. You've also seen the fierce Gale world's living conditions. It's impossible for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to give up this war. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Foolish. Plus, once the war between two worlds launches, it will only plunge the people into an abyss of misery and suffering. Even if the fierce Gale world wins, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too." He used improving living conditions as a pretense to invade another world. Isn't it in order to satisfy his own selfish interests? To plunder more cultivation resources? At that time, the ones dead will be his citizens, but the beneficiary will be him, this high and lofty Wind Emperor, His Majesty. But Star Abyss disagreed. Lord Wind Emperor is already standing at the pinnacle of the world. Why would he still have so much desire towards resources? Him doing so is, of course, for the millions of martial artists in the fierce Gale world. Hey, you fool. Just a boundless realm. He's standing at the top of the world. Still early. The greater one's strength, the greater the requirements towards resources. Otherwise, he could have shattered the void and left long ago with his strength. Why is he still reluctant to leave the lower realms? Because he knows that if he went to the divine realm, he would only vanish into the faces of the crowd. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Star Abyss wanted to refute, but felt that any words were very feeble. This, impossible. Star Abyss said impossible, but he was already convinced in his heart. Her. Although you're the alchemist, association's association head, your strength is not there yet. There are still many things that you don't know. But he as the ruler of a world, knows way more things than you do. Don't look at how you can summon rain and clouds in the capital. After you ascend to the divine realm, you're also just a servant. The intensity of the compet. 1. Tie-in in the divine realm is what the current you simply cannot imagine. The vast majority of the martial artists who ascend would croak before even enduring Pa-S. As the initial stage after going to the divine realm, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan spoke indifferently, but Star Abyss's hair stood on its ends from shock after hearing it. To him, the divine realm was a holy and pure land, a paradise. There were limitless cultivation resources over there and countless powerhouses. It was the playground for martial artists and alchemists. But Yi Yuan's words shattered all of his fantasies to smithereens. But I'm in charge of a world's alchemist association. There's also hard work, even if I haven't performed meritorious deeds, right? Can it be that the alchemist association completely doesn't care about my life and death at all? Star Abyss asked in bewilderment. Of course they care. The divine realm's resources are indeed abundant until you can't imagine it. However, there are also so many martial artists that you can't imagine it. Alchemists are similarly so many that you can't imagine it, especially in a place like the Alchemist Association. It has the strongest bunch of alchemists in the divine realm. The alchemists that ascend are also countless. If resources are distributed equally, then the Alchemist Association would not have been able to make ends meet. Although you also have some cleverness in trivial matters, you're still a lot worse compared to Li Daohang. Do you feel that you can get the Alchemist Association's emphasis? Yi Yuan's words were like a small hammer, shattering Star Abyss's GLA. Heart bit by bit. Star Abyss felt like his world outlook instantly disintegrated, his entire being lost his bearings. People were aware of their own affairs. Star Abyss's talent in alchemy might be top-notch in the fear-scale world, but there were countless lower planes. He was nothing impressive among them, and even less of a something after reaching the divine realm. Yi Yuan saying that he would go to the Alchemist Association to do menial labor was possibly already giving him face. Then what should I do? Star Abyss was utterly confused. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Li Daohang was smarter than you and more talented than you. So he did not join the Alchemist Association. His skin was also thick enough to beg me to take him in. But you've already stuck on the Alchemist Association's label and can only pave a B-L-O-O-D-Y path for yourself. The prerequisite is that you have the capabilities. Chapter 395 Star Abyss was completely befuddled. Star Abyss was completely befuddled. In truth, the Fear-Scale World's Alchemist Association basically had no relations with the divine realm. This seemed to be a forgotten land. Of course, this cannot be blamed on others either, who asked the Fear-Scale World's alchemy path to be very underdeveloped. Hence, Star Abyss's understanding of the divine realm was entirely fantasized by himself. He only knew how naive he was after listening to Yi Yuan's words now. Star Abyss did not doubt Yi Yuan's words, because his words were the most logical. It was just that he imagined it without basis to give himself an intense psychological hint that the divine realm was a beautiful place. Yet this was simply impossible. Straightening out his thinking, Star Abyss suddenly bowed towards Yi Yuan and said respectfully, Star Abyss is ignorant. Senior, please point out the right path. Unknowingly, Star Abyss already took Yi Yuan to be an old monster-like existence and quietly changed his form of address. Yi Yuan reached out a hand to prop him up and said with a sigh, You're also aware of what happened to me now. How can I dare to receive your solemn grace? I think you also know that me saying this is actually just in order for you to let me off and to carry on living. This is far from showing you the right part, but I can still manage to let you ascend to the divine realm. Knowing when to stop and go over the limit was as bad as falling short. The disparity in strength between Yi Yuan and Star Abyss was too great. He wasted his breath talking until now in order to make Star Abyss open his mouth to beg him. As long as Star Abyss required Yi Yuan's assistance, he naturally would not harm him. One must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. Although he had Li Daohang this layer of relations. I plus P between Star Abyss, Yi Yuan had to take precaution against him. Only by arousing the desire within Star Abyss's heart could he guarantee complete success. Indeed, when Star Abyss heard these words, he became unbelievably agitated. "How will Senior teach me?" Star Abyss asked excitedly. "You're Li Daohang's disciple. I believe you do not lack in soul cultivation techniques. But you're only at the middle stage, sovereign level today, indicating that it's already very hard for you to break through again," Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss had an abashed look as he said, "I've lost face from Master." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Lost what face?" That boy himself wasn't much either. Followed me for 100 years and didn't even break through to the alchemy emperor realm. That's called losing face. The Fear Scale world's resources are R-S-E, and it's indeed not suitable for alchemists to break through. For you to be able to cultivate to such a realm was already not very easy. This was not Yi Yuan deliberately posturing in front of Star Abyss. The Medicine King Hall truly had many alchemy emperor experts. The person that he brought along for 100 years had yet to break through to the alchemy emperor realm. This made him feel very ashamed. Alchemy emperor realm was not the pinnacle for alchemists. It was only another beginning. Similarly, being an alchemy emperor expert, there was a distance of a heavenly chasm between Yi Yuan and the rest. From low rank to peak alchemy emperor, this was a gulf that many people could not cross in their entire lives. Yi Yuan was famed as the person most likely to become an alchemy G.O.D. precisely because his speed when breaking through to peak alchemy emperor was too quick, so swift that it made those long-renowned peak alchemy emperor powerhouses perspire from shame. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Li Daohang once again, Star Abyss wished that he did not hear it. Right now, he could only pretend to not have heard it and played possum as he said, "Could it be that Senior has a way to let me break through to perfection sovereign level?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Have you ever heard of Soul Meld Pill?" Star Abyss's entire body quivered, and he exclaimed in shock, "Senior can actually refine the Soul Meld Pill? I've seen that before in the A.S. Association's records. That's a legendary level tier 5 medicinal pill." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "You should have thrown away those lousy records in the Fear Scale world long ago. How does the Soul Meld Pill count as some legendary level medicinal pill? You don't think that an alchemy emperor can't even refine a tier 5 medicinal pill, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Star Abyss nearly choked and said, "Star Abyss's knowledge is shallow. I've incurred ridicule from Senior." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "But I can only give you an empty promise. My current strength can't refine it at all. After I have sufficient strength, I'll come and find you." Star Abyss was overjoyed and said, "No worries, no worries. Star Abyss can afford to wait." "Oh, right. Senior previously said that Master he. What does that mean?" Yi Yuan gave Star Abyss a look and said with an emotional sigh, "Looks like you still have some feelings toward Li Daohang, that chap. At least his teachings were not in vain. However, I really don't know how he's like now. Back then, only a wisp of my soul escaped to the endless world. I completely couldn't care about other things. Li Daohang's life and death was fully grasped in the hands of Ji Kanglin. If Ji Songlong carried out a large-scale cleansing crazily, Li Daohang's little life would probably be very hard to preserve. If Ji Kanglin still took into consideration some old feelings, Li Daohang might survive. But Yi Yuan felt that the possibility of the latter was higher. It was just that he could not very well say it to Star Abyss. Seeing Yi Yuan's despondent expression, Star Abyss also knew that his question poked Yi Yuan's sore spot. But he also secretly started worrying for Li Daohang. Coming out from Star Abyss's place, Yi Yuan headed straight for S.H.I. plus Howren's place. Before going in, he entrusted White Light to S.H.I. plus Howren. However, when Yi Yuan came to S.H. I plus Howard's place, he did not see S. H. I plus Howard's silhouette, while White Light was being hugged in the embrace of an extremely beautiful girl with a face full of grievance. Beside the girl stood a handsome and suave yellow S. H. I plus RT youth. Hee hee, you can't escape from the palm of my hands this time, right, little white tiger? Shangguan Lingxue said playfully. Shangguan Lingxue had sea transformation realm strength. How could White Light contend with that? Under Shangguan Lingxue's despotic power, White Light could only be in her embrace obediently. Yi Yuan jumped in fright when he saw the situation. Wasn't this girl the one who brought him into the capital? Why would she appear here? The freaking thing was that Yi Yuan saw a boundless scenic view when he was kept under her skirt back then. Now that he saw her in the flesh, Yi Yuan felt very awkward in his heart. Yi Yuan instinctively wanted to dodge aside, but it was already too late. Shangguan Lingxue and that yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth already saw him. Why are you, a servant, so ignorant of the rules? This place is a restricted pill refinement place. How can you freely enter and leave? Said the yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth with a frown. He knew all of Star Abyss's 7 great disciples. There wasn't Yi Yuan at all. Plus, Yi Yuan's strength was meager and his attire was ordinary. The yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth subconsciously thought that Yi Yuan was a servant. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. This yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth's overbearing attitude made him very displeased. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was not a servant, even if he really was a servant, there was no need to be like this either, right? This sort of ordering people about with a gesture attitude made it seem like everyone owed him something. Was there a need for that? Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, the yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth was even more displeased. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Get lost. As he said, he flicked his sleeves. An extremely powerful force hurtled towards Yi Yuan. It actually wanted to forcefully push Yi Yuan outside. This yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth was at the 5th level C transformation realm. In his view, this move was naturally more than ample to deal with the 2nd level crystal formation realm Yi Yuan. Yet that force wind just howled past Yi Yuan's body like this, while Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well, without even moving a muscle. Chapter 396, N. You have quite a knack in doing things. N. You have quite a knack in doing things. The yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth was slightly stunned. He did not think that a mere 2nd level crystal formation realm could actually block the force of his flick so effortlessly. White Light, come here. Let's go. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with this wildly arrogant youth and lightly called out. White Light gave a low roar and struggled free from Shangguan Lingxue's embrace. In a blink of an eye, he arrived behind Yi Yuan, trying to hide. He's called White Light? A very nice name. Is he a little white tiger that you're raising? Shangguan Lingxue blinked her eyes and asked Yi Yuan curiously. So what if yes? Yi Yuan answered indecisively. The yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth's actions made Yi Yuan rather displeased. The hate for the house extended even to the birds perching on it. Yi Yuan naturally did not have much favorable impression towards Shangguan Lingxue too. Shangguan Lingxue had yet to speak when the yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth reprimanded. Insolence. Do you know who she is? To actually dare to be so impudent. Yi Yuan looked at him indifferently and said, Impudent? I wonder who's the one shouting and wrangling here, reversing the order of host and guest. Still say that others are impudent? The yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth sneered coldly and said, Reversing the order of host and guest? You mean that you're the owner of this place? I wonder since when did Sovereign Star Abyss's dojo become your territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You don't know? It's something not long ago. Since when had the yellow S. H. I. plus RT youth suffered such provocation. He laughed from extreme anger and said, "Good, I'll lug you before Sovereign Star Abyss and ask him if this place is your territory." Shangguan Lingxue was greatly alarmed and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, Seventh Prince, don't." But it was already too late. Seventh Prince arrived beside Yi Yuan at lightning speed. "Be careful." Shangguan Lingxue could not bear to see Yuan's tragic state and closed her eyes as if she was in pain. But it was only to hear a whistle. Then there was silence. Several breaths had said, yet Shangguan Lingxue did not hear any activities. She could not help opening her eyes curiously. With this look, Shangguan Lingxue could not help being greatly startled. Yi Yuan was currently standing and facing Seventh Prize far away, and actually looked like he was completely unscathed. My God. A second-level crystal formation realm martial artist actually dodged an attack from the number one person in the capital's junior generation. Who in the world was this young man? Haha, indeed have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to be so impertinent in front of this prince. But you're still a little green in the end. Seventh Prince snickered coldly. And could it be? Shangguan Lingxue looked towards Yi Yuan again. Indeed, she saw a trace of fresh blood flowing down along the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. He sustained injuries in the end, but to be able to escape with his life from Seventh Prince's hands, this young man was already very remarkable. In the entire capital, only big brother Shangguan Lingyun could contend with him. The effects of other people were only to serve as a foil to his might. Roar! Seeing Yi Yuan injured, the white light beside Yi Yuan became restless with anxiety. Yi Yuan had the intention to stop, but his internal injuries were not light. It was already too late. Only to hear a whoosh, a streak of white light left an afterimage behind in midair as it pounced towards Seventh Prince. Seventh Price laughed coldly and struck with one hand, accurately hitting that streak of white light. Cross. H. Plus white light was sent flying out cross. H. I. Plusing on a tea table. SMAs. H. I. Plussing the tea table into smithereens. White light. Poorwork. Seeing white light get injured, Yi Yuan could not help getting very anxious. With a jerk, it affected his wounds, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Humph! A tier 2 little beast. As overconfident as your master. Asking for trouble. Seventh Prince said with a cold snort. Seeing white light being wounded, Shangguan Lingxue also became anxious and said, "Your Highness, they didn't intentionally offend you either. How can you deal such a heavy blow?" As she spoke, Shangguan Lingxue arrived at White Light's side with a large stride, wanting to carry him up. But just as her hands were about to touch White Light suddenly vanished before her eyes. You'd. A.M. In little animal. I'm going to kill you. Following that, Shangguan Lingxue heard Seventh Prince's shocked and furious voice. Turning around to look, she saw that Seventh Prince's face had a few extra claw marks. Clearly, they were left behind by White Light. Shangguan Lingxue's eyes involuntarily revealed astonishment. A tier 2 little white tiger actually wounded Seventh Prince? What was the background of this one person and one beast? Each of them actually had such extraordinary skills. But White Light, who succeeded in one try, already returned to Yi Yuan's embrace, dripping with fresh blood, looking horrifyingly ghastly. His injuries were clearly very severe. That slap from Seventh Prince earlier was really not light at all. Yi Yuan lightly caressed White Light. Taking in a deep breath, he said to Seventh Prince, "Seventh Prince, right? Very good. I remembered this." Yi Yuan and White Light were together day and night. He had long treated him as an indispensable part of his own life already. To talk about feelings, his feelings towards White Light was even deeper compared to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Seventh Prince actually beat White Light to such a manner. This was something that Yi Yuan could not accept. Hence, he had to suffer Yi Yuan's wrath. This Seventh Prince was indeed well deserving of being the number one expert among the capital's junior generation. His strength was truly, peerlessly powerful. Although his realm was similar to Lanbao's, his true combat power was not even on the same level as Lanbao. This seventh prince similarly comprehended true intent. Hence, that one exchange earlier, Yi Yuan could not fully evade seventh prince's attack and sustained considerable internal injuries. Under the situation where his movement technique could not gain any advantage, Yi Yuan's realm became his greatest shortfall. There was a full major realm disparity between the two of them. Yi Yuan, just sustaining injuries, was already the best outcome. Seventh Prince, who had always feared neither heaven nor earth, actually could not help shuddering when he saw Yi Yuan's ice-cold eyes. What's going on? I actually feel fear? How is that possible? Seventh Prince could not quite believe it in his heart. Haha, still want to take revenge? That will also have to see if you have that opportunity. Seventh Prince grinned hideously. This seventh prince was decisive in killing, taking action when he said so, and completely did not say a word of rubbish. Plus his voice had yet to fade when his person already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. His movement technique was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed his movement technique. At the same time, he condensed out a small handful of 1,000 flowing petals to block in front of him. Bang! Even so, Yi Yuan was still sent flying out. Seventh Prince's speed was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not dodge in time. Pooh work. Yi Yuan vomited blood again. But he adamantly safeguarded white light in his bosom and did not let him sustain a single bit of shock. White Light's injuries were already very severe. If he received damage again, he would die. If this were not the case, Yi Yuan would not clash head-on with Seventh Prince either. Enough, Your Highness, Seventh Prince. Shangguan Lingxue admonished. Seventh Prince said flatly, Lingxue, you should know my temperament. I absolutely won't permit anyone or anything that threatens my existence. This boy is rather abnormal. If I let him grow unchecked, he might really be able to threaten me. Therefore, he must die today. As he said, Seventh Prince placed his hands together. An extremely powerful essence, energy, undulation spread out. Chapter 397. Seventh Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingxue. Seventh Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingxue. Toward some latent threats, Seventh Prince had always exterminated them while they were still in their budding state. Yi Yuan was actually able to evade 2 of his attacks consecutively with second-level crystal formation realm strength. This was something utterly inconceivable. Therefore, he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Even if Shangguan Lingxue barred the way, he also had to kill Yi Yuan. Boy, in the capital, body dares to oppose me, Zhao Chang'an. All those who set themselves against me are already dead. You won't be an exception too. Don't blame me either. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not growing eyes to provoke an existence such as myself. Seventh Prince said icily. Finished talking, his figure moved and already arrived before Yi Yuan. Bang! A huge explosion. Zhao Chang'an's figure fell back over a dozen steps before barely managing to stop his body. His palm being returned. Zhao Chang'an's internal organs were in a disorderly mess. Alchemy King S.H.I+. Seeing the arrival clearly, Zhao Chang'an said in surprise. The arrival was precisely S.H.I. plus Howren. He turned around to take a look at the severely wounded Yi Yuan, his brows involuntarily knitted together. All right, won't die. Okay, then you tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. No, I won't die. Borrow Senior's pill refinement room to use. Go ahead. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill to consume and carried White Light into the pill refinement room. He did not look at Zhao Chang'an from start to end. Zhao Chang'an's brows furrowed. He said S.H.I. plus Howren, Alchemy King S.H.I. plus Caesar Jr.? Why haven't I heard about it before? S.H.I. plus Howren did not answer him. Raising one hand, a medicinal pill appeared in his hand, only to see him released gently. The medicinal pill fell. He grabbed it in his hand and casually rubbed it. A pile of powder fell from the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan and Shangwan Lingshue's expression changed. They came to find S.H.I. plus Howard precisely for the sake of requesting a medicinal pill from him. S.H.I. plus Howard did not come out the entire time because he was refining the medicinal pill for them. That was why he did not detect the commotion outside. Now that the medicinal pill was already refined, S.H.I. plus Howard actually destroyed it in front of them. You guys leave. Don't come back in the future. This place doesn't welcome you. Of course, if Junior Apprentice Brother G forgives you, I won't say much. Please, S.H.I. plus Howard made a please leave gesture. The meaning of showing guests the door was already perfectly clear. Zhao Chenggan's facial expression flickered erratically. Within this capital, he had always been high and lofty. Never had he suffered such treatment. Even prior to this, S.H.I. plus Howard was all smiles towards him. For the sake of this brat, S.H.I. plus Howard actually fell out with him. Alchemy King S.H.I. plus, it was this boy who offended me. That's why I made a move to punish him. Furthermore, I wasn't aware that he was your junior. That's why there was this misunderstanding. Zhao Chenggang explained. S.H.I. plus Howard's strength was extremely formidable. He also had exceedingly high status in the capital. Zhao Chenggan felt that there was the need to explain to him. After all, this sort of thing like offending the alchemist association was not something amusing. Although S.H.I. plus Howard could not represent the alchemist association, he was Sovereign Star Abyss's strongest eldest disciple. To a very large degree, his attitude represented Sovereign Star Abyss's attitude. Zhao Chenggan never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually S.H.I. plus Howard's junior. It was a little troublesome this time, but he also had immense faith towards his own identity. 1. Tie and strength. He believed that S.H.I. plus Howard would not easily offend him either. One had to know that behind him stood the fierce Gale world's most powerful, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Yet he was too naive. I have no interest in hearing which of you is right or wrong. I only saw you trying to kill him just now, so you can scram now. S.H.I. plus Howard said coolly. Zhao Chenggan was enraged upon hearing that and said, S.H.I. plus Howard, me explaining to you is giving you face. You don't fail to appreciate others' kindness. Could it be that you wish to let the alchemist association break away from His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Me making you scram is already taking into account His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, do you think that you can leave Qixia Mountain alive? All right, if you still don't get lost, I'm going to make a move. S.H.I. plus Howard did not give face in the slightest. Zhao Chenggan's expression changed again and again. S.H.I. plus Howard had always had a benign and uncontentious appearance. Today's S.H.I. plus Howard was his first time seeing it. Fine, I'll leave. You'll regret it, S.H.I. plus Howard. Lingxue, let's go. Zhao Chenggan gritted his teeth and said, S.H.I. plus Howard placed both hands behind his back and did not even look at them. Around an hour later, Yi Yuan walked out of the pill refinement room, carrying white light. S.H.I. plus Howard hurriedly went forward to greet him. Seeing that Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale, S.H.I. plus Howard said with a frown, "You're really messing around, suffering such heavy injuries and still forcefully refining pills. Wouldn't that pile injury on top of injuries?" Just now, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill whole and did not have time to refine the medicinal effect at all before entering seclusion to refine pills. Although it was only refining a tier 2 demonic pill, Yi Yuan was heavily wounded. After vomiting blood several times in succession, it already added injuries on top of injuries. Seeing S.H.I. plus Howard being concerned, Yi Yuan felt his heart warm. He forced a smile and said, "No worries. I'm fine. White Light's injuries are very severe. If I don't help him refine medicinal pills, the outcome is hard to say." S.H.I. plus Howard heaved a sigh and said, "You're somebody who values sentiments greatly. To actually do things to this extent for your contract beast. This junior, I acknowledge you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "White Light and I don't have a contractual relations. H.I. plus P. We're equals. We're just like family. How can I watch him die?" S.H.I. plus Howard said in astonishment. "And you guys actually don't have a contractual relations. H.I. plus P. This little white tiger is only tier 2, and he's actually so capable of perceiving the thoughts of humans. Under ordinary circumstances, humans could only own a contract beast by thoroughly subjugating a demonic beast and forcing it to sign a divine soul contract. But this little white tiger had no contractual relations. H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan, and actually even threw away its own life for him. This was something that S.H.I. plus Howard had never heard of before. "Indeed so," Yi Yuan said smilingly. "White Light, this little fellow's origins, was very mysterious. Even Yi Yuan could not figure it out. Being intelligent was also not something rare. And what medicinal pill did you refine for him? Why doesn't he have any reaction at all?" S.H.I. plus Howard noticed that White Light was not quite right. Logically speaking, after consuming medicinal pills, one's spirit would be a little better. But White Light did not stir at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't know what's happening too. After he consumed the medicinal pill, he fell into a state of deep sleep. But I can sense that his aura is currently in the midst of gradual recovery. It should be fine." S.H.I. plus Howard observed closely and saw that it was indeed so. He could not help clicking his tongue in surprise. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Zhao Qinggan and opened his mouth to ask, "Oh, right, where's that 7th prince?" S.H.I. plus Howard curled his lips and said, "I made him get lost." As he said S.H.I. plus Howard briefly recounted the matter just now for Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan stare with his mouth agape after hearing it. He only smiled bitterly after a long while and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Why was there a need for that, Senior?" Chapter 398. Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. 7th Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yin lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. S.H.I. plus Howard said coolly. Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. 7th Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yin lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. S.H.I. plus Howard said coolly. Yi Yuan did not think that a mere alchemy king actually had such courage. Speaking of which, it was really quite likely Dao Hang that chap's character. That boy, apart from being very cautious around him and treating him with the courtesy of a teacher from beginning to the end, he would speak brusquely to others. An appearance like your father was number 1 under the heaven. Seemed like this problem of his was successfully said down to his disciple, which said on to his grand students. Although he had not seen this side of Star Abyss yet, it was presumably around the same. I don't need that. This sort of thing like taking revenge, I love to do it the most. Looks like Everybody thinks that my cultivation realm is low and easy to bully. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. It was uncertain what he was thinking about. S-H-I. Plus Howard thought that Yi Yuan was lamenting and could not help patting his shoulders as he consoled. Junior, you're only 16 years old and already at the second level crystal formation realm. This speed is already very fast. When 7th Prince was at your age, he was at most spirit condensation realm. You're way stronger than him. This sort of thing like raising realm can't be rushed. It's best to proceed steadily step by step. In S-H-I. Plus Howard's view, Yi Yuan had such accomplishments at a young age. He surely considered himself to be self-important. Yet he suffered a blow from 7th Prince today. This was likely very hard for Yi Yuan to accept. If Yi Yuan ruined his foundation because he rushed to break through realms, that would be losing the main goal because of small gains. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for Senior's concern. I have a sense of propriety." S-H-I. Plus Howard only relaxed after seeing that Yi Yuan's eyes had regained tranquility. He said, "You recover from your injuries first. After 2 days, I'll introduce the other fellow apprentices for you to get to know." Yi Yuan nodded and did not say anything else. On the second day, Yi Yuan was notified to gather at the main hall. By the time he reached, there were already 6 to 7 people there. Each one of them sized up Yi Yuan curiously. Yi Yuan was also sizing them up curiously. Barring no accidents, these few people should be those new seniors of his. At this time, S-H-I. Plus Howard also accompanied Star Abyss and slowly walked out. "Master," everyone greeted in unison. Yi Yuan naturally could not be a maverick. He could only bow along. Star Abyss nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say, "I believe that you're all aware Master accepted a new disciple yesterday. It's Ji Qing. Come, you all get to know each other." Howard, give an introduction. S-H-I. Plus Howard came to the center of everyone and said to Ji Qing, "Come, I'll introduce to you a few seniors. This fatso is your second senior brother, Tang Ji." Yi Yuan said, "Ji Qing has seen second senior brother." That fatty laughed and said, "Junior brother is indeed a fine-looking man. I heard that you were actually able to reach the legendary realm. Truly remarkable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not at all. It was all luck yesterday." S-H-I. Plus Howard smiled as he dragged a blue S-H-I. Plus RT youth over, introducing, "This is your third senior brother, Yu Guang." Yi Yuan similarly gave a bow. Yu Guang smiled and said, "Junior brother is already a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. I think that in the future, you'll surely Serpa. S your predecessors." Yi Yuan went along with a smile. Next was the 4th senior brother Zhu Liang, 5th senior brother Cheng Su, 6th senior brother Jiang Yu, as well as 7th senior brother Wu Huilong. There were actually 3 alchemy kings among these 7 people and 4 high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. The might of these few people were clear at a glance. Li Daohong's lineage, while few in numbers, each one was able to hold a front. But through S-H-I. Plus Howard's introduction, only 3rd senior brother Yu Guang held a position in the Alchemist S association among these 7 people. The rest had been following Star Abyss all along to cultivate and did not mingle with secular affairs. Seemed like this Star Abyss had quite the attainments in this aspect of teaching disciples. When S-H-I. Plus Howard finished the introductions, Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You all don't look at how number 8's age is younger than yours. His alchemy strength is stronger than all of you. In the future, if you have any queries in alchemy that you don't understand, feel free to consult him." "What? Consult little junior brother?" "Master, isn't this statement used a little incorrectly?" said number 4, Zhu Yang. "Yeah, master. Not that we're looking down on little junior brother, but we've followed you for so many years and have more or less learned some smatterings. It can't be to such an extent where we can't even match little junior brother, right?" Number 7 Wu Huilong was evidently quite reluctant to yield. Star Abyss narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Your little junior brother had a fortuitous encounter before entering my tutelage. His alchemy abilities are unfathomable, more than ample to be half your teacher. You all don't have to make such a huge fuss over nothing and don't need to argue with me either. Those who are unwilling to submit can very well challenge him. Of course, his age is young. You guys don't use cultivation realm to bully him. S.H.I. plus Howren and second senior brother Tang Ji were still all right. But the other people's faces more or less had a hint of unnatural expression. Clearly, they begged to differ on Star Abyss's words. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday in the Grand Pill Assembly, they had already heard a little to some extent. But what one heard might be false, while what one saw would be real. Yi Yuan was definitely remarkable, but it was also not remarkable to the extent where he could be their teacher, right? Yi Yuan kept quiet the entire time, but he had already cursed Star Abyss's predecessors countless times over in his heart. This old punk actually made him help him teach his disciples without even giving him a heads up, asking an alchemy emperor to help guide his disciples. To think that this fellow could do it seemed like this old punk also came around a little and wanted to exploit his value. Sai, who asked him to owe this old fellow such a great favor. Yesterday, Yi Yuan already reached a consensus with Star Abyss. Star Abyss would help him inquire about his fellow apprentice's news. If there was a possibility, Star Abyss would directly make a move to get that person out. Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was not suited to get people, but Star Abyss was different. Body would suspect him. With Star Abyss making a move, wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices should be much easier. Seniors, don't listen to Master talking rubbish. If there are any queries, we fellow apprentices should have more exchanges. Everybody improve together, Yi Yuan said modestly. These few people's expressions only became slightly better after hearing Yi Yuan's words. They were all people who were hundreds of years old. Asking them to consult a little child, they really could not quite get past their psychological barrier. Star Abyss opened his mouth again at this time to say calmly, "There's also an incident that happened yesterday. His Highness, the Seventh Prince, actually almost killed number 8 in our Qixia Mountain. This made me very displeased. Looks like our alchemist, A.S. Association has been amicable for far too long. Body takes us seriously anymore. SSS. There's actually such a thing? Zhao Qinggan, this person, is very overbearing. This really seems like something he would do. Haha. Looks like Master, his elderly self, is going to fly off the handle this time. It's been so long since I saw Master go wild. Really looking forward to it." Indeed, Star Abyss said slowly, "From today onwards, the Alchemist Association and my Dao Yin lineage will stop helping everyone from the Imperial family to refine medicinal pills, and we will carry out an all-around sanction on them." Chapter 399. Jin Huanjin was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea Realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. Jin Huanjin was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea Realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. This team that Jin Huanjin commanded was about to set off for the front lines very soon. When soldiers go out to battle, medicinal pills and weapons naturally could not be dispensed with, especially medicinal pills. It was far too important to a team. The quant. 1. Tie and quality of medicinal pills concerned their survival rate and ability to sustain in battle. A few days ago, the Swift Wind Guards ordered a batch of medicinal pills from the Alchemist Association. And today it was precisely the date to collect the medicinal pills. Jin Huanjin came to the Alchemist Association to find Yang Xiao, but was stopped by his disciple outside the door. "Oh, Linha, how have you been recently?" Jin Huanjin frequently had dealings with Yang Xiao. He was naturally very familiar with his eldest disciple, Lin Yi. If it were before, Lin Yi would have bowed and greeted long ago. But today, his nose turned up towards the skies, looking like he could not see anyone. "Master is currently refining pills. If there's something, come back another day," Lin Yi said very coldly. Jin Huanjin's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart, putting aside the fact that his relations H.I. plus P with Yang Xiu was not shallow. He was the alchemist of his association's big money bag. Why was this Lin Yi's words today so smelly and hard? N. Elder Yang and I have made an arrangement long ago to come and collect medicinal pills today. Why would he just happen to be refining pills? Jin Huanjin said with a frown. How should I know? I only know that Master made me guard here and not let some random S.H.I. plus asterisk T2Y people come and interrupt his pill refinement. Jin Huanjin's face darkened. He said unhappily, What are you saying, Linny? Elder Yang and I are old friends. I'm also some random SH asterisk TTY person. Like this, you go in and inform him. Just say that I came. It's impossible that he won't see me. Lin, he was similarly displeased as he said, Master is at the crucial moment of pill refinement. How can he be interrupted? If anything goes wrong with his pill refinement, can you shoulder this responsibility? You? Good, very good. Wait until I see Elder Yang. I'm going to ask him if I, Jin Huanjin, am some random SH asterisk TTY person. Isn't he refining pills? I'll just wait here today. Jin Huanjin was furious to the extreme and decided to dawdle with this Lin Yi. But to really let him barge inside, he still did not have that gall. The Alchemist A.S. Association had the entire Fearscale world's best alchemists. Furthermore, they were independent of the Wind Emperor's jurisdiction. And, body dared to provoke them. Lin, he said that Yang Xiu was refining pills. If it really was some important medicinal pill, Jin Huanjin really could not bear the responsibilities. Even the Fearscale world where alchemy skills were undeveloped. While Jin Huanjin and Yang Xiu were both Soul Sea realms, Yang Xiu's status was much higher than his. But Lin, he said indifferently, Go ahead. Finished talking, Lin Yi ignored Jin Huanjin and let him be. In a twinkle of an eye, 8 hours, Pa said. There was no activity inside at all. Jin Huanjin paced about nonstop. Clearly, he was very restless and angry. He also did not know what was wrong with this Lin Yi today. The latter was purposely setting himself against him. He had waited here for many hours, but not only was there no cup of tea at all, Lin Yi even got people to remove all the chairs. Simple outrageous. Although to a Soul Sea realm martial artist, standing for a couple of hours completely did not matter. This sort of contemptuous feel made him feel immense humiliation. Hard work did not let down the faithful. When the skies turned dark, Yang Xiu finally came out from the pill refinement room. Jin Huanjin was overjoyed when he saw the situation and immediately switched to a smiley face as he went up to greet Yang Xiu. He said, Elder Yang, this Jin has waited for you for a long time. You finally came out. Yang Xiu smiled and said, Oh, so it's Huanjin, huh? Looking for me for? Jin Huanjin was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Logically speaking, refining pills for such a long time, the alchemist's soul force consumption would be tremendous. Even if it was not some important medicinal pill, it should also be somewhat exhausting. But Yang Xiu was full of spirit and energy, completely without the sense of any fatigue. Could this Lin Yi be lying to him? Right away, Jin Huanjin probed with a sentence. Elder Yang, were you refining pills earlier? Yang Xiu said puzzledly. Refining pill? Not at all. I was researching some stuff in the pill refinement room. While researching, I lost track of time. To think that the sky already became dark. Jin Huanjin gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Elder Yang, not that this Jin likes to rat on others, but this disciple of yours, Lin Yi, looks down on people way too much. When I came to find you, he actually said that you were refining pills, causing this Jin to wait bitterly outside for 8 hours. Jin Huanjin poured out all the bitter water in his stomach and totally thought that Yang Xiu would reprimand Lin Yi fiercely. But the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Yang Xiu looked at Lin Yi and asked, You told him that I was refining pills? Lin Yi nodded and said yes. The conversation progressed until here. Jin Huanjin was already prepared to watch the show by the side, when Yang Xiu's following words nearly made him vomit a mouthful of old blood, only to see Yang Xiu slowly turn his head to Jin Huanjin and said, "Oh, like that, huh? It's this old man who remembered wrongly just now. I was indeed refining medicinal pills the entire day. Sigh, getting old, becoming useless. If there's anything, find me tomorrow. I have to head back to rest." Jin Huanjin's eyes became wide as saucers as he looked at Yang Xiu and did not recover for a long time. All the way until Yang Xiu left, did he suddenly awaken and hastily chased after. "Wait a minute, Elder Yang! Wait a minute, Elder Yang!" Jin Huanjin yelled out. Yang Xiu said impatiently, "Oh, Huanjin, today's already very late. If there's anything, talk again tomorrow." Jin Huanjin panicked as he said, "Don't be like this, Elder Yang. The army is about to set out right away. I really can't afford to delay. Elder Yang, that batch of medicinal pills of mine, is it?" "Medicinal pills? What medicinal pills?" Yang Xiu said with a blank face. Seeing Yang Xiu's expression, Jin Huanjin's heart palpitated. He hastily reminded, 10 days ago, didn't we agree to order a batch of medicinal pill from you? Is there such a thing? Why am I unaware? Old brother, recently, our association's orders are seriously too many. I can't even manage it on my side. How about you wait a while longer?" Yang Xiu reminded with good intentions. Jin Huanjin was perfectly clear that Yang Xiu was deliberately troubling him here. But he was also utterly confused. He did not know how in the world he offended this mighty G.O.D. Yang Xiu's status in the Alchemist Association was exceedingly high. Jin Huanjin could not afford to offend. He could only urge, "Elder Yang, you're clearly aware that our army is about to set off in a few days now. We can't afford to wait." Yang Xie spread his two hands out and said, "Then there's no way about it. I'm really swamped over on this side. How about, old brother, you seek someone more qualified?" Jin Huanjin cursed in his heart, but had no choice but to ask cautiously. He said, "Elder Yang, I don't know how little brother offended your elderly self. How about you express it a little?" Yang Xiu chuckled and said, "Not at all. Not at all. Old brother, you're really thinking too much. I'm really busy over here. All right, not talking anymore. My head is dizzy from refining pills. Heading back, first to rest." The same scene played out everywhere in the alchemist capital. Chapter 400. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. "Old Jin, do you think that these group of people from the Alchemist Association went nuts? They don't want to earn glimmering, high-grade essence crystals. Is this shredding all pretenses of cordiality with us?" asked the commander bitterly. Jin Huanjin was also green in the face and in dismal. "Yeah, old Jin, among us, you're the one with the oldest qualifications. You got to come up with an idea. We're about to set off right away. If we don't have the guarantee of this batch of medicinal pills, what will we use to fight with the endless world martial artists?" said another commander. "Old Jin, do you think they detest that the essence crystals we gave are too few, and they wish to take this opportunity to viciously extort a sum from us?" Jin Huanjin was vexed in his heart and waved his hand, saying, all right, stop making noise. Tomorrow morning, I'll go and test Yang Xiu's waters. I keep feeling that this matter isn't that simple. Everyone, come your horses down first. I'll go back and rest. Wait for my news tomorrow." The second day, early in the morning, Jin Huanjin directly cut Yang Xiu off at his residence. "Elder Yang, we have worked together for so many years. You also know that this batch of medicinal pills concerns the life and death of our brothers. You can't wash your hands off this matter," Jin Huanjin said with a grimace. "Aya, why is it you again, old brother? Didn't I tell you? I'm really too busy recently. I really don't have time to help you guys refine medicinal pills." Yang Xiu similarly had a grimace. Jin Huanjin grabbed hold of Yang Xiu's sleeves and actually kneeled down directly. "Old brother, what are you doing here?" Yang Xiu said with an astonished look. "Old brother, I Jin Huanjin, am throwing out this old face today. If this batch of medicinal pill can't be obtained, and His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, investigates this, I, old Jin, am still dead. Old brother, you can't stand aside and watch me die. Jin Huanjin was just short of sniveling in tears. Yang Xiu gave a sigh and said, Old brother, it's really not that old brother is not helping you, but can't help you. Jin Huanjin's heart stirred. He still had a weeping face as he asked, Old brother, where did younger brother? I offend you? You just say it out. But you can't wash your hands off this matter no matter what. Yang Xiu's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a sigh again and said, Old brother Jin, our friends. I plus P doesn't need me to say anymore. You know it in your heart. But this time, old brother Jin, I really can't help you. I'll give you an explanation, but you must make sure not to sell me out. Jin Huanjin's heart nearly jumped out. He hurriedly said, Old brother, just say. If I sell old brother out, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yang Xiu nodded and said slowly, Actually, it's this. Meaning, Yang Xiu extended out a finger and pointed at the sky. Jin Huanjin's expression changed. Although Yang Xiu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Who else was there above Yang Xiu? It could only be Sovereign Star Abyss. If it was like this, then the problem was huge. Although Sovereign Star Abyss's strength was not on the same level as His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, their statuses did not differ too much. This, old brother, just what reason is it to actually make the Lord carry out such a decision? Jin Huanjin asked in shock. Yang Xiu sighed and said, To be able to let the Lord carry out such a decision, it's naturally because somebody touched his reverse scale and offended his elderly self. All right, I can only talk until here. I can't say any more. Once that Lord flares his temper, body can withstand it. Jin Huanjin seemed to have recalled something terrifying, his face revealing terror. There was such a thing? That old man looks pretty amiable. To think that he's so scary when he flies off the handle. Yi Yuan was quite surprised. Third senior brother Yu Guang had an antic. 1p. Aiding look as he said, Isn't that so? Back then, even eldest senior brother hadn't entered tutelage yet. Not a single person in the entire capital was unaware of this matter. It was just that body dared to talk about it. Master was so awe-inspiring. He directly flew up to the royal palace and stood in midair, provokingly challenging His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. The third prince was forced by Lord Master to commit suicide. From start to finish, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, did not show his face. In truth, that was already a form of yielding. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Such a disgraceful matter. How could the Wind Emperor possibly make an appearance? The third prince coming out to commit suicide appeased Star Abyss's fury and also preserved the royal family's face. It was counted as a better ending. Back then, S.H.I. plus Howren had not entered his tutelage yet. Star Abyss took in a disciple. The result was that he clashed with the third prince and was killed by the third prince. Star Abyss was furious when he heard the news and directly charged up to the royal palace's city walls and forced the third prince to commit suicide. Ever since then, the name of Star Abyss being protective of his people became utterly resounding in the capital. These 2 days, Yi Yuan had been guiding his few seniors constantly and became rather idle. Of course, this was also not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. Among the few seniors, the most unwilling to acquiesce was third senior brother Yu Guang. He challenged Yi Yuan using exchange as the reason. The result was that he was utterly convinced with his loss. Ever since then, the seniors no longer doubted Star Abyss's words. These 2 days, quite a few seniors came to Yi Yuan's place to consult him on some problems. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them either. The answers that he gave were all very exquisite. After the seniors went back to appreciate it in detail, they actually felt that it was even more exquisite than what Master Star Abyss said, and even more profound and simpler to understand. Although these few disciples that Star Abyss took on were different in personalities, they were all honest and frank people. Not only were they not jealous of Yi Yuan, but they also took him to be a good mentor and helpful friend instead. Speaking of which, they inherited the same ideology and behavior as that fellow Li Daohang. Different from happy thoughts on Yi Yuan's side, Seventh Prince's side descended into extreme chaos. These few days, storms raged in the capital. Everyone and everything were in a chaotic mess, investigating the matter of why Star Abyss would target the royal family. Other people did not know why, but he was all too clear. He initially thought that it was not something of a big deal. He did not kill Yi Yuan in the end as well. Plus Howard would not do anything to him. But he forgot that there was still an even more terrifying sovereign star abyss above plus Howard. As a matter of fact, Zhao Qinggan had already forgotten the third prince's matter. At that time, he wasn't even born yet. Although he heard some extent of it later on, he did not take it to heart. All the way until the news of the Alchemist Association sanctioning the royal family spread over. Only then Zhao Qinggan was shocked, recalling the incident of the third prince being forced to commit suicide. These 2 days, he was in a constant state of anxiety. After thinking it over and over again, Zhao Qinggan finally still decided to go and find His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to admit his wrong. Within the deep and serene palace, it was void of people. Zhao Qinggan stood in the great hall, but felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. This child, Zhao Qinggan, requests to meet royal father. Zhao Qinggan forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "What is it?" A voice came over serenely from the depths of the palace, as if it sounded out from the underworld. "This child. Zhao Qinggan kneeled onto the ground with a slam and said nervously, "This child deserves death. The matter with the Alchemist Association was caused by this child. I beg royal father to mete out punishment." There was no reply. Only Zhao Qinggan's breathing sound was left in the entire great hall. Chapter 401. Zhao Qinggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. Zhao Qinggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. He felt like his own heart was about to explode. In the silence, every second felt like a year to Zhao Qinggan. "I already know." That cold voice sounded out again. Zhao Qinggan's entire body shuddered. Cold sweat already drenched his entire body. "Please mete out punishment, father. I didn't think. This was a test that this emperor gave you. For you to be able to arrive here, you've already said the test." When Zhao Qinggan heard these words, he felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. No words were more pleasant to the ears than these few words. As the fierce gale world's sole, boundless realm powerhouse, even a fool knew the Wind Emperor's terror. But Zhao Qinggan was even more deeply aware that the Wind Emperor's terror was not just strength. This person himself was the most terrifying. "Thank you, royal father," Zhao Qinggan said agitatedly. "Don't be in a rush to give thanks. This matter was incited by you. You think of a way to resolve it. Even I don't wish to provoke old man Star Abyss. You actually dare to yank his beard." Although he sounded calm, Zhao Qinggan could hear the Wind Emperor's fury. "Yes, this child knows his mistake. Royal father, please point out the right path." Zhao Qinggan perspired heavily. "You, go think about it yourself. This is also a test for you. All right, take your leave." When the voice faded, there wasn't any sound in the great hall anymore. Coming out from the great hall, it was like Zhao Qinggan had experienced a life and death great battle. His entire person was like he was lugged out from the waters, utterly drenched. Returning to his residence, Zhao Qinggan secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Fortunately, he did not harbor any hopes of chance in his heart and admitted his fault to royal father. Or else, his outcome would surely be very tragic. The Wind Emperor had never had any consciousness of the saying, "A vicious tiger would not eat its cubs," toward his own sons. He also never had a sine heart. He caused such a major problem this time, and it was even at the critical juncture of the great army moving out. If this matter could not be settled nicely, he would still die very horribly. Thinking up to here, Zhao Qinggan could not help getting a headache. Just what should he do to make that old fellow, Star Abyss, rescind the sanctions on the royal family? These few days, Zhao Qinggan more or less understood Star Abyss's personality through many inquiries. This old man was normally still very amiable, but once you touched his reverse scale, his terror was that even the Wind Emperor could not withstand it. Very clearly, he had already touched his reverse scale. Zhao Qinggan's thought involuntarily turned to Yi Yuan. Could it be that he really had to apologize to that punk? But the moment he thought of Yi Yuan's haughty look, Zhao Qinggan shrunk back again. He felt that even if he went to apologize, Yi Yuan definitely would not accept it either. Just how should this be gone about doing? In a blink, an entire night passed said. Zhao Qinggan sat there woodenly for a night without moving a single muscle. The skies were about to brighten when Zhao Qinggan suddenly clenched his fists and stood up all at once, seemingly like he made some sort of resolution. It was already daytime. The streams of people in the central capital streets were bustling about. It was forever that busy. All of a sudden, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and turned to look towards a direction, only to see a young man bearing his upper body, carrying a bundle of thorns on his back, and walking forward step by step. This sort of thing that cut a wide swath was not frequently seen in the capital. It naturally drew the eyes of many people. What's this person doing? What's he carrying a bundle of thorns on his back for? Is he sick? Those are sawtooth tree branches. The branches are covered in blades. Having it wrapped around the body, sinking into the flesh, is not much worse off than getting 1,000 cuts. Chill. Do you want to die? That is His Highness, the 7th Prince. My G.O.D. Who could make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do such a thing to admit fault and ask for punishment? Doesn't he wish to live anymore? Who knows about this kind thing? The 7th Prince is the person most likely to inherit the great position of the Wind Emperor. The person able to make him do such a thing is bound to be extremely formidable. Looking at the direction he's walking in, it should be Qixia Mountain. Only that Lord has the qualifications to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do this sort of thing like carrying a rod and asking for punishment. You're saying, Sovereign Star Abyss, what did His Highness, the 7th Prince, do to actually provoke and enrage that Lord? Hee, that isn't what you and I can know. The people surrounding to watch were getting increasingly more. There was already an extremely large procession following behind Zhao Qinggan. But they all know the 7th Prince's prowess. They just followed far away and did not dare to get too close, while Zhao Qinggan himself looked steadily ahead, walking in the direction of Qixia Mountain step by step. By the time he walked to the foot of the mountain, there was already a sea of people behind him. One would be unable to see the end with a glance. Ji Qing, 7th Prince Zhao Qinggan, came bearing a rod today to ask you for punishment. Zhao Qinggan enunciated each word, and he actually directly kneeled down. His voice, Zhao Qinggan, revolved essence energy fully. The entire Qixia Mountain should be able to hear it. Behind him, the crowd let out a huge hubbub. The exalted 7th Prince, His Highness, actually kneeled down. Who is Ji Qing? I've never heard that there was such a character in our central capital. I haven't heard of him before as well. Doesn't Sovereign Star Abyss only have 7 disciples? There doesn't seem to be Ji Qing this character, right? Ignorant and ill-informed. A few days ago, the Shao family and Tong family organized the Grand Pill Assembly. Originally, the Shao family's defeat was already set. It was precisely this Ji Qing who turned the raging tides, defeating the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchang, saving the Shao family. Furthermore, this Ji Qing did not win by a narrow margin, but he crushed Tong Wenchang in an overwhelming manner until he could not even lift his head. I heard that he is already locked up by the Tong family and completely became an invalid. There was such a thing? I was just saying that recently that the Tong family shops increased anew again. Such a major incident actually happened. Like this Ji Qing is truly a character. Could it be? That's right. He's already taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss under his tutelage, becoming his 8th disciple. But Why is His Highness the Seventh Prince doing such a thing to apologize to this Ji Qing? That I don't know. TSK. The dignified Wind Emperor's successor actually suffered such an unprecedented shame. The days to come to the capital will probably be very fun. On top of Qixia Mountain, S.H.I. Plus Howard looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Little junior brother, this move from Master is really ruthless. It actually forced the arrogant Seventh Prince to this state." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "He has body but himself to blame for it." S.H.I. Plus Howard nodded, firmly agreeing. Yi Yuan had already explained the entire course of the incident to everyone. Making a move to kill somebody due to a single word of disagreement, only a person like the Seventh Prince could do it. Except, if he killed some people, then he killed them. But there were some people who were not those he could afford to offend. This punk deserves it. But when are you planning on going down, little junior brother?" asked the plump second senior brother Tang Ji with a laugh. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "What's the hurry? Let him kneel for a while first. Let's discuss alchemy skills in depth first." Chapter 4, 02 Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Qinggan's face became progressively darker. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Qinggan's face became progressively darker. He had already kneeled for a full 6 hours. Qixia Mountain's gates were still tightly shut. There wasn't even a person who came out to say H.E.L. Lo. He was the dignified Seventh Prince. Wasn't Qixia Mountain, this group of people, taking him too lightly? Zhao Qinggan really want to stomp off right now and then gather the Swift Wind Guards to come and slaughter all of these guys. But when he thought of the Wind Emperor's faint voice, a gust of cool air welled up from the bottom of his heart, instantly extinguished. H.I. Plussing all of the flames. Bearing the rod to come and ask for punishment was something that he made the painful decision to do after he thought for one night. Before coming, he already planned out well. No matter how much humiliation he suffered today, he had to push through it. Yet when it really came down to it, he had no choice but to admit how great the difficulty was. His Highness, the Seventh Prince, has already kneeled here for many hours. The skies are almost turning dark soon. I heard that the Lord's personality is very nice. What on earth did he do to make that Lord on Qixia Mountain become so enraged? Ignorant and ill-informed much? That Lord's personality is pretty good, but once he truly becomes furious, even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has to make a concession. Is there still some story in between this? That person briefly summarized the Third Prince's incident and said, "My guess is that Seventh Prince likely had a conflict with that person called Ji Qing and nearly killed him. There was actually such a thing. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Seventh Prince is famously tyrannical in the capital and frequently kills people because of some small issue. But this time, he kicked a metal plate. You can say that again. There had never been a lack of meddlesome people in this world. No matter how long Zhao Qinggan kneeled there, they would crowd around to watch. After several hours said, everyone pretty much guessed the entire sequence of events. Zhao Qinggan tried his best not to listen to these discussions. But the sounds of these comments still barged inside his ears ceaselessly, making it even more tormenting for him. If not because today's matter was of utmost importance, he would definitely explode and kill people. Right at this time, a 16 to 17-year-old Azure S.H.I. plus RT youth appeared in everyone's sight. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Zhao Qinggan, stretched his waist, and gave a yawn as he asked with a curious look, "Isn't this His Highness, the Seventh Prince? What are you doing here?" Zhao Qinggan forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and said solemnly, "This Zhao Qinggan specially came here to admit his fault and ask for punishment. Young Master Ji, please inflict punishment." As he said, Zhao Qinggan pulled out a thorn from his back and delivered it before Yi Yuan with both hands. Yi Yuan received the thorn rather playfully and asked with a smile, "What fault does your Highness have?" Ji Qing doesn't quite get it. That day, Didn't your highness say that those who oppose you are all already dead? I wonder how your highness can seek the forgiveness of a dead person. That day, it was this little prince who was momentarily muddled and offended young Master G. So today, I specially came here to apologize and seek punishment. Zhao Qinggan was long prepared for this and answered, "Oh, like this, huh? Your highness is unsurpa. Sadly overbearing. I wonder if I'll die in the streets tomorrow after I forgive you today," Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. Zhao Qinggan was secretly alarmed. He really had this thought. He was prepared to find a chance to finish Yi Yuan off after this matter blows over. Of course, he would not make a move himself. There were too many ways to kill people. Personally, making a move to kill people was naturally the dumbest method, getting stench all over yourself for nothing. Who would have thought that his idea was seen through by Yi Yuan at a glance? What is young Master Ji talking about? This little prince really sees through his error. That's why I'm apologizing today with such a serious attitude about this matter. I was truly too reckless on that day. It will never happen again in the future, Zhao Qinggan hurriedly said. Oh, is that so? I've just arrived here and don't really have any enemies in the capital yet. So, if anything happens to me in the future, this liability will be counted on your highness's head. Zhao Qinggan was full of hatred in his heart. Who said that you did not have enemies? You just offended the entire Tong family a couple of days back, all right? These words from Yi Yuan was clearly borrowing his influence to suppress the Tong family. Furthermore, whoever Yi Yuan provoked in the capital later on, he even had to make an appearance to settle it. What the I was this. But at this critical juncture, Zhao Qinggan had to swallow it too, even if his teeth were shattered. That's of course. As long as anything happens of young Master G in the capital, it can all be counted on my head. At that time, I'll apologize for my crime with death. Zhao Qinggan clenched his teeth and said, such a major incident, it was naturally impossible for those surrounding and watching to be ordinary martial artists. There were bound to be many people from large families and large influences among them. Him making such a promise in front of so many people was virtually pinning a death exemption medallion on Yi Yuan. No matter how large these factions were, how many dared to oppose the Wind Emperor? Even if the seventh prince could not represent the Wind Emperor, and even if the seventh prince lost such a tremendous amount of face today, he was still the strongest among the princes, and also the person with the greatest likelihood of inheriting the position of Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There are so many people here today. Everybody be a witness. This small life of mine is all in the hands of His Highness, the seventh prince. If one day any mishap happens to me, Ji Qing, it cannot be free of relation with His Highness, the seventh prince." Obviously, no one dared to really answer, but Yi Yuan did not need their response. His objective was already accomplished when Zhao Qinggan said these words. Haha, looks like your highness is indeed 100% sincere. Ji Qing, naturally can't fail to appreciate kindness as well. Please return, your highness. This matter will end here, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Qinggan said hesitatingly, young Master Ji then, the medicinal pill matter. Medicinal pill? What medicinal pill? Yi Yuan asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Qinggan was fuming inwardly. He did not believe that Yi Yuan was unaware of the Alchemists' Association's sanctions on the royal family. He was feigning ignorance right now. But, in front of so many people, he could not say it too obviously either. He was stifled until internal injuries were about to erupt. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would invite him in to talk. Who knew that Yi Yuan made him return right away? Aha! And nothing, Zhao Qinggan said sadly. Oh, nothing, huh? Then I'll head back first, your highness. Seniors are still waiting for me to learn alchemy, Yi Yuan said with a beam as if he and Zhao Qinggan were friends. Go ahead. Zhao Qinggan did not know if this was considered completing the mission either. He also did not know what Yi Yuan planned on doing. His heart was still palpitating with uneasiness. If Star Abyss did not withdraw the sanctions, it would still be hard for him to escape death. After returning to the mountain, the group of seniors gave a round of fierce praises to Yi Yuan. Her little junior brother isn't old, but you're extremely adept in handling things. I think after that, Zhao Qinggan goes back. He'll also have no appetite. 1. Te for food and drinks these 2 days. S.H.I. Plus Howard said with a big laugh. Yeah, that Zhao Qinggan is used to being rampant and domineering. Today he lost face all the way home and even had to gift little junior brother a death exemption medallion. It's truly losing one's wife as well as one's soldiers. Yu Guang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not at all. This matter is still ultimately Master's sanctions. That's impressive. Chapter 403. It's true that Master's sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tang, Ji said with a laugh. It's true that Master sanctions are formidable, but the way little junior brother dealt with things magnified the battle results to the extreme. Not only did it eliminate the hidden danger of the Tong family, it even supplemented a death exemption medallion for yourself. Truly impressive. Second senior brother Tang, Ji said with a laugh. Haha, second senior brother is too kind. I was also just claiming some interest. I didn't think that this 7th prince could actually endure such humiliation for an important goal and doing such a thing like bearing thorns to ask for punishment, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. And it was indeed contrary to all expectations. That child knows when to yield and when not to, and his martial strength is also extremely formidable. Indeed, not what the other princes can compare to. Absolutely the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Barring no accidents, the next Wind Emperor is very likely to be him. Hence, you should still be more careful in the future, little junior brother, in case this boy uses some underhanded tricks. S.H.I. Plus Howard warned him. The incident this time also let everyone have a brand new understanding of Zhao Qinggan. The high and mighty Wind Emperor successor actually did this sort of self-belittling thing, making entire capital drop their GLA. SES. But thinking about it carefully, this method of doing things was the best way to handle things at present. Even if Yi Yuan was way less understanding of what was good or bad for him, it was also not possible to let this sanction carry on. Otherwise, the Qixia Mountain lineage would also become unreasonable even with justification. With Zhao Qinggan's status, doing everything to this step was already his limits. If Yi Yuan still refused to budge, that was being unappreciative. If the royal family and the alchemist association, these two giants, really ruptured completely, neither side could bear the consequences. At that time, the one who would be put in an awkward situation would not be the Wind Emperor, but Star Abyss himself. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan's way of handling things was grasped perfectly. It could gain the greatest benefits and also reflect a magnanimous heart. As for Zhao Qinggan's apology, Yi Yuan simply paid no attention to it at all. How could he possibly be deceived by this sort of superficial act? The more sincere Zhao Qinggan's apology was, the more intense his hatred towards him. This sort of high and lofty, ambitious, fierce person would never feel that they were wrong. Rest assured, eldest senior brother. I have a score in my heart. Oh, right, seniors, from today onwards, I'm going to enter seclusion for a month and won't be able to expound on the alchemy path with seniors anymore, Yi Yuan said. Entering a retreat so soon? Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to enter seclusion, the few people felt a great sense of loss in their hearts. These few days, they truly reaped no little benefits by exchanging knowledge together with Yi Yuan. There were even more gains compared to listening to Star Abyss preaching the Tao. Carrying on at this speed, them having some breakthrough in alchemy were inevitable. But Yi Yuan actually entered seclusion at this time. They were naturally quite reluctant to let go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, yes, I sense that I'm about to break through, So I've decided to enter a retreat to pour all my efforts into breaking through realms. Like that, eh? All right then. Miss H.I. plus Howard said. Yi Yuan returned to his own residence. A streak of white silhouette suddenly salt towards him. The white silhouette's speed was exceedingly quickly. Yi Yuan was actually unable to evade with his movement technique. Violent blaze, transforming dragon. In a hurry, Yi Yuan execute a violent blaze, transforming dragon, colliding together with a white silhouette. Bang! The white silhouette directly flew out, while Yi Yuan also fell back 2 steps from the enormous collision force. But Yi Yuan was not astonished. He became overjoyed instead and said, "White light, you actually broke through." "Why, yes, big brother." A slightly choppy and tender voice transmitted into Yi Yuan's mind. It was universal beast language. "And have you unlocked your inherited memories?" Yi Yuan was astonished again. Yes. This time, white light was clearly way smoother when talking. "Huh, you brat. Your breakthrough speed is too rapid. It's almost catching up to this young master." Seeing white light open his mouth to speak, Yi Yuan was also very glad. White light smiled and said, "Big brother, you're the real freak. Your breakthrough speed is too fast, completely without bottlenecks. And just a few-year-old little kid. You're actually calling me big brother?" Yi Yuan said huffily, "If I don't call you big brother, what do I call you then? I don't want to call you master. Proud divine beasts will never become a human's lackey." White light raised his tiger head with a prideful look. Yi Yuan was also tickled by his appearance and said with a smile, "I didn't ask you to call me master, but I can be your uncle with my age, right? Come, call uncle and let me hear." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, white light nearly stumbled to the ground. He said sulkily, "Knock it off. Don't you humans all address each other using cultivation realms? Now that I broke through to tier 3 as well, what's wrong with calling you big brother?" This really does seem to be the case. "Fine, big brother then." Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he inquired, "Oh, right. Do you know your origins now that you unlock your inherited memories?" Yi Yuan was very curious about White Light's origin. He was clearly a descendant of the flowing light white tiger, yet he had treasure-seeking abilities. It was too weird, but White Light shook his head and said, "Don't know. I only unlocked a very small portion of inherited memories. The rest are still sealed and completely can't be opened up yet." Yi Yuan said disappointedly, "Like this, huh? That's too bad. If we know your origin, we can maybe suit our methods to your situation. Who knows, you might be able to break through to divine beast realm." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, White Light was also quite disappointed. Yi Yuan suddenly asked again, "Then, what kind of inherited memories have you awakened? Let's have a look." To divine beasts, inherited memories were something extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, they would never tell it to humans. But ever since the death of his mother, White Light treated Yi Yuan as his only kin. Or else, he would also not have fought Zhao Qinggan to the death under the situation where he was aware he could not contend with him to protect Yi Yuan. All some random and messy stuff, such as this kind of thing like the universal beast language. To say the most useful one, it will be a cultivation method that was awakened. But it's only to the 3rd level too, White Light said. "And what kind of cultivation method?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "White Tiger Dark Light Divine Art." White Light said, "It's actually a divine art." Yi Yuan said in astonishment. Although Yi Yuan also cultivated in a divine art, this did not mean that divine arts were common wares. The birth of each divine art would stir up a B-O-O-D. Why struggle in the divine realm? But a little white tiger that Yi Yuan found in the lower realms actually had a divine art in his inherited memories. This was too inconceivable. Although Yi Yuan had not heard of this set of divine art, its power was beyond all doubt. "Yeah, I didn't know it myself, but actually I've already started cultivating this divine art long ago. It's actually like a part of my body," White Light said. Yi Yuan suddenly remembered something and could not help being greatly astonished as he said, "Could it be that, when you swallowed those medicinal pills, your body automatically revolved the white tiger dark light divine art?" White Light nodded and said, "Yes." Yi Yuan's expression became peculiar. "Then the third level that you awakened, it's not that. You can also raise your realm by swallowing medicinal pills, right?" White Light had an innocent face as he said with a frank nod, "Big Brother is indeed incredible. Guessing it in one try. I guess, your head up." Yi Yuan forcefully stifled back a swear word. Chapter 404, Eating Medicinal Pills and Sleeping. Raising Realm Unconsciously. Eating medicinal pills and sleeping. Raising realm unconsciously. This was the cultivation process that so many martial artists dreamt about. But even if Yi Yuan's cultivation did not have bottlenecks, it was also not possible to reach such a state. Cultivation was like sailing against the current, either advance or regress. On the matter of cultivation, no martial artist dared to slack off. But White Light's cultivation method, any martial artist who saw it would have an impulse to beat him up. Yi Yuan was no exemption either. Seeing that dim gaze from Yi Yuan, all the fur on White Light's body stood up. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he vanished. White Light immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Yi Yuan caught hold of him. "What white tiger dark light divine art? What can even cultivate when sleeping? Maddening your big brother to death. How can there be such a perverse divine art in this world?" Yi Yuan rubbed White Light's tiger head furiously, rubbing until he was dizzy. By the time Yi Yuan stopped, all White Light could see were stars. Huff, huff. Yi Yuan was also panting, dog-tired. Messing around was messing around. Not that Yi Yuan was jealous of this cultivation method. It was just that he felt somewhat unfair. The cultivation method that White Light awakened should be a divine art that was tailor-made for the same kind of divine beast. Humans were unable to cultivate it. Even if Yi Yuan asked for it, it was useless too. Doesn't that mean that I'll have to provide medicinal pills for you nonstop in the future to let you cultivate? Yi Yuan looked at White Light from the corner of his eye. Hearing these words from Yi Yuan, White Light gave a flattering low roar and rubbed his face against Yi Yuan's cheek, saying, "Ha, I know that big brother is the best. Best my asterisk SS. Don't kiss my asterisk SS. Who did I provoke? To become a pill refining coolie?" Yi Yuan had a gloomy look. "Hee, how can you say coolie? Big brother's alchemy skills are unparalleled in this world. Find happiness in it. Furthermore, White Light, still have some capabilities. I'll definitely find more treasures for big brother." White Light said fawningly. Yi Yuan said huffily, "I say, how did you know to follow me back then? Could it be that you already know that I knew alchemy back then?" I don't know either. I just felt especially cordial when I saw Big Brother. So I followed you in a daze," White Light said in confusion. "All right, I'm scared of you. I'm going to begin close seclusion to cultivate. This time, I'm going to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in one stroke." Yi Yuan said. White Light trembled and nearly slipped off from Yi Yuan's shoulder. "A 7th level crystal formation realm? Big Brother, are you mistaken? You're only at the 2nd level crystal formation realm." White Light was taken aback by Yi Yuan. "Not mistaken. It's 7th level crystal formation realm. This time, Zhao Chang'an, that punk, almost killed us, making me very peeved. Each one of you all bullying that my realm is low, right? I'll break through for them to see." Yi Yuan said annoyedly. All along, Yi Yuan's adversaries were always stronger than him. This made it very disadvantageous for him every time he fought. Even if his essence energy was much thicker than other people, the disparity in realms could not be made up for. Although Yi Yuan defeated his opponents in the end, it had the feeling of walking on a tightrope practically every time. A few days back, if not for S.H.I. plus Howard making a move, he would already have been killed by Zhao Chang'an. While Zhao Chang'an's strength was decent, it was still too far away compared to Yi Yuan. The reason why he was formidable was because of his realm. Zhao Qinggan comprehended true intent. For Yi Yuan to want to cross a major realm to win him, it was too difficult. Hence, Yi Yuan resolved his heart this time to enter close seclusion for a month and planned on breaking through 5 realms in succession. This was an impossible mission to others, but to Yi Yuan, it was merely a question of time. Day 2. The rear of the mountains where Yi Yuan was in seclusion. S.H.I. plus Howren Pa S. set a storage ring to Yi Yuan and said, "These are the Tier 3 medicinal herbs that little junior brother you requested. It's all prepared properly." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. What's there to thank? Merely just some Tier 3 medicinal herbs, not a big deal. But you made me prepare so many portions for you. You're not planning on refining pills alone, right? Could it be that this 1 month, you're planning on refining a batch of Tier 3 medicinal pills?" S.H.I. plus Howren asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Wanting so many medicinal herbs is naturally to use to refine medicinal pills. But my closed seclusion this time is in order to break through realms." S.H.I. plus Howren asked very curiously, "Even if little junior brother, you refine pills without sleep or rest, to refine so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills, it would probably take more than a month. How will you have time to break through realms?" Little brother naturally has a plan," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Clearly, he was unwilling to say any more. S.H.I. plus Howren suddenly recalled little junior brother's monstrousness and thought to himself, his pill refining speed should be faster than ordinary people, right? Or he did not even plan on refining finish these medicinal herbs, but to keep them for refining next time? Seeing that Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, it was naturally inconvenient for S.H.I. plus Howren to ask any more, and he took his leave. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand. The square cauldron and Yuan Fei appeared before his eyes at the same time. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan, he bowed and greeted, "Young master." He had already followed Yi Yuan for close to a year. From the initial half-belief and half-skeptical to now, it was already prostrating on all fours. This 1 year, he practically ate demon crystal pills like candy. He was already peak Tier 3 now and only a step away from Tier 4. A year ago, he did not even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I plan to refine a batch of medicinal pills as closed seclusion to break through realms. You're already not far away from Tier 4 at present. Back then, you promised to follow me for 10 years, and I'll refine the Demon Manor pill for you. This promise can be fulfilled now." Yuan Fei's entire body trembled, and his agitation could not be any greater. Is what young master said true? When have I teased you before? The Demon Manor pill isn't some impressive medicinal pill to me. I can already refine it now. It was just that I always didn't have the time. After refining finish the Demon Manor pill, our debt is also considered settled. You can choose to leave me and return to the Endless Forest. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can return to the Endless World. Evidently, Yi Yuan did not have huge confidence in returning. With the pious sing of time, the war between the two worlds would get closer and closer. There were bound to be even more powerful people guarding the realm Pa-S Sageway. Wanting to smoke his way through it like last time was already not very likely. Yet, when Yuan Fei heard these words, he shuddered and hastily asked, "Does young master not want Yuan Fei anymore?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't overthink things. This 1 year, you have been following me. You should know my temperament as well. As long as I've acknowledged that person as one of my own, I absolutely won't hold anything back from him. You rendered much help to me this 1 year. I've treated you as a friend in my heart. How can I not want you? It's just that I still have to ask about your choice out of respect to you." Yuan Fei did not even think and directly said, "If not for following young master, Yuan Fei would still be in the Endless Forest right now, living muddled and simple-minded days. How could I have the chance to advance to Tier 4? Following young master, the one who benefited isn't just Yuan Fei alone, but the entire Long-Armed Stone Ape clan. Yuan Fei and clansmen are willing to pledge allegiance to young master to the death and to never forsake you. Chapter 405. After following Yi Yuan, the long-armed stone ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. After following Yi Yuan, the long-armed stone ape clan could no longer be compared to the past. Back then, when Yi Yuan saw Yuan Fei, only he alone was a Tier 3 demonic beast. And now, there were already 20 to 30 Tier 3 long-armed stone apes. One could say that the collective strength of the long-armed stone ape clan went up a level. Such a huge transformation was something that Yuan Fei could never have imagined before following Yi Yuan. Now, asking Yuan Fei to leave Yi Yuan, he would not even know how to survive. Haha, you willing to stay on? Of course I welcome it. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yuan Fei's answer did not exceed his expectations. In truth, he already predicted this outcome when he solicited Yuan Fei back then. Old Yuan, want to keep on eating the food, right? Haha, following Big Brother, forget about Tier 4, even taking form isn't something hard. White Light suddenly scoffed. Yuan Fei's old face turned red first, then immediately turned pale with great shock as he said, White Light, you are actually Tier 3 already. How is it? Incredible, right? If you don't work hard, I'm going to Serpa. S you very soon. White Light still had a child's disposition, as he said with a proud look. Stop talking nonsense. The one who wants to keep on eating the food is yourself, right? Don't bully Yuan Fei for being honest. Yi Yuan taunted with a smile. Cough, cough. Big Brother, can't you just let me be happy for a while? All right. I know that we both owe it all to you, okay? White Light said helplessly. Good that you know. All right. This matter brooks no delay. I'm going to start refining pills. You guys help to guard me by the side, Yi Yuan said. The Demon Manor pill was a Tier 3 demonic pill. It was not much of a challenge to Yi Yuan, and he finished refining it very soon. The instant that Yuan Fei took the Demon Manor pill, he was so agitated that he could not speak. He was stammering for some time, stifling until Yuan Fei's face was black with a touch of red, getting ridiculed by White Light. Ha ha! Old Yuan, one Demon Manor pill can make you agitated until like this. Such a good for nothing. White Light burst into laughter. Being interrupted by White Light like this, Yuan Fei cooled down a little instead. This brat's bloodline is invincible. How can you know the significance of the Demon Manor pill to me? Making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks when you don't understand my plight. White Light laughed and said, Following Big Brother, this is just the beginning. Don't talk about a puny little Demon Manor pill. So what if it's shapes? H-I plus thing pill? You're like this now. Wait until Big Brother refines the shapes. H-I plus thing pill for you. Wouldn't you be so agitated that you would breathe your last? Then that would be fun. Hearing White Light's words, Yuan Fei could not help shuddering. Shapes. H-I plus thing pill. He had truly never thought that he would one day successfully shapes. H-I plus FT and advance to a Tier 5 demonic beast. Tier 5 demonic beasts, which was also a sovereign level demonic beast. It was another beginning to demonic beasts. But now, he was about to step into the ranks of Tier 4 demonic beasts. Would Tier 5 still be far away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, What White Light said is right. It's just a Demon Manor pill. You don't have to be so agitated, Yuan Fei. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Tier 5 Demon Sovereign, Tier 6 Demon Ancestor are all nothing difficult. Yuan Fei's emotions finally calmed down a little. He clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, Yuan Fei understands. Encountering young master is Yuan Fei's greatest fortune in this lifetime. Yuan Fei naturally would not forget the words that Yi Yuan said back then. At that time, Yi Yuan was still just an Essence Chi Realm youth. Opening his mouth to say Tier 5, Tier 6, Yuan Fei still more or less doubted it. But a year's time had passed, said. That Essence Chi Realm youth already grew into a crystal formation realm expert. Yuan Fei only knew what a fortunate thing it was to encounter Yi Yuan back then in retrospect. Were we still talking about these between us for? You make your preparations. Make use of this 1 month to break through to Tier 4, Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Yuan Fei acknowledged and went to another place to enter seclusion. When Yuan Fei left, Yi Yuan put out all the medicinal herbs in the storage ring. The originally spa, R, S, an empty room immediately became full. Big brother, there's so many medicinal herbs. How do you plan on refining? White Light asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course it's refining all of them together. As he said, all the essence energy in his body seethed, firing one seal after another into the square cauldron. The square cauldron initially looked like a metallic product, but at this time, it actually lit up gradually under Yi Yuan's seals. That appearance actually looked like a divine object, dumbfounding White Light who was watching. After over a dozen breaths, Yi Yuan was also exhausted until he panted heavily, while the square cauldron's gradually stabilized too. Off. With my present strength, activating an array formation inside a profound artifact is also so taxing, said Yi Yuan powerfully, while swallowing a condensed fragrance pill. Wow, this huge cauldron looks so impressive. Big brother, what you doing here? White Light asked doubtfully. Although this treasure was found by him, he was utterly clueless about the functions of this treasure and was filled with curiosity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you look properly, only to see his essence energy seethe once again. A large pile of medicinal herbs actually flew inside the square cauldron just like that. The next instant, the square cauldron gave off an immense brilliance, releasing a dazzling radiance from the mouth of the cauldron. It was also uncertain what was happening inside the cauldron. After 15 minutes, the radiance dissipated. The square cauldron returned to normal again. White Light was very nosy and scurried to the mouth of the cauldron right away, a pair of tiger eyes becoming wide saucers. Is this all medicinal embryos? My G. OD, how did you do it? White Light exclaimed in shock. It wasn't done by me. It was this profound artifact's own array formation. As long as one activates the array formation, it can automatically extract and refine medicinal embryos. Yi Yuan explained. So amazing? Indeed, the treasures that I find are extraordinary. White Light flattered himself again. But so many medicinal embryos, you aren't planning on refining them all at once as well, right? White Light suddenly asked again. Of course. How troublesome is it to refine one by one? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Tisk, I'm really curious about Big Brother's origins. Your alchemy skills completely roll over the lower realm alchemists. That S-H-I plus Howard strength already seems to be very strong, but it isn't even enough to refine so many medicinal pills in a month's time. You're only at the alchemy grandmaster realm and can actually refine so many tier 3 medicinal pills in minutes. Simply heaven-defying. White Light sighed with admiration. Of course I have some background. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. As for now, don't inquire too much, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Not that Yi Yuan did not trust White Light, but this road to revenge of his was too arduous. A single misstep, and it would be the outcome of eternal damnation. He did not even have any guarantee whether or not he could succeed in the end, so he did not wish to drag the innocent White Light in. Fine then. I won't inquire. White Light curled his mouth and said. After Yi Yuan regulated his breathing for a while and his essence energy recovered to the peak condition, he started refining. The medicinal pill that he was refining this time was called Jade Spirit Pill. It was naturally a medicinal pill used for raising essence energy. The effects of this medicinal pill, compared to the ones used by ordinary lower realm martial artists, was way higher. The cleansing sandal sacred flame spat out lightly, instantly igniting the square cauldron. But sadly, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he simply had no way of unleash plussing the full functions of the square cauldron. Otherwise, he completely did not need to waste strength to refine this batch of medicinal pills. He was still using the Tri-Origin's samsara art. Following one seal after another being struck into the square cauldron, the body of the cauldron radiated splendor once again. Chapter 406 Condense for me. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The square cauldron's radiance gradually dimmed, recovering back to a metal lump. After fineness, plussing the refinement, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground. Such a refinement was a tremendous test to both soul force and essence energy. There was basically body who could accomplish it in the lower realms. Only an existence like Yi Yuan, whose control of soul force and essence energy was brilliant to the pinnacle, could complete a refinement like this. Big brother, it's done like this? White Light asked in surprise. Still not done? Do you want to tire me to death? Yi Yuan said crossly. Cough, cough, I didn't mean that. But this is only half a day's time. White Light felt like the scene before his eyes was not quite real. After breaking through to Tier 3, White Light awakened inherited memories and had a much greater understanding of this world. In his inherited memories was knowledge on the aspects of alchemy. Refining so many medicinal pills was absolutely a colossal project. But Yi Yuan completed it in half a day's time. After resting for a bit, Yi Yuan finally caught his breath and said, "My present strength is still too weak. If I have peak 9th level crystal formation realm strength, refining these toys can be done in 2 hours." White Light gave a low roar and said scornfully, "You're indeed a freak." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Go help me take a look. How's the quality of the medicinal pills? My realm breakthrough this time is all on these toys." White Light scurried over to take a look. Inside the square cauldron was full of medicinal pills, probably hundreds. He observed those medicinal pills closely and was filled with astoundment in his heart. "How is it?" Yi Yuan asked impatiently. "You're indeed a freak, refining pills like this, and it still resulted to such high quality. The vast majority inside is all high-grade medicinal pills. There is still quite a fair portion which is superior grade. Only a very tiny portion is middle grade. Not even one transcendent grade. Fail," Yi Yuan said with a sigh. "Transcendent grade. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills." White Light was thoroughly defeated. Actually, the refinement this time, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was still essence energy. A refinement like this was a tremendous test of the alchemist's essence energy. Without late-stage crystal formation realm essence energy, it was very hard to sustain. Only Yi Yuan's way of splitting one portion of essence energy into 2 halves to use could support his refinement to succeed. If there were even a trace of waste, it would also not be possible to have the present results. "All right, I'll recover my strength first. You play by yourself. Wait until I break through to late-stage crystal formation realm. Then I'll help you refine demon crystal pills," Yi Yuan said feebly. White Light was overjoyed upon hearing it and said, "Ha ha, it's indeed Big Brother who dotes on me. Little brother, I will definitely break through to Tier 4 quickly. At that time, I'll protect Big Brother." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "It will be pretty good if you don't drag me down." While he said that verbally, Yi Yuan knew that White Light's strength could not be underestimated. Previously, when facing off against Zhao Qinggan, White Light actually wounded the Sea Transformation Realm Zhao Qinggan with Tier 2 strength. His might could be seen at a glance. If White Light had Tier 4 strength, dealing with Zhao Qinggan should be a cinch. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that White Light would explode with extraordinary strength under certain special conditions. His speed would be unbelievably quick. Regarding that final strike against Zhao Qinggan, even he did not see clearly what happened. Also, when White Light's mother was on her deathbed, White Light, dealing with the 7 evils flowing cloud python, was like so too. Looking at this, White Light's strength indeed could not be underestimated. The second day, Yi Yuan already recovered to his optimal condition and prepared to break through. He casually grabbed a bunch of Jade Spirit pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, Yi Yuan started to revolve the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art. Their medicinal properties were rapidly refined, flowing into the dantian. The small crystal in Yi Yuan's dantian continuously expanded. After a day, Yi Yuan directly broke through to the third-level crystal formation realm. Another 3 days said Yi Yuan's momentum met no resistance the entire way, directly SMAs. Plus in the barrier between early-stage crystal formation realm and middle-stage crystal formation realm, breaking through to fourth-level crystal formation realm. Time flowed like water. In a twinkle, a month had said. On this day, the essence energy inside another secret room surged and was abnormally violent. Yuan Fei has divine beast bloodline when all is said and done. His talent is actually not poor. It's just that the lower realm's resources and environment made it very hard for him to mature, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. T-Sich, isn't it just breaking through to a tier 4? What's the big deal? As long as I have Big Brother providing demon crystal pills, I can surely break through to tier 4 within half a year. White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow said it as if he owed him. I say, don't you feel ashamed? Yuan Fei's improvement speed is indeed inferior to yours, but he didn't spend much time to break through from middle stage tier 3 to peak tier 3 either. If you didn't have the support of medicinal pills, you might not even be faster than him. Yi Yuan said huffily. Cough, cough. This tiger is a descendant of the 4 great divine beasts. How can a stone ape with a dilute bloodline be compared with me? If he has the capabilities, you make him not eat medicinal pills and compare cultivation speed with me. Actually, talking about improvement speed, we can't catch up to Big Brother even if we whipped our horses. In a month, you already broke through 4 realms consecutively, reaching the peak 6th level crystal formation realm. Although White Light, saying these words, looked a little like licking his boots, he was really very astonished in his heart. Yi Yuan's bloodline did not have any special aspects. His body was not even the most ordinary spirit physique. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was not any bit slower than him, a divine beast progeny. This was the most freakies. Plus, while they were talking, the dilation of essence energy at the other secret room already calmed down. Yuan Fei walked out of the secret room. The aura of Yuan Fei, who broke through to tier 4, was already completely different. It was only to see him conceal his splendor inwards with not a trace of essence energy escaping his body. One clearly could not sense his essence energy, but it gave people an extremely powerful feeling. This was still him just after breaking through a realm and not able to release and withdraw it as he pleased. Wait until he finished consolidating his realm. That sort of soul-stirring, threatening force would not emanate out, and he would look no different from ordinary demonic beasts. Yuan Fei was similarly a divine beast descendant. After breaking through to tier 4, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle of the 3 realms. His divine beast bloodline would also trigger. His combat strength became exceedingly formidable. The Stone Ape clan was originally extremely skillful at fighting. Their combat strength even far said same-rank demonic beasts. It was just that Yuan Fei's divine beast bloodline was not activated in the past and was unable to unleash shocking combat strength. Old Yuan, how's the feeling of breaking through to tier 4? Looking at your appearance, it's like you're going to totally destroy the room. White Light said with a laugh. He and Yuan Fei were old friends already too. Seeing Yuan Fei broke through, he was naturally very happy as well. But Yuan Fei gave a silly smile and said, just broke through. Essence energy is still unable to be controlled freely. I've incurred young master's ridicule, but the feeling of breaking through to tier 4 is truly excellent. I feel like my entire body is filled with strength and that I can punch through a mountain in one fist. Evidently, breaking through to tier 4 made Yuan Fei very excited. After all, this was something he simply could not imagine before meeting Yi Yuan. Chapter 407. Looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh, "Haha, looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened." Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh, "Young master has good eyes. After breaking through to Tier 4, I've awakened another part of inherited memories. Furthermore, I feel an extremely powerful bloodline strength hidden inside my body." Yuan Fei said with joy. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed worthy of being the equals heaven sage ape's progeny. As long as you can draw out this bloodline strength, you'll surely be an extremely formidable existence in the future." After a moment, Yuan Fei calmed down from basking in his joy and suddenly realized something not quite right. Yuan Fei gradually went from pleasantly surprised to astonishment. Haha, old Yuan's reaction is really slow, only noticing now that something was off. You only broke through one level in a month's time. Big Brother is going to break through the 5th level very soon and advance to the late-stage crystal formation realm. White Light said in derision. Yuan Fei was filled with shock. Breaking through 5 levels in a month's time? Yi Yuan was at the crystal formation realm now, not the essence chi realm or spirit condensation realm back then. Wasn't such a breakthrough speed overly terrifying? Actually, logically speaking, the difficulty of this level that Yuan Fei broke through is far more challenging compared to Yi Yuan's 5 levels added up. But the problem was that the time used was too short. To some ordinary martial artists, a month's time was just barely enough for them to use to consolidate their realm. Even for those genius martial artists, wanting to break through a level in a month, that was something impossible. But Yi Yuan broke through 5 levels in succession within a month? All right, it's late. Since Yuan Fei already broke through, you guys help to guard me. I'll break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm right now." Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yuan Fei felt indescribable shock in his heart. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan catching up to him was just something soon. Although Yuan Fei had long known that Yi Yuan's cultivation had virtually no bottlenecks, but a breakthrough 5 realms in a month, such a speed was too unbelievable. Yi Yuan swallowed large ties of jade spirit pills again and started to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in full force. Even if Yi Yuan did not comprehend so many realms in this lifetime, directly breaking through 5 realms was not a big deal, and his current realm comprehension already greatly exceeded the current standards. It was just that since he reincarnated, he had practically been on the run constantly all along. There had been completely no chance to rest properly and cultivate essence energy, resulting in his realm being too low. Now, him breaking through 5 realms was actually just water flowing unhindered when the conditions were right. When the medicinal pills entered the abdomen, an essence energy tempest gradually formed, plunging the entire hidden room into a violent storm. Yuan Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. Did young master break through realms like this during this 1 month? Of course. Big Brother breaking through realms has this tiger grandpa's my style, both of us eating medicinal pills like candy. Huh. White Light said with a loud laugh. Thinking about these 2 freaks, Yuan Fei was speechless for a long time. The Stone Ape clan indeed had powerful physiques, but even he did not dare to consume medicinal pills like this. He would be stuffed to death. The joy from previously breaking through to Tier 4 was already struck down at this time and badly mangled. He was deeply aware that before long, he would be thoroughly said by these 2 freaks. Moreover, Yuan Fei knew that even if he broke through to Tier 4 now and awakened divine beast bloodline strength in a genuine life and death battle, he might not be Yi Yuan's match either. After half a day, the essence energy inside the hidden room returned to serenity. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Currently, the aura from Yi Yuan's body was much stronger compared to while being at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Hee, how do you feel right now, Big Brother? White Light asked with a flattering face. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "If I meet Zhao Qinggan again, even if I can't kill him, giving him a violent throz. Plussing should still be achievable. White Light shook his head strongly and said unhappily, Big brother, you broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you still can't take care of that fellow? I know that your P.I.S. said with him, but his strength is indeed very mighty. To be able to comprehend true intent at his age, this is not what ordinary people can accomplish. Even if I already broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm now, I'm still a major realm lower than him. To be able to defeat him is already pretty good, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph. Anyway, I'm just very upset. I don't care. Big brother, you quickly refine candy for me. I want to break through to tier 4 as soon as possible, then viciously trample that fellow to death and let him know that this tiger grandpa isn't nice to provoke. White Light said irately, there are plenty of chances. My soul force has already reached alchemy grandmaster perfection realm now. Refining demon crystal pill is but lifting a finger. I'll find a time to refine medicinal pills for you. But I've already been in seclusion for a month. Star Abyss's side should have some news too. We have to quickly exit seclusion. After all, we entered the fierce gale world in order to rescue senior apprentice Brother Yuntian and the rest, Yi Yuan said. Although White Light was playful, he still knew how to prioritize what was important and what was less urgent. He had already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and knew Yi Yuan's personality. So he stopped talking. Yi Yuan put Yuan Fei away in the spatial spirit artifact and exited the hidden room with White Light, but he saw that S.H.I. plus Howren was already waiting outside. When S.H.I. plus Howren saw Yi Yuan walk out, he came forward to greet with a smile. But when he saw Yi Yuan, his smile immediately froze on his face. Little junior brother, you. 7th level. My God. An alchemy king expert like S.H.I. plus Howren was also somewhat incoherent in speech currently. Little brother was lucky to break through several realms. Elder senior brother doesn't need to be so shocked, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. He had long known that exiting seclusion would incur his senior's shock, but he could not be bothered with so much either. He could not break through in order not to let S.H.I. plus Howren and the rest get shocked, right? Furthermore, in the fierce gale world, it was riddled with dangers everywhere. If Yi Yuan still did not raise his realm, he would not even have the capital to protect himself. Lucky? How? How can I not be shocked? Little junior brother, I thought that you were in retreat to refine pills this 1 month. To think that you actually broke through 5 realms consecutively in 1 breath. S.H.I. plus Howren said with a bitter smile. Refining pills is naturally for breaking through too, Yi Yuan said with a chortle. S.H.I. plus Howren's expression because peculiar again. He said in surprise, those medicinal herbs you can't have. You can't have. Seeing Yi Yuan nod his head with a smile, S.H.I. plus Howren nearly bit his own tongue off. You gotta be kidding? 1 month's time. Refining so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills and even breaking through 5 realms? Was this making a joke? Facing S.H.I. plus Howren, Yi Yuan knew that he could not conceal it, so he might as well not hide it from him. Little junior brother, you're really a freak. S.H.I. plus Howren heaved a long sigh and said, I previously warned you not to be in a rush to break through realms, but you just wouldn't listen. You breaking through like this will affect your future cultivation. Although breaking through 5 realms in succession was very monstrous, but it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This point S.H.I. plus Howren was very clear. Honestly speaking, when he saw Yi Yuan standing here perfectly well, he already felt that it was a miracle. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Eldest senior brother, don't need to worry. I won't treat my own future as a joke. It was because I was scared that my foundation would be unstable that I only just broke through 5 realms. S.H.I. plus Howard was speechless. Chapter 408S.H.I. Plus Howard really did not know how he should express his emotions. S.H.I. Plus Howard really did not know how he should express his emotions. What was called scared that foundation would be unstable. What was called only broke through 5 realms. The cultivation of essence energy was a grinding process. Even more talented martial artists would not dare to break through realms like this. S.H.I. Plus Howard decided not to argue with Yi Yuan anymore. He was going to report this matter to Master and let Master come and urge little junior brother. Fine then, you win. S.H.I. Plus Howard was speechless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is there some matter for eldest senior brother to wait here, especially for me?" S.H.I. Plus Howard nodded and said, "Master instructed a few days ago to ask you to go find him immediately after exiting seclusion, saying that there's something important to discuss with you. I estimated that you should exit seclusion right about today, so I came here to wait for you." Yi Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there were clues about the matter regarding his seniors? "Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. I'll go see Master right away." Yi Yuan clasped his hand and gave thanks. "Wait a minute, S.H.I. Plus Howard suddenly said. "Does eldest senior brother still have anything?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Before meeting Master, there's somebody that you probably have to meet." "And who?" Yi Yuan was somewhat confused. He did not seem to know many people in the capital. Why would there be people coming to find him? "You'll know when you go and see." When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, he could not help having a foreboding feeling. "Young Master Ji, I beg you to save Sekimis." Manager Tong grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and directly kneeled down, tears flowing down his old face. The arrival was precisely the Four Seas Building's manager, Tong Swan. Seeing his sniveling look, Yi Yuan's heart also involuntarily palpitated. He hurriedly supported Tong Swan and asked, "Don't be anxious, Manager Tong. Talk slowly. What happened to Miss Ruyan?" Tong Swan, choking through sobs, said, "Second Miss She consumed the 9 nether soul shattering powder this morning. At this time, already. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Go. Talk on the way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly pulled Tong Swan and left like a gust of wind. S.H.I. Plus Howard hesitated for a moment and tagged along too. Along the way, the 3 people moved as swift as the wind. But Yi Yuan more or less also understood the sequence of events. Ever since the Grand Pill A.S. Assembly, the Shao family acquired 70% of the management rights anew. The family situation also took a turn for the better. But the matter of the martial compact. 1. Time to find a spouse was already spilled water that could not be recovered. The Shao family did not have the confidence to withdraw the promise as well. Yet, Shao Ruyan did not wish to marry at all. This 1 month, she was all moody and depressed. In between this, Shao Ruyan even came to find Yi Yuan once. But Yi Yuan was in a closed seclusion, watching helplessly as the day of the spouse, finding martial compact. 1. Time gradually approached. Shao Ruyan also slowly became melancholic and low-spirited. And, body would have thought that she would actually swallow the 9 nether soul shattering powder tonight. The 9 nether soul shattering powder was an extremely fierce quasi-tier 4 poison. It could be said to kill upon contact with blood. By the time a maidservant discovered Shao Ruyan, she was already severely poisoned and incurable. Even Shao Chongfeng, an alchemy king, was at a loss on what to do. But Tong Swan had a sudden inspiration and carried a just-try-it mindset to go and seek help at Qixia Mountain. To think that he just happened to be MP into Yi Yuan, who left seclusion. This foolish woman. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth indignantly. Ever since Shao Ruyan stood up to support him in the Grand Pill Assembly, Yi Yuan already treated her as a friend. Towards friends, Yi Yuan naturally would not watch her die passively, but he still felt very livid towards Shao Ruyan's foolish actions. Don't wish to marry, you could run from the wedding, could run away from home, could pretend to go mad. Why did you have to use this sort of silly method? When Yi Yuan arrived at Xiao Ruyan's chambers, the place was already in a chaotic mess. In truth, Xiao Ruyan's alchemic talent was even stronger than Xiao Rufing's. Her accomplishments in the future were bound to be extraordinary. But now, an alchemy genius of her generation, one of the peerless beauties of the capital's dual absolutes, actually Pa-S, set away like this. This made many people sigh unceasingly. When Yi Yuan saw Xiao Changfeng, his eyes were red. Evidently, he was heartbroken too. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiao Changfeng was rather surprised, but he still came forward to greet. "I've seen young Master Ji." That day, the matter of the seventh prince bearing a rod to ask for punishment already caused a sensation in the entire capital. Everyone knew that the face of the eighth disciple that Sovereign Star Abyss took in was so big that it poked the skies. He actually made the seventh prince bear a rod to ask for punishment and kneel down to admit his fault. While in the capital, the ones who understood Yi Yuan best was none other than the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng even held awe and veneration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. He, an alchemy king, was nothing in front of Sovereign Star Abyss. But Yi Yuan did not have any good attitude. He sneered coldly and said, "You, as her father, are truly of the highest grade, to actually have forced your own daughter to death." Xiao Changfeng's expression dimmed, but he did not refute. He heaved a sigh and said, "Although I'm the family head, I don't have much of a choice either." Who knew? Who knew that Ruyan Shi would actually be so resolute? Enough crap. Let me see Ruyan. Yi Yuan was not in the mood to talk rubbish with him. Xiao Changfeng nodded slightly and opened up the path. Yi Yuan rushed inside like a gust of wind. On the jade bed, Xiao Ruyan wore an unadorned but elegant white outfit, lying there quietly as if she was asleep. Seeing Xiao Ruyan, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. Her qi had yet to dissipate fully. As long as her qi was not cut off, Yi Yuan could bring her back. "I'll scram outside for me." Yi Yuan went forward to prop Xiao Ruyan up and turned around to bellow. There were many Xiao family elders crowding around the scene. Seeing the situation, their eyebrows all furrowed. "Ji Qing, who the H.E.L. are you, to dare yell at us like this?" "That's right. You're no longer Xiao family's guest retainer. When was it your turn to meddle in my Xiao family's affairs? Put Ruyan down, otherwise we won't be courteous. The dead is the most important. You even dare to touch Ruyan's remains. Do you really take my Xiao family to have no people?" Many Xiao family elders immediately refused to comply and made a row. Yi Yuan laughed coldly inwardly. He knew that the ones who forced Xiao Ruyan to death were precisely these hypocritical Xiao family elders. Xiao Ruyan once complained tearfully in front of him that these Xiao family elders all bullied her, selling her out like a commodity. Although Xiao Changfeng was a little weak and indecisive, he still cared deeply for Xiao Ruyan and would not go so far as to do this. But for the sake of the Xiao family's continuation, he did not say much either. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror, which was why he did not have a good attitude towards Xiao Changfeng. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Xiao Changfeng's difficulties. But in Yi Yuan's viewpoint, even if the Xiao family no longer existed tomorrow, he could not sacrifice his own daughter's happiness as a father either. "Xiao Changfeng, if you wish to see your daughter die like this, then let those dregs continue clamoring here." Yi Yuan's voice carried unspeakable rage. Xiao Changfeng was stunned when he heard this. He said in surprise, You can bring Ruyan back to life?" Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just said coldly, "I don't wish for these flies to buzz around my ears nonstop." "You, Ji Qing, you actually dare to call us dregs and flies?" "Changfeng, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. Ruyan is already dead by being poisoned. Even if Sovereign Star Abyss came here, he can't save her too. Changfeng, as the head of a family, are you going to watch an outsider raise a row here?" For a moment, the Xiao family elders all exploded, reproaching Xiao Changfeng one after another. Chapter 409, Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered nonstop. Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered nonstop. He was an alchemy king expert, He could naturally tell that Xiao Ruyan was already without any vital activities, impossible to bring back. But Yi Yuan just had to say that he could bring her back. Should he believe Yi Yuan or not? So many elders were exerting pressure on him, demanding to chase Yi Yuan away. He could not disregard everybody's opinions either. For a moment, Xiao Changfeng wavered. He looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's dazzling performance in the Grand Pill Assembly. Perhaps he really could. The elders were still talking all at once, making Xiao Changfeng feel very irritated. "All shut your mouths for me," Xiao Changfeng roared, silencing everyone. "All get out for me. Let young Master Ji try." Xiao Changfeng said. "Changfeng, how can you be so muddled? How can people revive after they die? This boy is clearly here to cause trouble," said a Xiao family elder. Xiao Changfeng glared and said, "The one lying on the bed is my daughter. Can't I even make this decision? And am I still the Xiao family's family head or not?" Xiao Changfeng's aura released. This time, no one dared to speak. These elders exchanged glances, but finally still withdrew out of the room. Yi Yuan watched indifferently, thinking to himself that this fellow was still not considered hopeless. Yi Yuan casually threw Xiao Changfeng a jade slip and said, "At least you have a bit of consciousness towards Ruyan. Prepare the medicinal herbs well according to this formula. I'll need to start a furnace to refine pills in a while." Xiao Changfeng nodded and did not say much as he left. Yi Yuan supported Xiao Ruyan well and executed the tempered profound gold finger once again. Roughly an hour later, the elders waiting outside the room were all quite impatient. "Oh, Changfeng, that boy's messing around. You're messing around with him too. You're an alchemy king. Even you've determined that Ruyan has died. How can he bring her back to life? Now, he chased all of us out here and stayed in Ruyan's chambers alone. Where's the sense of propriety?" The one speaking was a Xiao family elder with a rather high position, an exalted quasi-alchemy king too. His name was Xiao Changhong. Ever since the Xiao family seized back the medicinal pill market, these elders' confidence all swelled up one by one. They had immense faith that the Xiao family could rely on these 10 years to rise up once more. In the past, they felt a head shorter than others when they went out. But now, their heads all raised to the skies when they went outside. Hearing Xiao Changhong said so, Xiao Changfeng frowned but did not speak. The more Xiao Changhong talked, the angrier he got. He even pointed the spearhead at Xiao Ruyan and said recalcitrantly, "Ruyan, this law S is seriously. The Xiao family raised her up so big and even nurtured her to become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How many resources were expended? Now, when a Xiao family needs her, she did something like this. It really chills our hearts greatly. Her death doesn't matter. But how are you going to give an account to the Huang and Shui families?" That's right. Ruyan, this law S is seriously outrageous. With Xiao Changhong saying so, many elders immediately concurred. When Xiao Changhong saw that everyone stood on his side, he became even more zealous and continued. "As I said, Ruyan, this loss doesn't know what's good for her. Isn't it just marrying someone? Which girl doesn't marry? Also, those two young masters from the Huang family and Shui family are dragons among men. Could it be that they are still undeserving of Ruyan?" Right at this moment, a piercingly cold, killing intent suddenly attacked. Xiao Changhong had yet to figure out what was going on when his throat was already tightly grasped by a hand, unable to speak. Yi Yuan pinned Xiao Changhong onto the wall and said icily, "You just try saying another cynical word. Cough, cough, cough. I'll let go of me." Xiao Changhong's 2 feet were straight, but did not dare to resist. At this time, Yi Yuan just had to spit essence energy, and he could claim this old life of this. Seeing Yi Yuan overflowing with killing intent, the Xiao family elders all felt chills. This boy was only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How could he be so strong? Although Xiao Changhong was an alchemist, he was, at any rate, a 7th level C transformation realm martial artist. He did not even get to react and was pinned on the wall by Yi Yuan. "You bunch of fools. As elders, you don't have any capabilities at all, and still need the juniors to sacrifice their own marital happiness to help achieve your selfish gains. Truly laughable. You all nurtured Ruyan. She has already done sufficiently well. These years, how much pressure was she, a little girl, shouldering? You these old fellows, other than gesticulating behind backs, what have you done? A bunch of opinionated things. Yi Yuan words were filled with rage, making everyone feel chill unceasingly. Ji Qing, here is the Xiao family. How can we allow you to be so insolent? What we do is the Xiao family's own affairs. It's not your turn to come and bother. Quickly let go of Elder Changhong. Another elder said grimly. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at that elder coldly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Is that so?" The elders were taken by Yi Yuan's aura and could not resist backing away. What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "If I recall correctly, my Xiao family's guest retainer item. That doesn't seem to have been removed yet, right? Since I'm a Xiao family guest retainer, why can't I interfere with Xiao family's affairs?" As Yi Yuan said, his face suddenly darkened as he said, "I can't be bothered with the Xiao family's matters either. But Ruyan's matters are my matters. If you all dare to coerce her again in the future, your outcome will be like this rock." As he said, Yi Yuan casually fired out a blast of essence energy. A fake mountain not far in the distance instantly turned into dust. The elders' faces all changed. They were frightened by Yi Yuan's aura. To be able to instantly defeat Xiao Changhong, Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. The Xiao family naturally had Soul Sea Realm martial artists too, but Yi Yuan was not alone by himself. Behind Yi Yuan stood Sovereign Star Abyss. To be able to make His Highness, the Seventh Prince, kowtowed and apologized for his mistake. Who in the capital dare to provoke this malefic star? Now, all scram far away from me, in case this little lord, I get vexed when I see you," Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. How could the elders dare to stay? Each one of them ran faster than rabbits. In the big courtyard, only Xiao Changfeng and Yi Yuan were left currently. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed again, very astonished by Yi Yuan's strength. He remembered that when Yi Yuan left the Xiao family a month ago, he was still just second-level crystal formation realm strength. How long had it been only, and he was already at the 7th-level crystal formation realm? But now was clearly not the time to be asking this. Xiao Changfeng asked rather awkwardly, "Young Master Ji, Rian Shi." Yi Yuan looked at him nonchalantly and responded with a question instead. "Are the medicinal herbs all prepared?" Xiao Changfeng hurried nodded and said, "All prepared. All inside my pill refinement room. Tong Xuan is right outside. He'll bring you in." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You go inside then. Ruyan still has some time before she'll wake up. I'll go and prepare the detoxification pill right now. You look after her well." Although he was long prepared, Xiao Changfeng's entire body still trembled as he asked disbelievingly, You really brought her back to life?" Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said coolly, "Could it be that you wanted to see your own daughter die?" Chapter 4:10 On the Jade Bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. On the jade bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. Xiao Changfeng was overjoyed as he said, "Ruyan, you're awake." Father. Xiao Ruyan saw Xiao Changfeng when she opened her eyes, but she stubbornly turned her head over and was unwilling to take another look. Xiao Changfeng felt a heartache as he let out a feeble sigh and said, "Ruyan, Father knows that you have a grudge in your heart, but Father is helpless too." Xiao Ruyan still had her head turned and refused to say a word. Xiao Changfeng's heart was like it was being sliced by blades. He knew that his daughter was already extremely disappointed in him. "Fine then. You aren't willing to listen to Father's words, but you're willing to listen to Ji Qing's words, right?" Xiao Changfeng sighed heavily and said. Xiao Ruyan's body quivered when she heard that and could not resist turning her head around, her eyes filled with doubt. Xiao Changfeng knew his daughter's thoughts and explained, "Father is incapable. When I discovered that you were poisoned, Father was already powerless to do anything. It was Ji Qing's miraculous skills that could revive the dead that actually brought you back to life miraculously. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were filled with astoundment. She was clearly than anyone else about the toxicity of the 9 nether soul shattering powder. It could be said to kill upon infliction. After being poisoned for several hours, it was basically beyond redemption. Ji Qing could actually bring her back. How brilliant medical skills were needed for this. Where is he? Xiao Ruyan asked with a slight tremor. Xiao Changfeng sighed again and said, Ruyan, I know that you might not like to hear some words, but the spouse finding martial compact. 1. Tie-in is already unavoidable. Otherwise, it will be very hard for our Xiao family to keep a foothold in the capital in the future if we offend the 2 Huang and Shui families at the same time. Seeing his daughter's emotions becoming agitated, Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said, You don't get agitated first. Listen to me finish talking first. Perhaps this unsolvable situation now has an opportunity to reverse. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes swirled slightly, and she said in surprise, Father's meaning is... Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, That's right. If you're really unwilling to marry into the 2 Huang and Shui families, maybe you can land this matter on Ji Qing. I think. If it was Ji Qing, you wouldn't reject, right? Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan's initially pallid and wan face, because of weakness, became flushed red. Seeing Xiao Ruyan putting on a posture to refute, but blushed instead, Xiao Changfeng sighed faintly and said, Actually, during the Grand Pill, Assembly, I already saw through your thoughts. After Ji Qing was taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss as a disciple, his status was also sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the Huang and Shui families. If the 2 of you are brought together, it isn't prohibited either. It's just, hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Ruyan was actually slightly gleeful in her heart. But when she heard the 2 words, it's just, Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily plunged, and she asked weakly, It's just what? Sigh. I never would have thought that you would do something so resolute. I'm afraid. Afraid that you drop flowers pining for love, while he, a heartless brook, babbles along. Xiao Changfeng said with a sigh. Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily jolted fiercely as she said unresignedly, If he doesn't have interest in me, why did he help me repeatedly? Father is somebody who has gone through all. Ultimately, I can see things clearer than you. Although I don't know why he entered the Xiao family, Ji Qing definitely came harboring some kind of goal. That was why Father carried out an unwise decision to intentionally let him and Tong Winkong face off, who knew that unexpected sowing led to blooming in the garden. Ji Qing actually became the Xiao family savior. Honestly, Father actually already completely infuriated him at that time with distrust. If not for you standing up to support him vehemently, he would probably have already flicked his sleeves and left. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan was even more puzzled. Since that's the case, doesn't that show even more clearly? Xiao Changfeng shook his head and said, It's precisely because of this that showed more clearly he doesn't have feelings of man and women towards you but ties of friends. I+P. If he entered the Xiao family because of you, he definitely wouldn't have gotten so angry because of Father's distrust. He also would not have performed so low-key in the Grand Pill. Similarly, but try to think of ways to make you and Father value him highly. Although I don't know why, something must have happened during the Grand Pill, Similarly, to have utterly infuriated him, making him destroy Tong Wenchong completely. Listening up to hear, Xiao Ruyan's complexion immediately became as pale as paper again. Those closely involved could not see clearly. Only with Xiao Changfeng Lising like this did Xiao Ruyan know that maybe it was her wishful thinking. A line of clear tears flowed down uncontrollably again. Ruyan, you don't have to be like this. This matter might still have a turnaround, Xiao Changfeng said. Xiao Ruyan said in tears, Father doesn't need to console me. I'm not consoling you. Perhaps you can really fight on this matter. Previously, I didn't have assurance, but now I have 70% confidence, Xiao Changfeng said. 70% confidence? Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, "That's right. Ji Qing should have his objectives coming to the Xiao family, so I didn't have any confidence at all. I was afraid of offending a future major figure, so I didn't open my mouth all along. But today, through your affairs, I can conclude that Ji Qing is somebody who values brotherhood immensely. If you're really unwilling to marry into the Tu Huang and Shui family, maybe you can poke open this layer of window pane paper to him. With his disposition, I believe that he wouldn't wish to see you jump into a fire pit." Xiao Ruyan's eyes could not help lighting up, but dimmed very quickly. To a girl, especially a peerless beauty like Xiao Ruyan, asking her to poke a hole through this layer of window pane paper was too hard. This needed enormous courage. Furthermore, Xiao Changfeng already made it very clear just now. Yi Yuan only had feelings of friends. I plus PS toward her. What if you rejected? By not poking a hole, maybe they could still be friends. Once she poked a hole through this window pane paper, they might not even be friends anymore. This was not the outcome that Xiao Ruyan wanted. Despair was the greatest sorrow. At that time, she might feel even worse than dying. Xiao Ruyan clearly fell into an extreme internal conflict. Sigh, I know that this is somewhat cruel to you too, but this is already the best plan that father can think of. Most importantly, you're in love with Ji Qing, isn't it? Ji Qing has already waited outside for a long time. I'll go call him in now. As for whether you tell him or not, that will have to depend on yourself. Xiao Changfeng sighed lightly and turned around and left. Xiao Ruyan did not notice that at the moment he turned around, a glimmer of light flashed across Xiao Changfeng's eyes. It was true that Xiao Changfeng said this for the sake of his daughter. But more importantly, once Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan became a pair, it would be equivalent to the Xiao family getting close to the Alchemist Association, this giant banner. With this layer of relation, body could shake the position of the Xiao family in the capital anymore. Star Abyss actually dared to sanction the royal family for Yi Yuan. It could be seen how highly he valued this disciple. Once the two people tied the nuptial knot, the arrangement in the capital's alchemy scene would undergo a change again, and the Grand Pill assembly would not have the need to be carried out anymore. This was Xiao Changfeng's deeper level scheme. Xiao Ruyan's thoughts were pure. How could she see through Xiao Changfeng's such deep thoughts? Speaking of which, even if she saw through it, she would most likely want to hold Yi Yuan's heart without looking back as well, right? Expose the truth. Chapter 411. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How big a matter was it? Was there a need to attempt suicide? Such a beautiful girl. So many people are fighting to have. Such a pity if you died. Putting yourself at home to be a flower vase is also pretty good." Pucci. One sentence tickled Xiao Ruyan, turning tears into smiles. Rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan, she pouted and said, "Can't you say something properly for once? Frivolous." Her eyes were filled with amorous feelings, mesmerizing people to death. Putting Yi Yuan, who was looking into a trace as well. Didn't I see that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and wanted to liven things up? Yi Yuan said slightly awkwardly. But Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed, and she shouted begrudgingly, "You shouldn't have saved me. Didn't I already save you? You foolish girl, is it worth it to do this?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Ruyan sighed and said, "There's no worth it or not, only willing or not. I don't wish to go against father's intention, and also don't wish for myself to become another person's accessory. This was the best option." What are you doing?" Xiao Ruyan was just bemoaning her fate vacantly when suddenly a face popped up in front of her, making her jump in fright and hastily backing away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're lying." That scene earlier made Xiao Ruyan's little heart flutter, only to see her teared expression, her eyes dodging like she did something guilty. When did I?" Xiao Ruyan said softly. "Your eyes betrayed out. The eyes of a person whose heart is dead like ashes are utterly without a lease of life. But you, are filled with attachment towards this world. So what then? I have no other choice. Having her thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan said with hints of embarrassment. Of course, she was filled with attachments towards this world. She was attached to her alchemy path. She was attached to her parents and her elder brother. She was attached to Yi Yuan. The Xiao Ruyan at this time was very sensitive. She felt that Yi Yuan was well disposed towards her, but Yi Yuan completely turned a blind eye to her. He clearly knew that the spouse finding martial combat. 1. Time was about to begin, yet he still entered close seclusion to cultivate. In her despair, she chose this sort of extreme way of doing things. Haha, don't wish to die, then don't die, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Xiao Ruyan did not know where the courage came from. She suddenly yelled at Yi Yuan. Easy talk for you. Do you know how powerful first-rate families are? Do you know the Xiao family's current predicament? Do you know my circumstances? Don't want to die? What about the spouse finding martial combat? One time? Could it be that you're going to go defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe and marry me? Saying finish the words in one breath, Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, looking very furious, but in truth, her heart already leaped up to her throat. She was worried Yi Yuan would say no, worried that Yi Yuan would turn around and leave. The two people stared at each other. For a moment, there was only the sound of breathing in the room. Fine. After a moment, Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile and said, What? Xiao Ruyan did not react right away and instinctively blurted out, I'll help you settle those two fellows. But I have no way of marrying you. Yi Yuan felt that regarding this kind of matters, it was better not to do things sloppily. You? What do you mean? Xiao Ruyan was pleasantly surprised earlier, but the second half of Yi Yuan's sentence splashed down like a basin of cold water. My meaning is that I'll partake. 1. P. Aid in the spouse finding martial combat. 1. Tie in and help you take care of those two punks. But I have no way of marrying you, Yi Yuan said. Although he knew that these words were rather hurtful, he had no choice but to say it. Yi Yuan only entered the fierce-scale world in order to save people. Whether he could return to the endless world alive was another matter altogether. Even if he returned to the endless world, their two sides were also destined to be enemies. Could enemy and enemy be together? Yi Yuan naturally liked beauties, but he did not have the qualifications to enjoy beautiful women right now. He could only treat Xiao Ruyan as a friend. Since he treated Xiao Ruyan as a friend, he could not bring great harm to her. This was Yi Yuan's principle. He did not agree to Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhiro back then also because of this reason. Can you tell me why? Not knowing why, Xiao Ruyan calmed down at this time instead. Yi Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I have my own difficulties. Sorry. Xiao Ruyan nodded and actually smiled sweetly, saying, As long as you don't let me marry those two fellows, that will do. Thank you, Ji Qing. Seeing Xiao Ruyan like so, Yi Yuan's heart eased up slightly. Honestly speaking, dealing with matters of the heart was really not his strong suit. Yi Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, What's to thank? Being of service to Miss Ruyan is something that many men in the capital dream to have. Other people can't even beg for it, but I gained a huge advantage. Haha. Yi Yuan himself felt that this joke was not funny at all, but Xiao Ruyan giggled nonstop. No matter how one looked at it, this laugh carried some misery and bitterness inside. But Yi Yuan did not know how to resolve it either. Ji Qing, you're actually 7th level crystal formation realm already? Xiao Ruyan suddenly noticed something and the laughter stopped. My close seclusion this 1 month was in order to break through realms, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. I really can't see through you more and more. Your strength in the alchemy path is powerful until it makes people despair. You actually have such peerless talent in the martial path too. Just what kind of existence are you? In Xiao Ruyan's viewpoint, Yi Yuan was an enigmatic man. Or perhaps it was precisely this point which attracted her deeply. I am a different colored firework. Frivolous, but Even if you broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm, you're still a lot worse than them. If you can't do it, don't force it. Xiao Ruyin said worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax. Just 2 middle stage C transformation realms. I think nothing of them. Really? Xiao Ruyin said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Yi Yuan said confidently. All right then, but I still have one matter to request of you. You mustn't reject me. Xiao Ruyin suddenly said seriously. You say it first. I'll definitely agree what I can promise. Yi Yuan did not fall for it and decided to hear the contents first before deciding. Xiao Ruyin looked at Yi Yuan with a begrudging face and said, this fellow really don't have the thoughts of being tender towards women. Haha. Yi Yuan gave a laugh. If you can really defeat Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe, you don't have to marry me, but I want to follow you in the future. Xiao Ruyin said, follow me? Yi Yuan had an astonished look. Yeah, you defeat them in front of the entire capital, but refuse to marry me. How will I marry in the future? So, I'm going to stick to you in the future. I want to follow you. If you don't agree, I'll just die another round. Either way, I'm already somebody who died once. Xiao Ruyin threatened. Yi Yuan felt his head swell, and he waved his hands, saying, what's the deal with you following me? I already said that I have my own difficulties. That's simple. You just take me in as a disciple, and that will do. A hint of cunning flickered across Xiao Ruyin's eyes. Chapter 412. Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyin rather surprisedly and blurted out, take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyin rather surprisedly and blurted out, take you in as a disciple? Yeah, I'm not forcing you to become Tao companions with me either. It's just taking me in as a disciple. Not overboard, right? Xiao Ruyin said. This. Yi Yuan could not help hesitating. He did not even officially take in disciples in his previous life. He really did not have the desire to be a teacher. Xiao Ruyin suddenly raising this condition made him unable to make a choice for a moment. Not that Yi Yuan was averse to take a disciple. It was just that he was not willing to waste time on something like teaching disciples in his previous life. So, he could not be bothered to take any disciples. People like Li Daohang belonged to those with better luck. There were people who were able to learn alchemy by his side. Even if he did not deliberately go and teach, Li Daohang also used just 100 years to cultivate from alchemy ancestor to alchemy venerable realm, only a step away from stepping into alchemy emperor. One could say that being beside Yi Yuan, even if it was just being a little medicine boy, it would also be endlessly beneficial. Xiao Ruyin could not help being anxious when she saw Yi Yuan hesitate and said, don't say anything like you're young and can't teach me. I know the disparity between us. Your strength is more than enough to be my master. If you don't even agree to this, I don't need you to get on the stage either. At most, I'll consume another portion of 9 nether soul-shattering powder. One had to acknowledge that when a woman like Xiao reenacted like a spoiled girl, all men would find it hard to resist. First, cry. Second, make a fuss. And third, hang oneself. Even knowing all these, Yi Yuan was just weak to this tactic. He instantly said helplessly, fine then, be my disciple then, but I'll say the nasty things first. I will leave the capital in the future. Yi Yuan naturally would not stay here for a long time. As long as he rescued his fellow apprentices, he would leave immediately. Who knew that Xiao Ruyin became overjoyed and said, doesn't matter. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I have a feeling that by following you, I'll get even closer to the magnificent Tao of alchemy. And, if you go, what about your parents and brother? Xiao Ruyin's eyes dimmed as she said, the Xiao family has seized back management rights. My mission is already completed. The Xiao family doesn't need me anymore. As for father and mother, they still have big brother and other children. One less person is fine. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He could sense the blow that this incident had on Xiao Ruyin was tremendous. The heartlessness of his Xiao family elders already made Xiao Ruyin lose complete faith in the Xiao family. Continuing to stay in the Xiao family, as long as she could be the bargaining chip for their exchange of benefits, they would not care about Xiao Ruyin's feelings. To the Xiao Ruyin, who had already died once, she had already come to accept many things. These past 20 years, she lived for the Xiao family. From today onwards, she would live for herself. She wanted to pursue her own path, her own happiness. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know if he told her that he was an endless world native. Would she leave with him or not? Following S, H, I, plus Howren out of the Xiao family, Yi Yuan kept feeling very odd in his heart. This female disciple was accepted somewhat awkwardly no matter how one looked at it. Other people took in disciples in order to continue their legacy, but why did it have the feeling that he took in Xiao Ruyan because of some ulterior motives? To S, H, I, plus Howren, Yi Yuan did not have much to hide and directly told him the agreement with Xiao Ruyan for him to hear. After S, H, I, plus Howren heard it, he first sized Yi Yuan up with a peculiar look in his eyes, and he finally raised a big thumbs up as he exclaimed with admiration, "Little junior brother is indeed extraordinary." Other people are all fighting to take the two absolutes back home to be Tao companions, but you actually blazed a new trail and started playing with teacher-student love affair. Yi Yuan had an impulse to collapse. He said huffily, "What teacher-student love affair? I didn't want to take her in as a disciple, but she threatened to die. What can I do?" Little junior brother doesn't need to have any qualms. There's nothing bad about teacher-student relations. H, I, plus P either. Instead, it has another flavor. Little junior brother just has to be yourself. With Master and me backing you, what's there to fear? S, H, I, plus Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was utterly defeated by this dirty old man and just ignored him altogether. Returning to Qixia Mountain, Yi Yuan directly went to see Star Abyss. When Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan, he similarly had a look of astonishment. Even if you took over a body to rebirth, isn't this cultivation speed a little too fast? Star Abyss said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was not willing to waste his breath on this. He waved his hands and said, "Relax, I know what I'm doing. Something like killing the chicken to retrieve the egg, I won't do it. You came to find me. Is there some news?" Star Abyss smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Several human silhouettes appeared out of thin air. This Star Abyss actually had a spatial spirit artifact too. Seeing these few figures, Yi Yuan could not help lightly trembling all over. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Senior Apprentice Brother Wujio. Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu. Senior Apprentice Brother Du. Senior Apprentice Brother Chun. It's really great that you're all fine," Yi Yuan said agitatedly. These few people were shockingly Mo Yun Tian and the rest. Apart from Mei Zhen, everybody was all here. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss was actually so extravagant, rescuing everyone in one shot. It was just that Mo Yun Tian and the rest all had vacant eyes. They were similar as the Du Cheng that Yi Yuan saw that day. Clearly, the divine soul prohibitions had yet to be removed. Their divine soul restrictions will be up to you to undo then. Otherwise, I can't explain to them, Star Abyss said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, "You did very well. This time, thank you very much." Star Abyss smiled and said, "With my status, asking for a few slaves is still not a problem. It's just, that Mei Zhen whom you mentioned is quite troublesome." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "How so?" Star Abyss said, "This batch of endless world slaves, the highest strength is at the sea transformation realm. And sea transformation realm slaves are all kept by the royal family. Because that Mei Zhen is a sea transformation realm expert, he was naturally kept behind by the royal family. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. The one who took him in was none other than 7th Prince, Zhao Qinggan. We were just at odds with the royal family. It isn't convenient to open our mouths and ask for him at this time. Otherwise, it would be too obvious." Yi Yuan's eyebrows knitted together even tighter. If Mei Zhen was in Zhao Qinggan's hands, then this matter was truly quite hard to deal with. After a long while, Yi Yuan finally slowly said, "This matter is indeed a little troublesome. But I remember this favor. How about this? My present strength can't help you much, but I'll impart you a piece of soul cultivation formula." Star Abyss's entire body trembled as he said, disbelievingly, What kind of soul cultivation formula? As the chairman of the Alchemist A.S. Association, Star Abyss naturally did not lack soul cultivation formulas. Otherwise, he would have no way of becoming a sovereign either. But Star Abyss knew that the soul cultivation formula that Yi Yuan was imparting him would surely be extraordinary. At least, with his present strength and status, it was impossible to get. Star Abyss never dreamt that Yi Yuan's recompense would actually be so generous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "This soul cultivation formula is called Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art. It is a Tier 9 cultivation method." Tier 9 cultivation method. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take some common were to fool him. When he heard Tier 9 cultivation method, these several words, Star Abyss's heart still failed to live up to his expectations and pounded fiercely. Chapter 413. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm. Not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm. Not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. To Yi Yuan, Tier 9 cultivation methods were really no big deal. In Yi Yuan's brain, there were as many as over a dozen Tier 9 cultivation methods. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art was just an inconspicuous one. Similarly, a Tier 9 cultivation method, the Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art was way lousier than the 1,000 Augmenting Soul Incantation. One had to know that the 1,000 Augmenting Soul Incantation was the cultivation method that supported Ji Xingyang and Ji Qingyun to the peak Alchemy Emperor realm. It was absolutely a top grade among top grades. In his previous life and this life, Yi Yuan only imparted this cultivation method to his father, Yi Hang. Evenly Daohang this half a disciple, Yi Yuan did not easily impart it to. Thank you for Senior's great grace. Star Abyss was overwhelmed by emotions and gave thanks. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Disregarding that you've rendered such a great help to me, just the fact that you're Li Daohang, that boy's disciple, imparting you a soul formula isn't something of a big deal either. It's just that this life. I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to make up for it." Towards this sort of topic, Star Abyss felt unable to interject a single word in. He could only remain silent by the side. Yi Yuan imparted the Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Technique to Star Abyss. He no longer doubted Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai, how could a crystal formation realm boy possibly know a Tier 9 cultivation method? This was a Tier 9 cultivation method. To lower realm martial artists, Tier 9 cultivation methods were paramount existences. Deity realm? What did that have to do with lower realm martial artists? 2 days later, at the largest plaza in the capital, the Wind Emperor Plaza. Perhaps the Shao family was not some peak major family clan, but as one of the capital's two absolute beauties, Shao Ruyan was practically a household name. Her spouse finding martial compet. 1. Time was naturally also the focus of everyone. At this moment, the Wind Emperor Plaza was swarming with people. It was virtually the situation of watertight. The Shao family completely did not antic. 1. P. Ate such a spectacle. The spouse finding martial compet. 1. Time had already been in progress for several months now. The martial artists who met the requirement already reached the tens of thousands. Among these people, the vast majority were actually just in order to make a name for themselves. Because everyone in the world knew that this spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tie-in match was carried out for the two Huang and Shui families, and the Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Shui family's Shui Zaya were practically the cream of the crop of the fierce Gale world's junior generation. Under the circuit, stances where the other two great experts in the capital were absent, they virtually had victory in their grasp already. To the two Huang and Shui families, the Shao family was indeed not considered much. But to the tens of thousands of martial artists in the world, the Shao family was an exceedingly powerful existence. to martial artists of the junior generation, to be able to bring back the beauty and enter the Shao family. This temptation was seriously too great. Hence, even if everyone knew that there was no chance of success this time, the youngsters who registered were still bursting at the seams. In the center of the Wind Emperor Plaza, a high stage was established. The high stage was already fully occupied by eminent guests. Among them included the various large families' upper echelons, as well as the distinguished members of the junior generation. Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were shockingly there. It was also uncertain whether it was deliberate or unintentional that these two leaders of the young generation sat together. The arena match had yet to begin, and the smell of gunpowder between the two became heavy. Xue Zaihe, I urge you to better find a reason to withdraw now. After today, the capital won't have whatever juxtaposed number 2 experts anymore. Huang Wenqiu's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. But when Xue Zaihe heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, Haha, I think so too. Two number 2 experts. Don't you feel that it's too many? Huang Wenqiu's face darkened, and he said, Looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is lost. Fine. Today I'll let you have a taste of defeat and know what is called heaven beyond heaven, and people beyond people. Xiao Changfeng sat not far away from the two. Towards a dispute between these two people, he was deeply aware. He immediately smiled and said, Two honorable nephews don't need to be like this. You two are the capital's top people and are bound to Serpa. SS old fellows in the future. Today is just a martial compet. 1. Time to find a spouse, not some family clan's desperate fight. Both of you mustn't hurt your friendly relations because of this. These words sounded like mediating between fights, but recalling it carefully, it was always somewhat wrong. The two people's shrewdness were still shallow after all. Seeing that Xiao Changfeng spoke, Huang Wenqiu took the lead to express his attitude, saying, Father-in-law, have a seat for a moment. After Wenqiu sweeps away these stinky salted fish, I'll come and marry Rian tomorrow. Xue Zaihe sneered and said, With the likes of you? Pass through my hurdle first before talking. The two people chimed in one after another. Not only did Xiao Changfeng's words not placid the two people, but also intensified the situation instead. Right at this time, only to hear Tong Xuan shout in a clear voice, Shangguan family head, Shangguan, he has arrived. His Highness, 7th Prince, has arrived. When his voice landed, the plaza instantly became much quieter. Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi, slowly entered the high stage. Xiao Changfeng hastily got up to welcome. Behind Shangguan Yi, Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Lingxue followed closely behind. Brother Shangguan and your Highness, the 7th Prince, personally made an appearance. It really graces the Shao family with your presence. Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said. Shangguan, he said coolly, Family head Xiao is too courteous. Family head, Xiao gave birth to a fine daughter. But today, she's going to be a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Xiao Changfeng took a look at 7th Prince behind Shangguan Lingxue and said smilingly, Not at all. To talk about fish leaping over the dragon's gate, it should be Brother Shangguan. Has your Highness, 7th Prince, been well? Xiao Changfeng greeted Zhao Qinggan again. Zhao Qinggan's expression was cold, but was clearly very sensitive to Xiao Changfeng's words. He said with a smile, These words from family head, Xiao, leaves Qinggan abashed. Xiao Changfeng had an awkward look as he said, Your Highness, 7th Prince, is a man bestowed with great responsibility. Past matters, I can only impel your Highness to scale new heights and not mention them. Zhao Qinggan nodded slightly and said, Grateful for family head Zhao's auspicious words. Everyone, please take your seats. Xiao Changfeng said with a laugh. These few words sounded simple, but they crossed swords multiple times in secret. The Xiao family could not shake off relations with Yi Yuan after all. The 7th Prince becoming such a huge joke, Xiao Changfeng was naturally quite awkward. Zhao Qinggan's words had a concealed blade too, but it was also skated over by a few sentences of Xiao Changfeng's flattery. It was also considered to have pa-s, said the round. Regarding Zhao Qinggan, body dared to overlook him. Zhao Qinggan's heart was poured on Shangwan Lingxue. Xiao Changfeng was naturally well aware. Those words earlier were also considered to have smoothed things over. Right at this moment, Tong Xuan suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Under Sovereign Star Abyss, H.I. Plus Howren has turned up with his 7 fellow apprentices." The excitement in Tong Xuan's words could not be concealed no matter what. And when his word left his mouth, the tens of thousands of people present were all taken aback with shock. Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples all attended at the same time. What kind of face was this? Chapter 414, Family Head Xiao, this S.H.I. Plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today, S.H.I. Plus Howren said with clasped hands. Family Head Xiao, this S.H.I. Plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today, S.H.I. Plus Howren said with clasped hands. Although S.H.I. Plus Howren did not come out independently and was just a disciple under Star Abyss. No, Body dared to overlook his alchemy king's strength. Putting aside Star Abyss, S.H.I. Plus Howren's strength among the alchemy kings in the entire capital could also enter the top 5. Even those veteran alchemy kings like Yang Xiu did not dare to say that they could guarantee a win against S.H.I. Plus Howren in alchemy. Therefore, S.H.I. Plus Howren's position in the capital's alchemy scene was actually very aloof. Him coming by himself already gave the Xiao family sufficient face. Now that he led his 7 juniors here together, it could be seen just how astounding this scene was. The Xiao family has such immense face. Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus generally don't make an appearance in public activities. Today, he actually made an exception and arrived here. It's truly out of the blue. Did you guys hear? Xiao Rian's relations. H.I. Plus P with Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus his little junior brother, who is Ji Qing, is not shallow. This time, Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus most likely came to escort his little junior brother. There's such a thing? But with that Ji Qing strength, he probably can't get on the stage at all, right? What's being competed today isn't alchemy, but real swords and genuine spears. It's about martial strength. He, a crystal formation realm martial artist, simply doesn't have a chance, right? There's no way of knowing that. However, Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples came as a group. No matter how one looks at it, it's somewhat unusual. And what is it? Wasn't that Ji Qing's 2nd level crystal formation realm? How long has it been? Why is he already 7th level crystal formation realm? When the world happened? Many people discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and were unbelievably shocked. If, say, the Grand Pill simply did not stir up much of a wave a month back, then the matter of the 7th Prince, Zhao Qinggan, bearing a rod to ask for punishment already let everyone in the capital get to know Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's realm was naturally discussed by meddlesome people long ago. Yet a month of not seeing him, Yi Yuan actually broke through 5 realms in succession. This was seriously too inconceivable. Xiao Changfeng laughed loudly and said, "Then I'll have to thank Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus for your blessings." The 2 people exchanged glances and burst into laughter once again. Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus and fellow masters, please take your seats. From Xiao Changfeng's mouth, S.H.I. Plus Howren's juniors all became masters. This naturally included Yi Yuan too. Right after taking his seat, Yi Yuan felt multiple glances looking towards him. One of the gazes was very resentful. Who could it be except Zhao Qinggan? The matter of the sanction was already over. The main army already set off. Zhao Qinggan no longer had a need to suppress his anger anymore. The entire city knew that he hated Yi Yuan to the bone. This sort of thing did not need to be concealed and it could not be masked as well. Of course, as long as it was within the capital, he truly did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. Not that he really dreaded that day's promise. What he feared was the star abyss behind Yi Yuan. That old fellow's influence was too great. But Zhao Qinggan clearly already noticed that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms consecutively. Apart from hatred in both eyes, there was even deep trepidation. There was another person sizing up Yi Yuan with thick curiosity. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, that person gave Yi Yuan a faint smile. Yi Yuan similarly responded with a smile. That person is the Shangguan Lingyun who is on par with His Highness, the 7th Prince. The position of Wind Emperor is only Pa-S, said to the strongest person. Hence, the 7th Prince's great opponent is him, said S.H.I. plus Howren by the side. Yi Yuan asked in surprise. 7th Prince isn't the first person in the line of succession. S.H.I. plus Howren smiled and said, if Shangguan Lingyun breaks through to the boundless realm, even if the Wind Emperor Pa-S set his position to the 7th Prince, it will also make no difference to the matter, isn't it so? Yi Yuan thought about it and nodded, saying, it's indeed this logic. But the Wind Emperor can suppress the Shangguan family and not let them rise up. S.H.I. plus Howren shook his head and said, the reason why the Wind Emperor's position is stable is not just because he's the only boundless realm powerhouse, but because he can maintain the capital's stability. The first-rate families all practically has sovereign-level powerhouses existing. Once the Wind Emperor deliberately suppresses a family, the capital will no longer know peace. The Wind Emperor ultimately has to ascend to the divine realm. If he incurred public indignation, his family clan will eventually be replaced or even exterminated. Yi Yuan said with a realization, so that's the case. Looks like even invincible existences also have many things to take into consideration. That's natural. In this world, where there are invincible people, even more powerful people have their soft spots. It's just whether or not others can discover and make use of them. Oh, right. This Shangguan family is the previous Wind Emperor's family clan. S.H.I. plus Howren said with a smile. No wonder the Shangguan family is so strong. Sigh. Similarly, one of the capital's dual absolute beauties, that Shangguan Lingxue is much luckier, unlike Xiao Ruyan with no command over herself. Yi Yuan said in amazement. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan still had to give thanks to this other beauty to be able to enter the capital. It was just that this Shangguan Lingxue walked too closely with Zhao Qinggan and naturally kept Yi Yuan at a distance. Similar people, different fate. No matter how heaven-defying a person is, they're also unable to choose their parents. Xiao Ruyan's greatest misfortune was being born in the Xiao family. But her greatest fortune was meeting you. S.H.I. plus Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan unwittingly rolled his eyes. This eldest senior brother was at it again. Eldest senior brother has such faith in me? Yi Yuan asked curiously. If it were before, I would really not have much faith in you. But since Master has such faith in you, I naturally believe his judgment too. S.H.I. plus Howren said confidently. How so? S.H.I. plus Howren gave Yi Yuan a faint smile and explained it. Turned out that after Yi Yuan left Star Abyss's place that day, S.H.I. plus Howren went to find Star Abyss to express his concern about Yi Yuan's rapid breakthrough. But Star Abyss just said indifferently, your little junior brother's talent is extraordinary. It's just breaking through 5 realms. There's no need to make such a fuss. That spells finding martial compat. 1. Tien, you accompany him and walk around. Don't let people hurt him, and just bring him back safe and sound. Very clearly, Star Abyss was B-R-I-M-M-I-N-G with confidence in Yi Yuan. Making him accompany Yi Yuan here was also just for the sake of preventing accidents from happening. Little junior brother, just need to care about letting yourself go. With me around, body dares to do anything to you. S.H. I. Plus Howren was also full of confidence in himself. Haha, with these words from eldest senior brother, I can rest at ease, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Right at this time, Xiao Changfeng came to the center of the platform, and he mustered up essence energy to cry out, Today is the red-letter day of my little girl's spouse finding compet. One time, this Xiao did not think beforehand that there would actually be so many people coming here to rally. This Xiao thanks everybody here and now. Family head Xiao, enough with this. Let Miss Rian come out and let us broaden our horizons. Family head Xiao, I'm Miss Rian's loyal fan. My wars. I plus P of her flows unceasingly. Yeah, this spouse finding compet. 1. Tyan, you gotta let us see what the bride looks like, right? For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices below the platform, causing a huge din evidently. Everyone wished to witness the elegant demeanor of one of the capital's dual absolutes. Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, Everyone, hold your horses. My girl will be out right away. Chapter 415. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. Xiao Rian was dressed in full red phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, looking like a heavenly maiden descending to the world. But sadly, a red bridal veil was on her head, and there was no way of witnessing her true appearance. But Yi Yuan could sense that behind that red bridal veil was definitely a face beautiful until it made people unable to extradite themselves. Whoever who could take off this red veil today would absolutely be the luckiest man in the world. What the H-E-L-L? We want to see the real person. Yeah, if we don't see Miss Rian's face, how do we know if that's the actual person? What will we do if you get a fake one to hoodwink us? Quickly take off the head veil. Quickly take off the head veil. Seeing that Xiao Ruyan actually covered her face and came out, everyone immediately became indignant and exploded. Xiao Changfeng said in a solemn voice, Harumph. Although the Xiao family isn't a first-rate family, we're a respected family clan in the capital. There's so many people present here today. How could this Xiao crack such a joke? Gentlemen, anyone who doesn't wish to take part in this spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tyan can very well leave right now. Seeing Xiao Changfeng fly off his handle, the martial artists present all remained silent. Offending their future father-in-law was not some wise move. Huang Wenqiu sneered when he saw the situation and said, Just these trashes are also worthy of witnessing Miss Rian's unrivaled looks? Truly Toad's L. U.S. Ting after a swan's fleas. H. Plus, haha. Aren't you one of the toads? What qualifications do you have to mock them? Xue Zaiha said with a cold laugh. Xue Zaiha. Are you provoking me here? Humph. Flaunting eloquence. You'll get in a while. Huang Wenqiu similarly said with a cold laugh. Haha. Today, I'm definitely marrying Miss Rian. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll step over his corpse. Xue Zaiha said nonchalantly with a smile, but the words he said made people's hair stand on its ends. The spouse finding compet. 1. Tyan had yet to start, but the smell of gunpowder already gradually becoming intense. Rian, you go and sit properly at one side, Xiao Changfeng said to Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and went to one side to sit down. Her position was very eye-catching. The entire plaza could see it, and as luck would have it, the place Yi Yuan was sitting at was the closest to her among the guests. It was also unknown if it was coincidental or Xiao Changfeng's deliberate arrangements. Xiao Changfeng watched Xiao Rian sit down, but he took a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan as if he had already internally decided that Yi Yuan was his son-in-law without officially announcing it. Xiao Changfeng's eyes made Yi Yuan involuntarily feel a chill. But how could Yi Yuan not know Xiao Changfeng's plan? It was just that today's outcome would probably disappoint him. The spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tyan today doesn't have any special rules. One just has to win on the platform in the end, and that will do. But once you step onto the platform, you'll be responsible for your life and death. On this point, You all already signed the life and death agreement when you registered. The Xiao family won't force anyone onto the platform. All you can still back out now. This Xiao give a word of advice here. Young martial artists whose strength hasn't reached C transformation realm, they better not go onto the stage. Cultivation isn't easy. Why should a man worry about having no wife? Don't air today, Xiao Changfeng said. One had to say that this speech from Xiao Changfeng was still very useful. It was akin to a tub of cold water, splas. Plussing some people awake. Life or death on the stage was one's own responsibility. If one died, then they died. Body would pity you. And this spow's finding compet. 1. Tyne had 2 final malefic stars waiting there. S and A, T, C. Hing wives from those 2 malefic stars. The final outcome completely did not need much thinking. Those 2 people would definitely deal a killing blow. Hence, one had to properly deliberate on whether to get on stage or not. But Xiao Ruyan's reputation in the capital was seriously too great. Before this, there were already all sorts of editions of Xiao Ruyan's portrait secretly leaking out. Although those drawings all differed from one another, they all had one distinguished plussing feature. She was overwhelmingly stunning. Adding the Xiao family's position in the capital, the vast majority of these martial artists was still like being on stimulants. Especially those martial artists below the age of 30 and had reached C transformation realm cultivation. How could they be willing to yield without giving it a shot? Now, the spow's finding martial compet. 1. Tyne official begins. Xiao Changfeng shouted in a clear voice. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan suddenly heard a voice transmission coming from Yi Yuan. Good disciple, you're the first disciple that Master took in. Today, Master will battle all the heroes under the heavens for you. Treat it as a first meeting gift for you, disciple. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left, gliding on air, and landed on the platform. With her face covered in, body could see Xiao Ruyan's expression, but her body started quivering lightly. What's happening? Who is that? You don't even recognize him? Did you forget that His Highness, the 7th Prince, previously kneeled down before him to admit his fault a month ago? What? He's Ji Qing? What's he doing here? Are you a pig? Him coming out like this, of course he's taking part in the spow's finding martial compet. One time. Bulls. HI plus T. Of course I know that he's partic. 1. P. Aiding in the spow's finding martial compet. One time. But he's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Isn't this courting death? I heard that this Ji Qing's alchemy skills have already reached the realm of perfection, utterly destroying Tong Wanchong and the 2 Xiao and Tong family's grandpill, Simli. But who knew that he even has such confidence in his martial path? Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. Xiao Changfeng had yet to withdraw. When he saw this move from Yi Yuan, his complexion could not help turning livid. This spow's finding martial compet. 1. Tyne today had no rules at all. One just had to defeat their opponent, and that would do. And the youths present here today that satisfied the conditions. There were also 8,000, if not 10,000 youths. Furthermore, those who dared to register, which one of them was an expert. The first martial artist that came onto the stage was at the greatest disadvantage. What he had to face was the non-stop battle against all the martial artists present. One person against 10,000 people? You gotta be kidding. Xiao Changfeng wished that he could let loose a torrent of abuse. If you don't want to marry my daughter, you don't need to use such a method to reject either. What the I was this. Forget that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Even Shangwan Lingyun and Zhao Chang'an, who were hailed as the #1 among the capital's younger generation, probably did not dare to be the first on stage in such a situation, right? So many martial artists. By dawdling, it would exhaust them to death. The first one on stage clearly did not wish to marry Xiao Ruyan. Daughter must be very furious right now, yeah? Xiao Changfeng looked over in Xiao Ruyan direction. Indeed, he saw that his daughter's body was trembling lightly, hatred seething in his heart. Xiao Ruyan marrying Ji Qing was undoubtedly the best choice. But this fellow actually stood Ruyan up. Ha ha! Turns out that this boy is a moron. To actually be the first one to rush up to the stage. Who does he think he is? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Can it be that he wants to sweep away 10,000 martial artists alone? Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan really could not hold back and started mocking loudly. Your Highness, since this punk is seeking death himself, then let's not be courteous. Ha! Wait until he's completely worn out. I'll go up on your behalf to take care of him properly, Huang Wenqiu said with a laugh. Huang Wenqiu's words incurred a wave of contempt. This flattery was also too lacking standards. But Zhao Qinggan did not laugh anymore after he heard it, his eyes flickering instead. No one knew what he was thinking about. Chapter 416, disregarding Zhao Qinggan and the rest. Even S.H.I. plus Howren and the other seniors were also a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. Disregarding Zhao Qinggan and the rest, even S.H.I. plus Howren and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. No way, right? What is little junior brother trying to do here? Isn't the first one on the stage too risky? Yu Guang said with a frown. That's right. Isn't this messing around? Can it be that he wants to challenge 10,000 martial artists with his own strength? Tang Ji also felt mind blown as he spoke. But S.H.I. plus Howren sighed and said, little junior brother tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. His behavior is not what we can guess. Him doing so should have a deep meaning. We should just watch. For a moment, the sounds of ridicule linked together, all saying that Yi Yuan overrated his own strength. Indeed, not long after, a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist jumped into the platform, cupping his fists as he said, I'm W.A.N.G. Jia. I specially came to challenge young Master Ji. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Please. The other party was courteous. Yi Yuan naturally would not put on a scowl, but he would not be courteous when making a move. W.A.N.G. Jia knew that since this Ji Qing dared to be the first one on the stage, he definitely had some skill. But by relying on him being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he was not too worried either. His hand suddenly had in spirit artifact, longsword. He then cried out, Shadowless sword art! W.A.N.G. Jia's figure charged abruptly, stabbing towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. This shadowless sword art had lived up to its reputation. It was just that. Who he encountered was Yi Yuan. The audience was just planning on watching an intense battle when a miserable cry suddenly sounded out. W.A.N.G. Jia directly tumbled heavily onto the ground. W.A.N.G. Jia's speed was seriously too fast. Initially, some martial artists with slightly weaker strength already could not catch W.A.N.G. Jia's form. At this instant, it was like they saw W.N.G. Jia fall down out of thin air. It was very bizarre. What happened? I don't know either. Ji Qing is clearly standing there motionlessly. Could it be that this W.A.N.G. Jia was being funny and fell down himself? Being funny? You're the one being funny, right? Showing the lower limits of his intelligence in front of so many people? Not unless this W.A.N.G. Jia's brain is damaged. But Ji Qing clearly didn't move. Could it be that his movements were too fast and we all didn't see clearly? No, he really didn't move. All of a sudden, a gray-robed youth suddenly spoke. Those 2 people thought nothing of it either and asked curiously, What's going on? It's divine soul attack. This Ji Qing's soul art is so powerful. The youth said solemnly. Marveling sighs suddenly sounded out all around. It was actually an extremely rare divine soul attack. This kind of method to fierce-scale world martial artists was seriously too abnormal. The fierce-scale world martial artists' martial era was extremely flurries. H.I. plus ing. They all pursued the extremities of essence, energy, and concepts. Yet, very few people would use divine soul mystic arts to execute divine soul attacks. This aspect was the shortcoming of virtually all the fierce-scale world martial artists. Right at this time, that G slowly struggled to his feet on the platform and clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks to Brother G for showing mercy. G is utterly convinced with my loss." G's speed was indeed very quick. Even if Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack, wanting to accurately hit him was not something easy too. But during the process that G was in motion, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brain, and then he fell down. It could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's divine soul attack was. Furthermore, G deeply sensed that Yi Yuan's blow just now completely did not use full strength. Otherwise, he might already be an idiot now. If he did not know what was good for himself and made a move against Yi Yuan again, it would probably not be as simple as a sharp pain anymore. Hence, he conceded very straightforwardly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your speed is pretty good. But what Sword Dao pursues isn't the extremities of speed. You took a wrong turn." G's entire body shuddered as if he understood something. He bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much for Brother G's guidance. This G will never forget it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it coolly. In Sword Dao, it was not over the top for Yi Yuan to say that he was the number one in the lower realms. His pointers G naturally received endless benefit. Yi Yuan saw through the drawbacks of this shadowless sword art that G cultivated at a glance and pointed it out. Training the sword, pursuing speed was correct, but speed was not the only thing. The sword was the gentleman among weapons. It strived for agile and grace, power and magnificence. Pursuing speed blindly would forfeit the fundamentals of the sword. Ultimately, one's accomplishments would be limited. One sentence from Yi Yuan let G walked countless lesser detours. Receiving a bow from him was naturally nothing inappropriate. In truth, G only came out to travel the world after reaching a bottleneck state in his cultivation and concepts, seeking a chance to break through. Encountering the Shao family's spouse, finding martial combat. 1. Taiyan this time, he did not come here for Shao Ruyan, but wanted to find opportunities to compete with young experts. He did not have any qualms, so he was the first to enter the stage and was very polite to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan to see through the problem with his sword art in one glance and pointing it out. His 1. Towards Yi Yuan naturally could not be any greater. Unorthodox paths ultimately can't ascend to the higher levels, Zhao Qinggan said with a cold smile. But Shangguan Lingyun had a rare laugh as he said, "My view differs from Brother Zhao. That attack from Ji Qing earlier was no trifling thing. It could be seen that his attainments in the divine soul are extremely profound. The divine soul cultivated to an exceedingly high realm can similarly compete with martial artists. He also has to cultivate to an exceedingly high realm for it to work. He merely encountered a crystal formation realm martial artist this time. When he meets sea transformation realm martial artists, I'll see how he executes his divine soul attacks," Zhao Qinggan said in annoyance. This time, Shangguan Lingyun did not refute. He knew that what Zhao Qinggan said was right. While divine soul attacks were bizarre and powerful, once one guarded to some extent, it was very hard to succeed. Moreover, for divine soul attacks to want to leap ranks to battle, the difficulty was even greater compared to martial artists. While the divine soul, for sea transformation realms, did not produce qualitative changes, it was still much stronger compared to crystal formation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's advantage could at most just reflect among crystal formation realm martial artists. This spouse finding martial combat. 1. Tien ultimately needed to rely on genuine martial strength to determine victory. If what this Ji Qing relied on was just divine soul attacks, he could not last for very long. Big brother, if it were you, can you block his divine soul attack? Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. If I went up earlier, I might also suffer a huge loss. But now, the one who's at a disadvantage should be him. Shangguan Lingyun mused for a moment and replied. Shangguan Lingxue said in astonishment, his divine soul attack is actually so powerful. When Zhao Chenggan saw Shangguan Lingxue praise Yi Yuan, he was very displeased in his heart as he said, what's powerful about it? It's just a cheap ambush. Plusing trick. This kind of methods are extremely few, so everybody was unprepared. Once they're on guard, it's practically equivalent to being useless. I want to see how he plans on coping at the back. Shangguan Lingxue giggled as she said, last time, although Ji Qing was nearly killed by you, he was only at the 2nd level crystal formation realm at that time. It could be seen that he's also extremely formidable in martial strength. Now that he's already 7th level crystal formation realm, his combat strength most likely already approaches Sea Transformation realm martial artists. It probably isn't so easy for the average person to want to win him, right? Chapter 417, Zhao Chenggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. Zhao Chenggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. In comparison to himself, apart from Yi Yuan's realm being far lacking, he was simply powerful until he had no weakness to exploit. Zhao Chenggan could not quite dare to imagine if Yi Yuan and his realm were on par. What would the result of their battle be? If he let Yi Yuan continue maturing like this, that day might arrive very soon. Zhao Chenggan started to consider the idea and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on the stage. Who else? Yi Yuan looked steadily ahead as he said nonchalantly. Yi Yuan's move against W. A. N. Ji Jie already suppressed many people. At the very least, Crystal Formation realm martial artists would not dare to easily enter the stage. Without even moving and instantly defeating W. A. N. Ji Jie, this 9th level Crystal Formation realm, wasn't going up there looking for a Thraz. Plusing? I'll go. Right at this time, a well-built, burly man dashed onto the platform. Please. Yi Yuan still did an inviting hand gesture. Haha. Your divine soul attack might perhaps be of some use against Crystal Formation realm martial artists. But under my countermeasure in advance, it's already useless, said the burly man with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, and he said, is that so? When the burly man saw Yi Yuan's nonchalant look, he could not help becoming enraged. Courting death, the burly man dashed in front of Yi Yuan with a sudden huge stride. Despite his stature being extremely tall and strong, very Bursum, this move was exceptionally vigorous. His speed was much faster compared to W. A. N. G. Jie. An enormous fist smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head. However, only to hear a bang. The burly man collapsed with a loud bang cross. Plusing downward until the stage quaked. Yi Yuan still did not move. This was a divine soul attack again. This burly man is a Sea Transformation realm martial artist. Furthermore, he even said that he took precautions. Too scary. This Ji Qing's divine soul attack is too scary. Even a Sea Transformation realm martial artist can't force him to make a move. Make a move? Make a move for what? This divine soul attack of this completely doesn't need to make a move, all right? What kind of divine soul attack did Ji Qing use to actually be able to leap ranks and defeat a Sea Transformation realm expert? This is too inconceivable. Yi Yuan did not use some profound divine soul mystic art. It was still the G.O.D. stunning spike. Using divine soul attacks to cross ranks and battle might perhaps be beset with difficulties for others, but to him, it was as simple as drinking water. Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm already reached the alchemy Grandmaster Perfection realm. Same as Alchemy Master, his present perfection was completely different from his previous life's perfection. In truth, his current divine soul was already not much weaker than Sea Transformation Realm. Using divine soul mystic arts to deal with Sea Transformation Realm martial artists was not some impressive matter. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul, under the circumstances where the divine soul realm was roughly the same, even if the other party took precautions, so what? The Shao family's judge still stood there looking left and right, uncertain if this burly man would stand up again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop looking. He's not getting up. Drag him away." Oh, come men, drag this person down," said the judge absent-mindedly. Seeing that burly man fall to the ground, Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingyun all revealed astonished looks. Especially Zhao Chenggan, who already did not know what to say. He had just said that Yi Yuan could not do anything to Sea Transformation realms. The result was that the well-built burly man collapsed with a crash. Shangguan Lingyun smiled wryly when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like we still underestimated Brother Ji. His divine soul attack already has the capital to clash head-on with Sea Transformation realm martial artists." The Sea Transformation realm that Shangguan Lingyun was talking about was naturally not that sort of rookie like the burly man. Although martial artists did not cultivate the divine soul, they should have methods to protect the divine soul. This burly man said verbally that he took precautions, but in truth, his precautions completely could not withstand a single blow. If it were Shangguan Lingyun, his defense would absolutely not be that easy to break through. Rather, Shangguan Lingxue suddenly became mischievous and said to Zhao Chenggan with a smile, "Your Highness, the seventh prince, why don't you make a guess whether or not the next Sea Transformation realm that enters the stage will be defeated by Ji Qing in a single blow?" Zhao Chenggan gave a cold snort and said, "I don't believe that he can keep winning all the way by relying on this one move." "Cleaning things UPS," Yi Yuan said indifferently again. "Is there anyone else coming up?" One had to acknowledge that this spouse finding martial combat. 1. Tying gathered many young geniuses. There were a great number of Sea Transformation realm martial artists present. That burly man was only one of the weakest. To be able to advance to Sea Transformation realm before 30, this was already an extremely proud achievement. Therefore, these martial artists were all very confident in themselves. Even if that burly man collapsed instantaneously, they did not believe that Yi Yuan could take them down either. But the result was that the next few Sea Transformation realms that went up were all brought down by Yi Yuan in one move, without a single exception. From beginning to end, Yi Yuan did not move a single finger, and the strongest among these martial artists were already third-level Sea Transformation realm. After they collapsed, Body dared to go up the stage again. For some time, the audience below the stage all exchanged glances with each other. There was actually Body who dared to go up the stage. Even a third-level Sea Transformation realm could not survive one move under Yi Yuan's hands. How to fight? This Ji Qing is simply too monstrous. He is eating his fill with one specialty. A method like this, if there isn't a powerful divine soul mystic art to protect the divine soul, who dares to go and fight with him? That's right. This is freaking bullying people. I feel that in front of Ji Qing, these past 30 years of cultivation were all wasted on a dog's body. Other people don't even need a second to make you fall. So, alchemists can be powerful to this sort of extent. Truly widen my knowledge. I really want to see now whether Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe can force Yi Yuan to make a move or not. Only now do I know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Everybody was mocking him at the beginning. Now, it looks like we were the fools. With strength like his, so what if he is the first one on stage? Below the stage was widespread comments. Clearly, many people already directly gave up on going up the stage. at least for the early stage sea transformation realm martial artists, body dare to go up anymore. Xiao Changfeng only knew that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still too little when he saw this scene. This young man was truly unfathomable, making people pleasantly surprised unceasingly. Young Master Ji already defeated 7 people consecutively. Is there anyone else going up the stage to challenge? If there isn't, I'm going to announce the results, shouted the judge in a clear voice. The audience below the stage all looked at each other. Body dare to go up the stage. Since that's the case, I announce. Huang Wenqiu could not sit still anymore. Although this Ji Qing was very strange, he could not possibly withdraw without fighting. Moreover, he was different from those rookies. He was confident that he could block Yi Yuan's divine soul attack. Huang Wenqiu was just about to stand up when he heard a loud cry. Wait a minute. A gray figure floated up the stage, interrupting the judge's words. This one is Su Qing. I wish to experience young Master Ji's divine soul attack, said the gray S.H.I. plus RT youth while clasping his hands together to Yi Yuan. This Su Qing was precisely the first one previously to perceive that Yi Yuan was attacking with divine soul attacks. Chapter 418. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. That's right. He's still only first-level C transformation realm. To actually dare go up and challenge Ji Qing, isn't it overestimating his own strength a little? I think not. This young man's eyes are radiating light, and he's full of fighting intent. He doesn't look like a foolish person. Perhaps he really has some reliance to count on. Su Qing entering the stage drew considerable attention. The people who went up the stage at the back were all stronger and stronger, such so that it reached the degree of third-level C transformation realm. But Su Qing was only at the first-level C transformation realm. If he did not have some reliance, then he was only a fool. Yi Yuan sized up Su Qing and suddenly smiled and said, Turns out that it's a soul martial artist. No wonder you're so confident. Su Qing's expression became stern when he heard that and said, Brother Ji's discerning eyes are like a torch. Truly incredible. That's right. I'm indeed a soul martial artist. What? He's actually a soul martial artist? No wonder he dares to challenge Ji Qing. There are exceedingly few soul martial artists in our fierce gale world. Only Sovereign Shishan alone reached the highest level in this area. It's just that his elderly self has already vanished for several decades. Ever since Sovereign Shishan, the name of soul martial artist has never been heard of again. To think that another one would appear today. It's just that who knows how this young man's strength is, and how it compares to Ji Qing. But speaking of which, Ji Qing can also be considered a soul martial artist already, except that his alchemist didn't. 1. Time made everybody overlook this matter. The so-called soul martial artist was actually martial artists who primarily cultivated the divine soul. What soul martial artists were skilled in was not martial techniques, but divine soul mystic arts. Their means were highly bizarre and powerful. Most martial artists cultivated the essence energy system. The execution of martial techniques was also mostly with essence energy as a basis, while soul martial artists' attack methods relied completely on the divine soul. This kind of divine soul attacks was powerful and hard to defend. Furthermore, it was incredibly dangerous. Martial artists getting injured was a very normal thing. As long as they did not injure their divine soul, most could heal. However, soul martial artists' attack measures directly affected the divine soul. Once they injured the other party, it would tend to be hard to heal. On the basis that the divine soul was injured, even if they did not die, it would have a tremendous impact on a martial artist's future cultivation too. This was the terrifying aspect of soul martial artist. Hence, when Su Qing admitted that he was a soul martial artist, it stirred quite a commotion. C transformation realm soul martial artists were already very powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You facing off against my Alchemy Grandmaster Realm Soul Force with Alchemy King Realm Soul Force. Isn't this somewhat bullying people? Su Qing's expression froze, and he forced a laugh, saying, "Don't joke around, Brother G. Just based on the means that you displayed earlier, I don't have much confidence in winning you. How is this bullying people?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Fine. I'll witness the methods of a soul martial artist today. Come on, here I come." Once Su Qing's voice faded, Yi Yuan felt like flying needles that covered the skies. I see. Head towards his divine soul. Manifestation of soul force. Fine technique. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of amazement. This soul force manifestation was totally different from essence energy martial techniques. The so-called manifestation was just materializing the attack. The naked eye completely could not see it. It could only be sensed through the divine soul. One could say that this was the face-off between a divine soul and a divine soul. An invisible match. This showdown was incredibly perilous. But the outside world could not see any storm clouds surging. Yet, when those flying needles jabbed deeply into Yi Yuan's divine soul like this, Yi Yuan actually did not perform the slightest bit of defense. Yi Yuan shut his eyes, his face revealing an anguished look, looking very unwell. Su Qing had already made the preparation of an arduous battle, but he did not think that it would actually be such an outcome. You were too careless. The soul force flying needles damage to the divine soul is permanent. Even middle stage, C transformation realm martial artists would also be severely wounded after receiving this attack head-on. You actually did not defend at all, truly courting death. Su Qing shook his head and was just about to walk down the platform. Being struck full-on by this attack of his, Yi Yuan would also be the outcome of heavily injured, if not death. He only went up the stage to experience Yi Yuan's means, and not for Shaoruyan. But Yi Yuan crumbling in one hit disappointed him greatly. Recalling how Yi Yuan swept across C transformation realm martial artists previously, what he relied on was really one specialty. Leaving like this? You don't think that you can win like this, right? Su Qing was just about to step down from the stage when Yi Yuan's voice sounded over leisurely. Su Qing's entire body trembled. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan with incredulity, he exclaimed in shock, "You're completely fine? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Trying to defeat me with soul force flying needles this sort of trifling means. Isn't your distinguished self looking down on me too much? Whatever methods you have, just execute them. Otherwise, once I make a move, you won't have the opportunity anymore." Su Qing was dazed for a very long time. He seriously could not imagine just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to resolve his soul force flying needles. Yi Yuan's soul force completely did not have the slightest bit of undulation, which was also to say that Yi Yuan forcefully received his divine soul attack. But, completely unscathed? Was this a joke? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Blade light, sword shadows. Su Qing gritted his teeth and cast a divine soul attack at Yi Yuan once again. Yet, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean again. Yi Yuan did not have the appearance of being attacked at all, and still stood there looking at him unperturbedly. Su Qing refused to believe in heresy and virtually displayed all of his techniques. Divine soul mystic arts followed one after the other. Yet, despite him exhausting all the skills in his ars, it still did not cause a hint of damage to Yi Yuan's divine soul. With a crash, Su Qing tumbled to the ground. Su Qing laid on the ground, his expression wan and sallow. It was clearly the indication of soul force being drained. This Su Qing already wore himself out. The astoundment in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. What was this? Wasn't it said that the divine soul attacks of soul martial artists were incomparably powerful? Why did this Yi Yuan seem to be immune to divine soul attacks? What kind of freak is this Ji Qing? That soul martial artist used all the skills he learned in his life and actually did not cause any injuries to him at all? This is playing me, right? Yeah. Back then, Sovereign Shishan was the hardest sovereign-level powerhouse to deal with in the capital. The other sovereign-level powerhouses were all unwilling to provoke him. It could be seen just how terrifying soul martial artist strength is. But this Ji Qing actually did not even move, and his opponent exhausted himself to the extent he collapsed. Did you all notice that many of the Divine Soul mystic arts yelled out by Su Qing were identical with Sovereign Shishan's Divine Soul mystic arts back then? Could it be? No way, right? Looking at the laying on the ground and already completely drained Su Qing, Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, "Take it. It can help you to recover your soul force." Su Qing received the medicinal pill, hesitated for a moment, but then he still swallowed it. Soon, it was as if a timely rain irrigated his divine soul. Su Qing's divine soul was in the midst of rapid recovery. At this time, Xiao Changfeng suddenly got up and floated down to the platform. He clasped his hands towards Su Qing and asked, "Could your distinguished self be Senior Shishan's disciple?" Chapter 419. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. One of them looked at that figure on the platform with scorching eyes. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. The other girl giggled as she transmitted her voice. Seeing Mr. Yi challenge the heroes under the heaven for Xiao Ruyan. "I wonder what are your thoughts, miss?" This girl actually knew Yi Yuan's true ident. One tie. Who could it be but Yin'er? There was no need to talk about the other girl. It was naturally Li'er. Actually, these few days, they had been inside this capital the entire time. If not for this master and servant pair, Yi Yuan simply would not get to see his fellow apprentices. It was precisely because of the protection in the dark from the two of them that let those seniors of Yi Yuan survive safe and sound. On that day, when Zhao Qinggan carried a rod to ask for punishment, it stirred up the entire capital. Li'er naturally also became aware that Yi Yuan actually quietly sneaked into the capital already. Of course, speaking of it, this was not considered quietly either. It was just that Li'er did not think that Yi Yuan would be the first to go up the stage today and challenge all the heroes in the world. Hearing Yin'er's secret voice transmission, not knowing why, a hint of billow was produced in Li'er's heart. This was simply an inconceivable matter to her. Didn't Li'er's heart only move for him? What's with me? Towards this kind of near betrayal thing. Li'er was obviously unwilling to admit it. What thoughts can I have? That Xiao Ruyan is known as the capital's dual absolutes. She's naturally as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. For Mr. Yi to be able to come together in holy matrimony with her, I naturally have to congratulate him. Yin'er pouted her mouth and said, "Words don't match the heart." Although Yin'er isn't a roundworm in Miss's stomach, to say who understands Miss best in this world, it has to be Yin'er. Miss painstakingly entered deep into the fierce Gale world and did so much for Mr. Yi. Don't you have any thoughts about him at all? Li'er was secretly startled, but she refuted. What kind of thoughts? Don't you know that this soul-ripping illness of mine still has to fall on Mr. Yi? I'm doing this just to return him sufficient favor to let him treat me seriously. That's all. Yin'er waved her hands and said, all right then. Regardless of what kind of thoughts you have, it's also useless. After today, he'll be somebody with a wife." Not knowing why, when Li'er heard these words, an intense unwillingness welled up in her heart. On another side, a similarly unremarkable person was staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing immense shock. To think that this punk really sneaked into the capital. Not only did he infiltrate inside the capital, he even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, and even made an appearance in an imposing manner at such a grand occasion. Truly audacious to the extreme. I was saying why there hasn't been news about him these 2 months all along. Turns out that he had long sneaked into the capital. However, your good luck has come to an end today. This person quietly withdrew out of the crowd and ran in the direction of the royal capital. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lan who tracked him down here. These 2 months, Lan who never left the capital the entire time. Everything comes to him who waits. He finally discovered Yi Yuan's tracks. It was just that Lan who never thought that the carrying a rod to ask for punishment a couple of days back, which rocked the capital, the target of 7th Prince's apology, was actually Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan was utterly clueless about this. Su Qing opposite him already recovered considerable soul force. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sovereign Shishan is precisely my master. This is this Su's first time coming out into the society after completing my studies. I didn't think that I would actually lose so miserably. Su Qing's skills are trivial. I've lost face from master today. He's indeed Sovereign Shishan's disciple. Sovereign Shishan has left the capital for so many years. He actually groomed a sea transformation realm disciple. It's just that this disciple seems to be somewhat of a failure. He faced the crystal formation realm Ji Qing with sea transformation realm soul force and collapsed from exhaustion without even touching the other party's fingertips. Truly lost face for Sovereign Shishan. That's right. Sovereign Shishan back then was ever triumphant. Even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, showed him some respect. How high and mighty he was. But the disciple that he taught is actually unskilled to this or degree. It's really a letdown. The fame of Sovereign Shishan was too great. In everyone's minds, apart from the Wind Emperor, he was the incarnation of invincibility. But his disciple actually lost with no part of his body and scathed today. Although everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong in terms of divine soul attacks. But Sovereign Shishan's disciple, as a soul martial artist, shouldn't he be stronger in the divine soul? Even if Yi Yuan was very monstrous, it was not to the extent where he would collapse from exhaustion, right? This was what they could not understand, nor forgive. Xiao Changfeng, hearing Su Qing admit, it was also rather surprised in his heart. But verbally, he consoled, saying, "Young Master Su doesn't need to blame yourself. It's not that you're unskilled, but your opponent was too strong. Today's loss was not due to lack of skill." Su Qing asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Su learned from Sovereign Shishan. I wonder if you've ever heard of divine soul absolute defense?" Su Qing's expression changed, and he nearly jumped up. "A absolute defense. You're saying that what Brother Ji used earlier was absolute defense?" Xiao Changfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't know either. It's just that other than absolute defense, I seriously don't know what other means are there still that can accomplish to such an extent. Only, you still have to get a confirmation from young Master Ji about the answer." When Xiao Changfeng guessed this answer, the astonishment in his heart was not any less than Su Qing's. Divine soul absolute defense. This term was just an existence of a legends. How could it possibly really appear on a human? Xiao Changfeng even suspected that this defense method was probably fabricated by somebody, or maybe hypothesized by some genius. How could such a perverse defense method possibly exist? But today he really witnessed it. The so-called divine soul absolute defense was regardless what kind of divine soul attack the other party executed, as long as it was unable to break through extremum of one's divine soul. It would have no way of causing damage to them. Such a defense measure was simply heaven-defying. Su Qing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Family head Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable to actually even know about divine soul absolute defense." That's right. The measure that this Ji used earlier was precisely divine soul absolute defense. The properties of the divine soul were completely different from essence energy. The cultivation system was also entirely different. The means of divine soul attacks was likewise ever-changing. But through a deep understanding of the divine soul, one could construct a defense measure that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than protective essence energy. That was absolute defense. Divine soul attacks were invisible and ethereal. It naturally would not have huge destructive power like that. The innate attribute of divine soul attacks was still formed using one's soul force to damage the other party's divine soul. As long as one's comprehension of the divine soul was sufficiently deep, an absolute defense could theoretically be actualized. Of course, even with Yi Yuan's profound understanding of the divine soul, it also expended a huge amount of time to learn this move in his previous life. Su Qing was only at the early stage sea transformation realm. He was not much stronger compared to Yi Yuan's divine soul. Wanting to hurt Yi Yuan under his absolute defense was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Chapter 420. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shengwan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shengwan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. Divine soul absolute defense? Doesn't it mean that there's only Ji Qing hitting people, while others can only get hit passively? This move is simply too amazing. Shangguan Lingyu nodded as well and said, in the past, I only heard of absolute defense and even thought that it was just a rumor. I didn't think that I would really witness it today. This Ji Qing is truly remarkable. Zhao Chengan sneered and said, what absolute defense? He just didn't encounter experts. As long as soul force is stronger than him, absolute defense would only be a joke. Is that so? I wonder if there's anybody among you all that can break this absolute defense? S-H-I, plus Howren suddenly said. But Zhao Chengan was not embarrassed. Said it all. With a haughty look, he said, soul martial artist is just a minor path in the end. The martial artist path is the major path. He has absolute defense in terms of divine soul. But I wonder if he can block my tyrant martial howling cloud spear? S-H-I. Plus Howren smiled and said, that might not be so. Zhao Chengan laughed when he heard that and said, all right, I won't argue with Alchemy King S-H-I. Plus either. Just suffering a defeat in his hands. I haven't taken it to heart yet. However, he has to pass the round with Wing Q and Xia first. The two of them are not simple people. Although Zhao Chengan lost tremendous face previously, his power and influence were still present. The Tli of number one in the capital was not for show. Getting Zhao Chengan's approval, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Ziyi appeared to be very enthusiastic. Of course, even if Zhao Chengan did not sow discord here, these two people could not possibly let Yi Yuan off. But Huang Wenqiu gave a mysterious smile at this time and said, rest assured, Your Highness. I've already prepared a feast for Ji Qing. I believe that he'll thank me. Oh, then I'll be waiting to see it. Zhao Chengan suddenly became interested. After settling Su Qing down, this spouse finding martial combat. 1. Tai naturally still had to continue. But Yi Yuan's spectacular performance already made most people shrink back. For some time, there was actually an body who went up the stage. Formidable divine soul attack, plus daunting divine soul defense. How to deal with such a monster? Even a third-level C transformation realm suffered a cruise. H.I. Plussing defeat in front of him. Unless fourth-level C transformation realms took part, or else they would simply not be Yi Yuan's match. Is there anybody else going up the stage to challenge young Master Ji? Seeing body go up the stage, the judge opened his mouth to ask again. Right at this time, a youth sprung onto the stage and said, I'm here to challenge you. This youth's strength was uncommon too. He was at the third-level C transformation realm. It was just that this realm was somewhat lacking to Yi Yuan. This point, everyone knew full well in their hearts. Is this lad's brain damaged? Clearly aware that he isn't Yi Yuan's match, and still run up to look for a Thras. H.I. Plussing? Maybe he's bored out of his mind and sent himself up to let people train. Really can't understand why there are increasingly more idiots now. Smart people always held the majority on this earth. Fully aware that they were not a match and still going up to seek a walloping would clearly be thought of as a moron by people. Indeed, Yi Yuan just used one D-stunning spike, and that youth directly collapsed. Yet, when that youth buckled, another third-level C transformation realm martial artist directly went up to challenge, but was shot down by Yi Yuan again very quickly. What surprised everyone was that this was only the beginning. From then on, the young martial artists who went up the platform followed one after the other, all second or third-level C transformation realm. While they were dropped by Yi Yuan very quickly one by one, everyone discovered that it was not quite right. If it was said that 1 was a fool and 2 was a fool, It could not be that over 10 in a row were morons, right? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. He instantly defeated his opponents directly right after coming up. The goal was to awe the audience below the stage and make most people not dare to go up the stage. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to deal with all of them. In comparison to using martial techniques, the D-stunning spike was evidently more awe-inspiring, because he did not even need to make a move. Honestly speaking, he already achieved the effect. There was already not many people who dared to go up the stage. While there were still some 4th-level C transformation realm and above martial artists below the stage, they all had to wait and see attitude. These people were virtually all famed characters in the capital. And, Body was willing to come up and lose face. It was just that he did not expect a large group of fellows who did not fear death to suddenly appear, coming up here to look for a thrust. Plussing one after another. This made Yi Yuan feel very puzzled. His gaze involuntarily swept to Zhao, Qinggan, and the others on the grandstands, and he quickly discovered that Huang Wenqiu's expression was slightly pleased with himself. Yi Yuan understood the situation in no time. Want to use non-stop battles to exhaust my strength? Really? A pig-like brain? Since you use this kind of despicable moves, then don't blame me for being discourteous. I want to see how many people you can send up. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. At this time, there were clearly also some smart people below the stage who perceived that something was wrong. Their mouths involuntarily started ranting and cursing. Truly shameless enough to actually use continuous battles to exhaust Ji Qing's strength. Hey, do they still want face or not? The spouse finding martial combat. 1. Tien relies on true abilities. Using this kind of despicable moves will shorten one's lifespan. Using this kind of methods, even if they win, it won't be honorable either. If Miss Rian marries this kind of trash, I'm the first to be unconvinced. Hearing the cursing sounds below, Huang Wenqiu had a very composed look. Evidently, he took no notice of these admonishment voices at all. Young Master Huang really has nice means. The lofty number 2 expert in the capital actually used this kind of lowly method to expend your opponent's strength. The surprise it gave us really isn't small. The fatty Tang Ji was very displeased by this action. He already carried a sting in his words when talking. But Huang Wenqiu smiled and said, "Those who dare to stand on this stage will have to accept the challenge of all the young heroes under the heavens. If one doesn't have such awareness, I think it's best to scram down the stage early." Tang Ji snickered coldly and said, "I wonder if young Master Huang heard the words of those martial artists below? Young heroes? Young Master Huang really likes to gild your face with gold." But Zhao Qinggan said indifferently, "Since time immemorial, the victor becomes king, and the loser a bandit. I don't feel that Wenqiu's way of doing things is in any way inappropriate. Since one knows the rules of today's spouse finding martial combat, one would need to plan out a strategy well in advance. Ji Qing dares to be the first one on the stage. Don't tell me he's still afraid of other people going up to challenge him? Really, birds of a feather flocked together. When Tang Ji saw that these 2 people were colluding together, he was so angry that he snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Eldest senior brother, these few fellows are called the capital's number 1 and number 2 experts in vain. Simply shameless. Carrying like this, I'm afraid that little junior brother Tang Ji transmitted his voice to S-H-I plus Howren, but S-H-I plus Howren smiled faintly and said, "You take a look at little junior brother again." Tang Ji was secretly startled and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. Indeed, he saw that some transformation took place on his body. Prior to this, although Yi Yuan's body had that sort of aura which disdained all under the heavens the entire time, he did not have much killing intent. But now, the aura on Yi Yuan's body already became fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that they miscalculated, wanting to use this kind of method to deal with little junior brother. Little junior brother isn't some soft persimmon. This point could be seen from him using extreme measures to utterly destroy Tong Wenchang. This time, I'm afraid that Huang Wing-Q, that boy's flesh, is going to hurt. S.H.I. plus Howard said with a smile. Chapter 421 Arc. Arc. With a tragic cry, the young martial artist opposite collapsed with a loud cross. H. Plus, but this time, this martial artist did not even get to emit a tragic cry and immediately stopped breathing. Yi Yuan directly pulverized his opponent's divine soul. Without a divine soul, the martial artist became a dead person too. Everyone was secretly alarmed and realized that the atmosphere seemed to have become different from before. Next, Yi Yuan said coldly. This time, the next martial artist did not jump up right away. Huang Wing-Q's expression also changed. He knew that his methods had already thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan's attacks, previously all, just made his opponents lose their combat ability and did not kill. Those martial artists only had to recuperate their divine soul for a while after going back, and would be able to recover very quickly. But now that Yi Yuan was aware of this kind of despicable means, he naturally would not go easy anymore. One comes, I'll kill one. Two come, I'll kill both. He really wanted to see how many sea transformation realm martial artists Huang Wing-Q could prepare to send here die. At this time, Huang Wing-Q said a few words in a low voice to a servant behind. That servant received the order and left. Before long, another martial artist jumped onto the platform. This time, there was an uproar below the stage. 4th level C transformation. A heavyweight CLA. S martial artist finally went up. Up to this point, Yi Yuan had a manner of sweeping clean all along. Everyone did not know where his limits lied. And 3rd level C transformation realm martial artists simply could not feel out Yi Yuan's limits. 4th level C transformation realm. Regardless whether it was essence energy realm or soul force realm, it all went up an entire step. Nothing more suited to use for testing Yi Yuan's limits. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan flashed a grin and said, "Finally sent a decent one up. But you're still too weak." The arrival said in a great rage, "Don't belittle others. Clear my round first before talking." This martial artist was naturally also aware of Yi Yuan's prowess and did not let out any boasting. Up until now, Yi Yuan only used one move against everyone. One had to know that among these people, regardless of whether it was Essence Energy Realm or Divine Soul Realm, they were all much higher than Yi Yuan. Such a horrifying ability to leap ranks and battle seriously daunted people, even from a distance. This young martial artist was already considered outstanding among those in the same generation. But in front of Yi Yuan, he seriously could not be arrogant. Haha, clearing your round, is it? Then, you have to receive it well. Yi Yuan said coolly. The young martial artist's expression changed, and he immediately felt that things were bad. However, it was already too late. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light already penetrated through his heart. How is this possible? Finished talking, this martial artist fell backward, looking up at the sky, breathing his last. He did not dare to believe this scene before his eyes, even till death. No way, right? Ji Qing, he didn't use divine soul attacks, but used martial techniques to kill his opponent. Furthermore, it was still one move, really freaking seeing ghosts. His divine soul attacks are so strong, and even his martial techniques are actually also so formidable. The opponent was at the 4th level C transformation realm. He finished him off in one move. Too powerful. I completely did not see clearly how he attacked. Why do I feel like his martial technique is even stronger than his divine soul attack? Is he really an alchemist? This Ji Qing is simply without any chaos in his armor, unparalleled alchemy skills, overwhelming divine soul attacks. Even his martial techniques are so powerful. My G.O.D. How can there be such a genius in this world? Does he still want people to live? Yi Yuan did not use very dazzling martial techniques. With his present concept's comprehension, a streak of casually released sword light was already matchlessly powerful. That young martial artist earlier was at best equal to Lan Bao's strength. Yi Yuan already finished off Lan Bao at the first level crystal formation realm. Now that he already broke through to late-stage crystal formation realm, casually finest. Plussing off an ordinary 4th level C transformation realm martial artist was nothing amazing. However, his divine soul attack was already not very useful, so he gave it up immediately. If he could not even eliminate a cannon fodder like this, how could he get him all the capital's #1 expert, Zhao Qinggan? Although they were both similarly at the middle stage C transformation realm, Zhao Qinggan's strength compared to that one just now was the difference of clouds and mud. This was the disparity in concepts. Seeing Yi Yuan finish off a 4th level C transformation realm with a casual blow, Zhao Qinggan's face could not help changing. He felt an immense threat. These few years, Zhao Qinggan had always viewed Shangguan Lingyun as his greatest adversary. But even Shangguan Lingyun could not give him such an enormous threat. Ji Qing, this brat, is only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Being at the 7th level crystal formation realm and able to instantly kill someone at the 4th level C transformation realm. Wait until he advanced to the C transformation realm. What can I do by then? Looks like I must find an opportunity to kill this brat. Otherwise, the position of Wind Emperor will probably never reach my turn no matter what. In Zhao Qinggan's heart, nothing was more important than the position of Wind Emperor. For the position of Wind Emperor, he would do anything. But he naturally did not know that Yi Yuan completely did not care a whit about the so-called position of Wind Emperor, and Yi Yuan also could not possibly go and whatever position of Wind Emperor from him. Zhao Qinggan treating Yi Yuan as an imaginary foe. Yi Yuan was seriously wronged. Yet, who asked Yi Yuan's guys to be too good? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly called out in a clear voice, "Huang Wenqiu, however many people you prepared at the back, let them come together." The crowd was taken aback from shock. Only now did they know that the one working this never-ending battles was actually Huang Wenqiu. But Yi Yuan calling out Huang Wenqiu Killy still gave everyone a great fright. Continuous battles were already shameless enough. Now, Yi Yuan actually asked the other party to come all together. One had to know that the ones coming up at the back were definitely powerhouses. That judge was also quite worried. He asked weakly, "Young Master Ji, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "What doesn't adhere to the rules is there. Coming up one by one is too troublesome. When do we have to fight until? Coming up together, resolving it is faster too." This. The judge looked towards Xiao Changfeng with beseeching eyes. Xiao Changfeng mused for a moment and said with a nod, "As young Master Ji says then." Huang Wenqiu's face fell as he said, "Since you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Ask them all to go up." In a short while, over 10 silhouettes appeared up there vividly, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. When the crowd looked over, they involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. These dozen over people were mostly 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. There were even 3 people who actually already reached the 5th level C transformation realm. Such a lineup was seriously too strong. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. A 7th level crystal formation realm challenging a dozen over middle stage C transformation realms? "Young Master Ji, finish them off. We support you." "Yeah, utterly shameless. Come on, young Master Ji. We're all rooting for you." "Young Master Ji, I want to marry you and become your concubine," yelled out a female martial artist. Ha! This sort of unabashed measures already stirred up everyone's sympathy towards Yi Yuan. For a moment, the shouting below the platform rose one after the other. They were all supporting Yi Yuan.